Amaterasu was extremely clear that it would not be easy to defeat the Type 4 sea jellyfish, hence, it decided to escape in another direction. Amaterasu could defeat the Type 4 mutant sea snake was because it was unafraid of the sea snake's innate ability. If it were other experts, they might have long been poisoned to death. It was only because the corpse had evolved from the virus strain that made it invulnerable to the poison. The closer they got, the tighter the defenses. With the suicidal charge of those S2S, only a few managed to reach the region that was guarded by those burly whalehead soldiers. Only then did they catch sight of the intelligent mare people guarded heavily. Those S2S had just seen the mare people when the whalehead warriors immediately shot forwards and smashed those S2S into meat paste. Right before the moment the S2S were turned into meat paste, the corpse Amaterasu opened its eyes with delight, and a savage smile broke out on its face. "I've got you. Damn mare people, you can all die for me. The land belongs to me, the god Amaterasu." Since it had discovered the traces of the mare people, Amaterasu quickly issued out a number of commands. The zombies all around Yokosuka base stirred and made their way towards the Sea Clan and mutant beasts, as fighting and killing broke out everywhere. The evolved zombies of Type 2 and above were split into 8 troops, avoiding the 7 invincible Type 4 mutant beasts, and launched a ferocious attack on the Sea Clan from 4 different directions. Each troop was headed by 8 L4S, their strength exceeding even those of Type 3 mutant beasts. Furthermore, there were Devourers and S4S supporting them, and huge number of the Sea Warriors and lesser mutant beasts were torn apart. The ordinary zombies might not be able to cause much damage, but that was not to say they were useless. The mutant beasts would get distracted while attacking the ordinary zombies, leaving them vulnerable to the evolved ones. At the same time, with the large number of zombies pressing forward, and squeezing all the parties together, it was easier for the L2S and L3S to pummel them into mush. The 7 Type 4 mutant beasts turned their attention to the 8 different groups and chased after them. Amaterasu had somehow picked up on tactics by itself, and under its command the 8 separate forces did not engage the Type 4 behemoths, only escaping further into the sea of zombies. The 7 Type 4 mutant beasts charged into the midst of the horde, and flattened countless zombies into meat paste. Each of them was the size of a large cruise, and in their path, corpses laid strewn all over the ground, in varying degrees of flattened flesh and splattered blood. It seemed as though nothing could pose a threat to those Type 4 mutant beasts. Chapter 578, Tyrannical Corpse Amaterasu. When the attention of the Type 4 mutant beast was on the zombie horde, every single action of theirs caused the surrounding zombies to be flattened into meat paste. With every passing second, there were over thousands of zombies being taken out of commission. That was the problem with the zombies, their densely packed formation caused them to suffer as an entire bunch. Yu Zhong had no way of killing over tens of thousands of zombies in one blow, but the 7 Type 4 mutant beasts could easily trample over them as long as they were willing to. With the 7 behemoths lured away, 300 over L4S, 1,000 over S4S, and 500 Devourers led a huge horde of Type 2 and 3 zombies numbering at least in the dozens of thousands out from one shelter. This huge horde that could easily decimate any human troops quickly reached the center of the Sea Warriors, and began their clash against the mutant beasts. This huge army of zombies with the L4S leading the charge were the elite zombies under the control of Amaterasu. It had gathered most of the Type 4 evolved and Type 3 evolved before launching this sudden assault. Its intelligence wasn't low, and it had already learned how to implement tactics. Those L4S were like tanks as they charged into the battlefield, and any unfortunate Sea Warrior that stood in their way were obliterated like ants. There were many Type 3 mutant beasts within the army of the Sea Clan, however, they were ripped apart easily by the joint assault of those L4S, S4S and Devourers. The Type 3 mutant beasts might be large, but the Type 4 evolved zombies and Devourers possessed enough might to threaten their existence. Surrounded by those zombies, they could only succumb to the onslaught. Of course, many Type 4 evolved zombies were also devoured by the other Type 3 mutant beasts. Facing the attack of the evolved zombies, the elite of the Sea Clan finally made their move. Those killer whaleheads and tiger shark warriors which were at least 7m in height stepped forwards. Even the mare people they were guarding started to act. With the killer whales and tiger sharks warriors stepping in the fray, and the powerful large bones from unknown creatures they wielded, every strike or smash would kill dozens of evolved zombies. Even the strong L3S were knocked back quite a distance when hit. The beautiful mare people were not sitting idly by as well. They activated their own abilities, causing the waves below them to rise up in towering levels, before forming sharp ice spikes to shoot down towards the evolved zombies. These mere people then raised their hands again, and the water beneath them became powerful pressurized cannons that blasted those frozen zombies struck by the previous ice shards. Due to the high pressure, the water blasts caused those ice statues to be disintegrated, including the zombies frozen within. One L4 was currently engaging a killer whale warrior in combat. Both had thick skin for defenses that would not lose to tanks. The killer whale warrior might be stronger in its offense, but due to the defense of the L4, victory was not certain in the short period of time. At this time, a sharp ice shard shot out from the middle of the battlefield, piercing the right hand of the L4, and it immediately broke apart to freeze the entire right arm of the L4. The killer whale warrior took the chance to hammer down on the head of the L4. The mighty blow instantly smashed the brain of the L4, causing it to ooze out of the orifices. After dealing with the L4 with that explosive blow, the killer whale warrior then swung its powerful bone weapon around, smashing the dozens of S-types back before it charged towards another area. It was at this time when countless H1 appeared in one high-rise building. They opened their huge mouths and fired multiple fireballs on the Sea clan down below. In a blink of an eye, the Sea warriors were bombarded by the rain of fireballs. The lower-level Sea warriors were either instantly killed or suffered heavy injuries. As for the killer whales and tiger shark warriors, they were protected by the thick scales on their bodies. Under the protection of those powerful guards of the Sea clan, the mere people caused the waves beneath them to rise into the sky, forming a water barrier. However, its defenses were the weakest, and the fireballs from the H1S could damage it. Facing the hail of fireballs, the sea jellyfish could not help but stop and covered its head with its tentacles. When the dense barrage of fireballs exploded on its tentacles, they were blasted apart, mucus and slime splashing everywhere. However, it was still a Type 4 mutant beast in the end with powerful regenerative abilities. Each time it lost a tentacle, it would quickly grow back one. That was not to say that the attack was ineffective though, as the pain was enough to cause the mighty sea jellyfish to scream out in pain. As the H1S were focused on assaulting the sea jellyfish, the thousands of S2S shot towards it, using their sharp claws to tear into its skin, causing its slime and mucus to ooze out from the wounds. The sea jellyfish endured the pain and began to channel its innate ability, as thousands of lightning charges fire out from it, enveloping the zombies all around it, and instantly frying over thousands of the Type 2 evolved zombies. Under the command of Amaterasu, the evolved zombies continued to launch their attacks of the sea jellyfish. The H1S atop the buildings also began to concentrate their firing on the sea jellyfish, suppressing it at its location. Facing the swarm of zombies, the Type 4 sea jellyfish had no choice but to continue and fire its innate ability, as lightning charges continued to electrocute thousands of Type 2 zombies into charred beings. The Type 4 sea jellyfish had countless subordinates, but they were likewise being held up by the other zombie groups, unable to render their leader any help. Chapter 579, Mere People Royal Family. The Type 4 sea jellyfish was surrounded by the countless zombies, and it could neither advance nor retreat, its strength whittled away slowly. The remaining 6 Type 4 mutant beasts were being assaulted on all sides by the sea of zombies as well, it was just that they had tough and resilient scales. The fireballs of the H1S were only mildly painful to them, and could not actually damage them. However, there were about 50 devourers amidst the sea of zombies attacking the 6 Type 4 mutant beasts, and as these devourers possessed high offense and combat ability, they were stronger than ordinary zombies by countless times. The 50 devourers did not engage the 6 Type 4 mutant beasts in direct combat. Instead, they leaped about from building to building from time to time, firing their toxic bile at the behemoths. As long as the toxic bile hits any of the Type 4 mutant beasts, countless zombies would rush over and try to tear into the scales of that Type 4 mutant beast. Under the coordination of the corpse Amaterasu, the zombies were able to exhibit a terrifying combat strength. Although it wasn't enough to instantly kill a Type 4 mutant beast, it was enough to suppress them, and cause them have difficulty sweeping or killing the zombies. Each blow or strike from those behemoths could easily obliterate thousands of zombies, but by minimizing their movement, it was an effective tactic. The horde of zombies managed to keep the Type 4 mutant beasts at bay, preventing them from providing aid to the mere people. Amaterasu then went all out, waving its right hand, and sending 4 blood-like bone spikes to pierce the heads of 4 singing mermaids. It then twisted the bone spikes, sucking up the life force of the mermaids, turning them into shriveled mummies. The Mare people roared out in rage, and sent yet another mighty wave of ice shards shooting towards Amaterasu. Amaterasu did not try to dodge or escape to another area. Instead, its blood river appeared once again, pouring out of its body and surrounding itself. The blood river became some sort of a protection, and Amaterasu then continued its charge into the group of Mare people. The countless ice shards and the incredible cold enveloped the blood shield, and the powerful freezing ability turned the blood rock solid. Seeing the shield of blood being frozen, delight flashed past the eyes of the Mare people. The corpse Amaterasu was simply too overbearing, and it was more threatening than even the Type 3 mutant beast. Gotcha. With a loud crack, the frozen blood river burst open, and a pale-faced Amaterasu leaped out, jumping into the middle of the group of Mare people. As it stood on a piece of frozen blood shard on the waves, its right hand shot out a 100 m long sharp bone blade, and it slashed outwards at the Mare people. The faces of the Mare people fell, and some controlled their waves to send themselves into the sky. Some retreated into the waves, while others controlled the waves to turn into ice shields to block the incoming assault. With a single slash, Amaterasu caused 6 beautiful Mare people to be sliced into 2. It then took the chance to shoot out bone spikes and pierce the bodies of 4 others, before it started absorbing their blood essence, leaving them empty and void of blood. After absorbing the blood essence of those 4 Mare people, Amaterasu regained a little of its life force, and its pale face regained some color. The blood essence of you Mare people is not bad. Give me your knowledge and intelligence. Amaterasu laughed savagely, before it shot in front of a beautiful mermaid with an incredible body, and suddenly opened its mouth beyond what was normally capable, and covered the head of the mermaid. It then bit it off in one bite, chewing gruesomely. Although the corpse Amaterasu looked like a human on the surface, it was a terrible existence. It had the ability to absorb intelligence and knowledge by ingesting the brain of certain life forms, hence, gaining and growing its own capabilities and intelligence. Amaterasu laughed savagely, and appeared behind another member of the Sea Clan, before piercing its body and absorbing its blood essence. The language of the Sea Clan. I'm a genius. Ah. It became even more courageous and its momentum built up the more it killed and absorbed. Finally, it became a sort of blood-red flash. Every time the blood figure flashed by a mermaid or merman, an emaciated corpse would be all that remained floating on the sea. After continuously absorbing the blood essence of dozens of Mare people, Amaterasu caught sight of a 1.45 m little mermaid, looking about 12 or 13, wearing a crown with a mysterious pattern and inlaid with a number of crystals. The little lady was childish-looking, but she had an exceptional aura to her, and her figure was explosive, and Amaterasu immediately roared in excitement. Mermaid Queen! It's you? Become part of me. It then turned into a flash of light and shot towards the little mermaid. The 8 personal guards around the little mermaid roared out in rage and activated their abilities as countless ice shards fired at Amaterasu. The countless ice picks rained down on the blood-red flash, but was instantly shattered as Amaterasu appeared in front of the little mermaid. 4 bones with a tinge of blood pierced 4 of the female guards and sucked them dry. After absorbing them fully and breaking their defenses, Amaterasu reached out and grabbed towards the little mermaid's heart. The little mermaid stared back at the ferocious-looking corpse, and a strange rune flashed brightly on her chest, as she opened her little mouth and blew out a dense and powerful mist that enveloped Amaterasu. The white fog instantly turned Amaterasu into an ice sculpture. After she had casted that ice fog over Amaterasu, the little mermaid turned incredibly pale, and her hands clutched her chest as she took ragged breaths. It was evident that the ability earlier took a large toll on her. With a kacha, the huge ice sculpture broke apart, and Amaterasu stepped out as he laughed savagely. What a powerful ice ability. However, if you want to seal me, it's still slightly lacking. Seeing the unharmed Amaterasu, all the Mare people had expressions of despair. At this time, the Type 4 dragon beast that looked like a Diplodocus opened its huge mouth from afar and fired its innate ability, as a huge white beam of icy energy shot over, blasting the body of Amaterasu, encasing it in a huge pillar of ice over 10 m tall. When they saw this, the mermaids all erupted in cheers. The Type 4 mutant dragon beast's innate ability was the manipulation of ice, and when it fired its ice energy, it could even seal up fellow Type 4 mutant beasts. As the Mare people were celebrating, Yuzhong suddenly shot out from a small alley with lightning speed, reaching the Mermaid Queen and grabbing her neck. A thin spider silk shot out from his left hand, wrapping around her body, and began absorbing her stamina. Once he captured her, he didn't even spare a look back and ducked back into the dark alleyway. He had no interest in fighting it out with the Mare people. Yokosuka base was destined to fall. It would either be overrun by zombies or conquered by the Sea Clan. All Yu Zhong could do was to try and get as many benefits as he could before running away. When the Mermaid Queen was captured by Yu Zhong, she let out a sharp scream, at the same time using an unrecognizable language. Yu Zhong could not understand it and did not know what she was shouting about. She was evidently an important member though, as the moment she was captured, the rest of the Mare people immediately mobilized and chased after Yu Zhong with a terrifying chill. Facing the powerful ice shards coming his way, he raised the body of the Mermaid Queen in front of him, acting as a shield. When they saw this, the rest of the Mare people became shocked and furious and controlled the ice shards to change trajectory. Yu Zhong then tugged at his spider silk, and he instantly leaped up to the roof of a building. A powerful gust of wind blew, and Greenie came soaring through the skies, descending on the roof. Yu Zhong hugged the little mermaid close to him before jumping onto Greenie's back. Greenie flapped its wings once and soared into the skies. After they were airborne, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. The center of the battlefield had been too dangerous. Any single Type 4 mutant beast could have heavily injured him, if not kill him. The defenses of the Sea Clan were also strong. If it weren't for the corpse Amaterasu punching a huge hole into their defense, Yu Zhong would not have been able to capture the little mermaid. Zhao Tiangang saw Yu Zhong carrying the little mermaid and could not help but sigh. This is a mermaid? So beautiful. I'd never have thought that I could see one from the legends. The little mermaid continued to struggle in Yu Zhong's clutches, however she was already tied up tight in those spider silk, hence she looked pitiful yet adorable at the same time. Xiao Xing could not help but ask, "Leader, you've caught a mermaid. When will we be obtaining the cruiser of the 7th Fleet?" The 7th Fleet of the U.S. Navy was not just a huge cruiser, it also possessed powerful combat capabilities. It was the symbol of strength, and prior to the apocalypse, it was a famous icon in Southeast Asia. Xiao Xing wanted to get his hands on it badly and to drive it around. Chapter 580, Hitting Corpse Amaterasu Hard. The corpse Amaterasu possessed intelligence, and was a variant mutation of the zombie virus. In addition to its intelligence, it was insanely strong. If it continued to grow, it might take over the whole of Japan, after which, it might launch assault other areas with Japan as its base. The moment Yu Zhong imagined Amaterasu commanding over millions of zombies to launch an assault on him, his heart turned cold. Previously he had led his army to destroy millions of zombies, and each time, it was mainly due to killing the Z2 that he was able to achieve his objectives. However, it was never once a case of killing the zombies themselves. With his current strength, if he were to meet Amaterasu commanding millions and billions of zombies on the battlefield, he would definitely perish. Zhao Tiangang and the rest saw Yu Zhong's serious expression and their hearts sank, not saying anything. Yu Zhong tied the little mermaid securely onto Greenie's back, before looking back down. He was hoping that Amaterasu would die in the battle below. However, his gut feeling told him that it would not be as simple as he imagined. The Mare people had watched helplessly as Yu Zhong kidnapped their queen, and their hearts were filled with rage. 2-9M tall whale shark warriors wielded their large mutant beast's bones and swung it viciously at the ice sculpture containing Amaterasu, hoping to smash it into smithereens. Suddenly things took a different turn. The ice sculpture blasted apart, and the handsome Amaterasu stepped out, its face incredibly pale. Its right shoulder had been gravely injured, and there were many areas where its bones were showing. Even its chest had a large hole. However, there was no blood seeping out from its wounds. If an ordinary person were to suffer such injuries, they would have long perished. However, Amaterasu just turned into a beam of bloody light and shot deep into the horde. The innate abilities of the Type 4 mutant beasts were too fearsome. It had expended all its energy to escape from that icy prison. If it had to take on another blow from any of the Type 4 mutant beasts, it might really succumb to its injuries. The 2-9M tall whale shark warriors quickly chased after Amaterasu, smashing it amidst a rain of shattered bones and blood. Amaterasu let out a pitiful scream and hurried towards a building before disappearing. The two whale shark warriors continued their pursuit, only to discover an empty location. With their speed, they weren't a match for Amaterasu, and there was only a chance to injure Amaterasu if they had the opportunity to get close. They bellowed in rage and cursed in their Sea Clan tongue, but it was useless. When Amaterasu escaped into a building, a powerful fiery blade slashed out from the dark, slicing its body and combusting it in a burst of flames. The resulting explosion lit up the entire area, revealing Yu Zhong's determined face. He had tied the little mermaid to Greenie, before activating his second-order stealth and predicting the best escape route for Amaterasu. He had waited patiently till Amaterasu appeared, and finally launched his fearsome attack, hitting Amaterasu hard once more. Amaterasu roared out again in agony, before shooting out 4 sharp bone spikes towards Yu Zhong. The crocodile tooth saw blade in Yu Zhong's arms flashed and shot out a few blade beams to counter Amaterasu's bone spikes, but was forced a few steps backwards from the might of the clash. "It's you, human?" The heavily injured Amaterasu stared hatefully at Yu Zhong, spitting out, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You have already snatched the Type 4 mutant beast and the mermaid queen from my hands, and now you want to kill me?" A cold glint flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes as he activated his shadow steps and devil flame, covering the crocodile tooth saw blade with the powerful flames, slashing towards Amaterasu. "That's right. Submit to me and pledge your allegiance to me. Otherwise today shall be the day you die." Amaterasu brought up its own blood-colored bone blade to parry Yu Zhong's attack, as a bloody fog began to steam from the blade. Its eyes flashed with an arrogant look. "Human, even if I am heavily injured, I will not be humiliated by you lowly scum. Human, I'm appreciative of your cunning and strength. Submit to me, become my subordinate and work for me. I can grant you power, status, riches and beautiful virgins. There are over 70,000 humans here in Yokosuka base. As long as you work for me, you can become their leader. Their lives and deaths will be yours to control." When Yu Zhong heard it, his face seemingly twitched as he lowered his blade. "Really?" The corners of Amaterasu's mouth lifted slightly. "Of course. There's an absolutely beautiful pair of twins in the 5th bunker. As long as you work for me, they are yours." Having swallowed a large number of human brains, Amaterasu had an understanding of human nature. To men, power, status, riches and women were the things they wanted the most. Hence, it wanted to try to entice Yu Zhong with these promises. Yu Zhong nodded lightly and he stepped forwards. "All right. I'll go with you." Amaterasu grinned, pleased, and produced a dark red drop of blood in its palms. It then spoke somewhat alluringly, "This is my blood essence. If you promise to be loyal, swallow this. Once you swallow this, you'll be the leader of all the humans in Yokosuka base. When I control Japan, you'll be Japan's king. When I control the world, you'll be the human king by my side that I trust. Many people would look up to you in reverence and tremble at your prestige and might. The only price is your loyalty to me." The position of a king was pretty enticing to any man. Many ambitious people before the apocalypse would have thought of ruling at once. However, most had failed. In the past, it was an unattainable goal. But now it might be possible. "Let me see." Yu Zhong eyed the blood essence with an expression of pondering as he walked forwards. All of a sudden, he swung his crocodile tooth saw blade covered in devil flames, slashing Amaterasu across its chest. The fiery flames combusted and caused a large hole on Amaterasu's body, as its blood essence was burnt and sizzled into the air. "You dare trick me?" Amaterasu roared in rage and pain, and fired out 4 sharp bone spikes at Yu Zhong. In response, Yu Zhong swung out and parried the incoming bone spikes, before casting his gravity manipulation, as a twofold gravitational force weighed down on Amaterasu, causing it to sink and lose its balance. Yu Zhong then grabbed the chance to swing once more, slashing out at Amaterasu's body, and burning more of its blood. Amaterasu roared out again, shooting a dense wave of blood that was shrouded in evil energy. If Yu Zhong came into contact with this move, he would definitely be sucked dry of his blood. Yu Zhong fired his devil flames again, sending it to burn the evil blood energy into fumes. When Amaterasu saw its blood essence being burned, it immediately turned tail and tried to escape out in a blood-red flash. By now, Amaterasu was at its weakest, having been assaulted over and over, it had lost all of its fighting will, and desperately wanted to escape. Yu Zhong fired out a beam of devil flame, enveloping the flash of light that Amaterasu had become, as the flames burned brightly and fiercely. Endless amount of bloody fumes continued to rise into the sky. Under the merciless burning of the devil flame, a crystal-clear bead of blood dropped out from the beam of light that was Amaterasu. Yu Zhong shot forward, however, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger and he quickly retreated, before two sharp bone spikes smashed apart a nearby wall, chasing after him. Yu Zhong hurriedly swung his blade and broke apart one bone spike, but unfortunately the other bone spike managed to pierce his body. It tore apart the bone-encompassing armor he had activated, piercing the Type 3 mutant beast hide, before it was forcefully stopped by the Level 4 protective vest. Yu Zhong felt some cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would been pierced. If it were any other mutant beast it wouldn't be so bad. However, this was Amaterasu he was facing. It was simply a freak of nature that carried the deadly zombie virus, and if he was pierced he might have become a zombie as well. Even evolvers and enhancers had no means of defending against the virus. Only the mutant beasts were somewhat invulnerable, as they were affected early on and had mutated themselves. Taking the chance when Yu Zhong was distracted and stopped by the bone spikes, Amaterasu hurriedly charged out once again, before disappearing into the night. When Amaterasu had gained intelligence, it had also learned the fear of death. In fact, it still possessed some strength to contend against Yu Hong. However, it wasn't willing to bet its life, and just wanted to escape into the horde to recuperate. At that time it could come back and deal with Yu Zhong as it wished. Yu Zhong looked in the direction which Amaterasu had disappeared with, sighing with regret. Shit, it still managed to escape. This time, Yu Zhong had made use of the opportunity of Amaterasu being ambushed by the Type 4 mutant beasts to attack it. If it were based on their actual strength, Amaterasu could even injure and kill a Type 4 mutant beast, hence it was definitely stronger than Yu Zhong. Chapter 581, Killing the Type 4 Sea Jellyfish. What is this? Yu Zhong came up to the blood-red crystal-like bead, and used the crocodile tooth saw blade to poke it gingerly. Nothing happened. He hesitated a little before reaching out for it. The blood-red crystal-like bead was as smooth as jade, and it radiated a brilliant red color, as though it was capable of drawing any gaze that was cast upon it. Yu Zhong held it and could feel a warm flow of energy circulating into his body. His blood essence seemed to quicken, and his muscles seemed to strengthen as well. As he held it for 20 seconds, a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have gained an enhancement of +1 in strength. When he heard that, delight flashed in his eyes. This is a treasure. Definitely a good treasure. Yu Zhong's body was enhanced to a terrifying degree at this point. Most ordinary treasures were ineffective to him. The meat of a Type 4 mutant beast was extremely nutritious and could boost vitality. If it were to be given to an ordinary person after training, their bodies could be strengthened to about 3 or even 4 times of their original state. However, for Yu Zhong, it would at most enhance his stats by a little because his body was simply too strong. The vitality of mutant beast meat can no longer enhance him. The higher a biological life form evolved, the harder it would be to take the next step. It was true for the mutant beasts and it was true for humans as well. The blood bead that dropped from Amaterasu's body was some unknown treasure. From the way it could strengthen Yu Zhong by just holding onto it for 20 seconds, it was apparently something very god. With a thought, he kept the blood-red bead back into his storage ring. Upon seeing it enter successfully, he heaved a sigh of relief. The storage ring could not accommodate living things, and if the bead had been a biological thing, it would be impossible to store it in the ring. After hesitating for a moment, he did not wear the blood-red bead, and instead chose to open up the blue box that had dropped upon killing the Type 4 mutant sea snake. Level 7 Treasure, Sea Mask. Wearing this allows the user to breathe freely underwater. Swimming speed will be boosted, and the mask also negates the resistance and pressure of water. The mask can withstand damage from 25mm caliber bullets and below. Accompanying skill, Water Jet. Description of skill: fires a high-powered torrent of water so that the user can travel in a straight line at high speeds. Lasts for 10 minutes. The sea mask was a sky-blue colored mask that was engraved with countless runes, and it seemed capable of covering a person's face. There were holes where the eyes, nose and mouth were supposed to be, and it was enveloped by a layer of transparent film. He took it and thought while eyeing it, this is a treasure for sea combat. This sea mask was like some diving gear except that it was much stronger and better. However, it didn't add much to ordinary battles. He kept the sea mask into his ring, and activated the second-order stealth, carefully making his way back into the battlefield. At the center, countless mutant beasts were engaged in an all-out slaughter with the zombies. There were corpses of both sides littered everywhere. He relied on his stealth to slowly carve and dig out all the blood essence and nuclei from the various high-level mutant beast corpses, before keeping them. Within the Yokosuka base, there was a large number of Type 2 mutant beasts and a decent number of Type 3 mutant beasts. Even these powerful life forms were being killed by the Type 4 zombies. Soon Yu Zhong managed to gather about 20 nuclei and blood essences from the Type 2 mutant beasts, and about 4 nuclei and blood essences from Type 3 mutant beasts. My chance is here. His eyes suddenly lit up as he charged towards the Type 4 sea jellyfish. At this time, the Type 4 sea jellyfish was dragging its large body backwards, and the surrounding electrical charges were dimming. Behind it, there were plenty of charred corpses. Over 50,000 zombies had been electrocuted to death by it. Countless fireballs blasted multiple wounds on the Type 4 sea jellyfish's body. The ant-like S2s were crawling all over it while tearing and ripping its body, causing more injuries. A number of devourers continued to fire corrosive bile at the mutant sea jellyfish, corroding large gaping holes in its body. The mutant sea jellyfish might be able to regenerate from the wounds caused by the S2s and H1s, but the corrosive damage from the devourers prevented any form of healing. Furthermore, there was an intense stench that was being emitted by the wounds. Evolved zombies were like ants to the Type 4 sea jellyfish, and it could easily flatten or crush any of them. But even it would suffer under their swarm and continuous onslaught. It reached out with its massive tentacles to either slap away or bring some S2s into its mouth, as it attempted to make its way to the sea. It had no more strength to activate its innate ability, and it wanted to escape badly to recover. However, it was as though the zombies could feel the vulnerability of the Type 4 sea jellyfish, as many of them rushed over to surround and attack it. Countless zombies were blocking the rest of the mutant beasts from providing any assistance, and both sides were thus locked in battle. The tentacles of the Type 4 sea jellyfish flew about, smashing numerous S2s and S3s into smithereens. However, more S-types continued to crawl all over it, tearing into its body. They even dug into the exposed wounds, further threatening the Type 4 sea jellyfish. In response, it would emit out some electrical charges from time to time, lighting up the area and charring any unfortunate zombies within a kilometer of it. As the storm died down, the charred black corpses of the S-types fell from the body of the sea jellyfish. However, the sea jellyfish was in no better shape. It slumped to the ground and seemed to be out of energy. The sea jellyfish's innate ability was one of the strongest offensive abilities among the 8 Type 4 mutant beasts, but it also was one of the most energy-consuming abilities. The Type 4 sea jellyfish made its final charge before slumping to the ground, exhausted. Countless evolved zombies rushed towards the sea jellyfish. It didn't matter what level the zombies were, the flesh and blood of a Type 4 mutant beast were extremely tempting. Just then, from within the horde of zombies, Yu Zhong with his body wrapped in bone armor reached out with his right hand, and a sharp bone spike shot out and supported him all the way to the head of the sea jellyfish. The H1s that had been hiding in the various buildings fired their fireballs at Yu Zhong. They were afraid that he would steal the precious blood essence and nuclei. A bright shield appeared in front of Yu Zhong, blocking those incoming fireballs. Yu Zhong wielded his black-toothed blade and slashed down viciously at the head of the sea jellyfish. With a strength of over 10 times a normal person, the strike caused a large gaping wound, and mucus started to flow out. Yu Zhong then swiftly put on the sea mask that he had just obtained, and burrowed directly into the body of the sea jellyfish. It was a mask that allowed the user to breathe freely in liquid, hence Yu Zhong was able to dive inside the body of the sea jellyfish that was 95% water. He then pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and slashed about randomly, tearing flesh and nerves. As he continued to wreak havoc in the body of the sea jellyfish, he noticed a blue nucleus as well as a bright red blood essence. They were surrounded by a number of white pearls amidst the nerves and tissues. Yu Zhong reached out to grab the 2 of them before pulling hard. He then used his blade to sever the different nerves and muscles, causing the brain of the sea jellyfish to immediately shut down. Congratulations on achieving level 81, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. The moment the brain of the sea jellyfish was mutilated by Yu Zhong, he received a large orb of experience, directly causing him to level up. These should be all precious treasures, I shall keep them for now. Yu Zhong eyed the mass of white pearls and encased them in a glass container before keeping it into his ring. Even the flesh and blood of the Type 4 sea jellyfish was a hard-to-come-by delicacy. Yu Zhong quickly sliced some off, and kept them into his ring before hurriedly burrowing out. He had just emerged from the body of the Type 4 sea jellyfish when a gust of wind blew towards him, as a sharp claw made grab at his body. It was an S4 that had just climbed onto the body of the sea jellyfish and was intending to attack him. Yu Zhong swung his crocodile tooth saw blade, slashing the S4 was directly sliced into two, and a skill book dropped out. Yu Zhong looked down and saw the sea of zombies crawling all over the body of the Type 4 sea jellyfish, devouring its body. The blue-colored box had landed in the sea of zombies. Since anything that dropped out of a Type 4 beast was bound to be a treasure, Yu Zhong took one look at the box and leaped down after it. Chapter 582, Electromagnetic Gun. The horde of zombies looked at Yu Zhong leaping down and immediately reached out with their claws to swipe at him. It was like a hell of demented souls reaching for him. As he landed, Yu Zhong fired out numerous bone blades from his bone-encompassing armor, before he twisted on the spot. In an instant, his whirlwind tactic caused the zombies within a 20 m radius of him to be ground into slices. Body parts and blood splattered and flew everywhere. Yu Zhong reached for the blue box and the storage ring flashed, drawing the blue box in. He then shot out a sharp bone spike into the ground, propelling him towards a high building. Even a Type 4 mutant beast could fall under the continuous attacks of the zombies. Yu Zhong was not stupid to think he could withstand their onslaught. All of a sudden, a number of L4S and L3S grabbed the zombies beside them and flung towards Yu Zhong. A rain of zombies shot towards Yu Zhong like cannonballs. The L-types had bad aim and most of them landed a distance away. There were a few who had slammed into walls and burst apart due to the impact. Even so, two managed to hurtle towards Yu Zhong, flung viciously by the L4S. Right as they were about to hit Yu Zhong, a white shield appeared again. The two zombies smashed into the shield and their bodies broke in various places. The shield also dimmed, falling back in Yu Zhong's arms. Yu Zhong dared not delay longer, and quickly rushed to the roof before releasing a long and sharp howl. Hearing his summons, Greenie immediately swooped down, picking him up and soared back into the skies. Yu Zhong settled himself in and looked down again for another chance to kill a Type 4 mutant beast. If he was facing a Type 4 mutant beast at its tip-top condition, Yu Zhong would find it incredibly difficult to kill it. However, with the horde of zombies unwittingly assisting him, there might be a chance. There were still 6 of the Type 4 behemoths. Every one of them had incredibly thick armors, their defenses astonishing. The H1S fireballs could not do anything, the L4S were helpless as well. Only the sharp claws of the S4S as well as the corrosive bile of the devourers could do some damage to those thick scales. Yu Zhong observed for some time, noting that there was no opportunity. He then signaled for Greenie to fly towards the 7th Fleet in the Yokosuka base. Currently, on the deck of the 7th Fleet, there were countless 1 m long mutant sea lice with sharp teeth and their bodies covered with tentacles assaulting the American zombies. The powerful tentacles of the mutant sea lice propelled them like cannons, latching on to the different American Navy zombies, taking huge bites out of their brains. Greenie descended and dropped Yu Zhong on the deck, and their attention swiveled towards him. Facing the hundreds of mutant sea lice, Greenie flapped its wings powerfully, its innate tornado ability blasting out, sending the little critters flying away. Yu Zhong covered Zhao Tiangang and the rest as they made their way to the control room, and they quickly got to wait. Following the whirring of engines and the lighting up of some buttons, the cruiser began to come to life, and quickly made its way towards the sea. There were over 70,000 survivors in the Yokosuka base, but the place was swarmed with mutant beasts and zombies fighting each other. It was hard for Yu Zhong to attempt a rescue. Furthermore, they weren't Chinese and he didn't feel particularly bad about leaving them behind. The moment the cruiser moved, a number of mutant beasts started to chase. However, because the cruiser was made for battle, unless the Type 3 or Type 4 mutant beasts made a move, the rest of the mutant beasts could not possibly block them. However, the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts were all locked in a crazy fight with the zombies, and the ordinary beasts could do nothing to hinder the 7th Fleet cruiser. After breaking out of the surrounding of the mutant beasts, Yu Zhong heaved a long sigh of relief. Although he didn't manage to obtain the entire Yokosuka base, earning a mothership and cruiser was decent enough. Especially since the mothership had a number of advanced fighter jets, once Yu Zhong gained full control of the mothership, he would have gained a huge boost in might. The Kingdom of God might have the powerful Thunder fighters, but these were all assault helicopters that were weaker against the fighter jets that were more superior in the air. After all, fighter jets were focused on aerial combat, as compared to the Thunder fighters that focused on land. After the apocalypse, Yu Zhong could use the Devil Flame to easily melt an assault helicopter, but it would be hard for him to destroy a fighter jet. This was because the speed of the fighter jets reached Mach speed. Furthermore, their altitude was too high, it exceeded the range of what Yuzhong was capable of. Yuzhong had started mass-producing ammunition in the Yenzhou city base, however, manufacturing fighter jets were impossible. Even with the advancement in technology over the next 10 years, it would be practically impossible to create the highly advanced fighter jets. After all, it was hard for China to have manufactured even before the apocalypse, needless to say the current situation. Yuzhong felt slightly more at ease and opened the blue treasure box. With a flash of light, a strange gun appeared, its muzzle about 40 millimeters wide, the body flashing with a black metallic luster, and a number of gold lines wrapped around the body, converging around the muzzle like a spiral. The golden lines continued into a clear empty box below the muzzle, which contained even more of the golden metallic lines, and it looked extremely sci-fi. Level 7 treasure. Single light 40mm caliber electromagnetic gun I-type. It fires a powerful electromagnetic pulse, every day generating one bullet automatically. If user inputs nuclei, the gun can use the nuclei as ammunition. Yuzhong flipped the electromagnetic gun about in his hands, his eyes lit with excitement. Good treasure. It was currently the most powerful assault rifle in his arsenal. With it, his destructive potential increased yet again. As for nuclei, with the millions of citizens under him and his promise of rewards to hunters, they could gather enough mutant beast nuclei to exchange at the government's office, and the nuclei was free for Yuzhong to use. Ordinary humans could not make use of the nuclei from the mutant beasts, and only the energy converter, the biological armor, as well as the recent electromagnetic gun could utilize those. These treasures were all dropped from the rare Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts, and were hard to come by for most ordinary people. The cruiser was speeding along in the sea, when suddenly the surface of the sea started to churn and a number of mutant flying fishes that were 3 m long and sharp spikes all over their backs jumped out of the water, smashing into the cruiser. Dang. Dang. Following the sounds of metals being struck, the countless mutant flying fish continued to slam into the cruiser. The sea was rippling madly as though there were many horrors awaiting to break through the surface. Yuzhong frowned as he thought anxiously, what's going on? Most of the high-level mutant beasts should be engaged in the battle at Yokosuka base. When Yuzhong had led his men to maneuver the mothership out of the base, there hadn't been much disturbance from the mutant beast horde. However, this time, the cruiser had not even left for quite a while and there was such a heavy onslaught. Something was not right. Could it be due to her? A thought arose in Yuzhong's mind and he swiftly ran towards the control room. The little mermaid's mouth was open as she seemed to be continually singing something. Strange runes flashed on her chest. The moment she saw Yuzhong, she became flustered and stopped moving out of fear. The runes also died down. So it really is her. Yuzhong came to a swift judgment. He walked up to her and grabbed her, carrying her towards the observation window. True enough, the waves had settled down, and the crazy onslaught of the mutant flying fishes had stopped. He was not like the corpse Amaterasu. Swallowing the life force of other biological lives would enable him to learn all there was to learn about the race or species. Yuzhong suddenly felt excited as he looked at the adorable little mermaid. He felt as though it was possible for an endless number of mutant beasts lining up for his subordinates to kill. This mermaid queen should be able to summon multiple mutant beasts. If used properly, we should be able to procure a large amount of sea-based products, and gain a large number of nuclei as well. All of a sudden, a sharp scream that could send shivers down one's spine resounded from a distance, and it caused everyone on the cruiser to tremble with fear. Chapter 583, Indonesia. Type 5 Mutant Beast. Hurry, turn the ship around. When Yuzhong heard that shrill howl that was filled with might, his face immediately fell and he ordered loudly. A single Type 5 mutant beast possessed an earth-shaking might. Just one alone could easily make a huge mothership seem like a dwarf. Such a behemoth was basically invincible in the seas, and as long as they wanted to, they could easily flip and tear into the cruiser Yuzhong and his team were on. The little mermaid that was in Yuzhong's arms was also frightened, and her body trembled. The Type 5 mutant beast was truly an overlord in the seas, and her clan was just one of the many factions that held power, and through their joint efforts, they managed to subdue 8 Type 4 mutant beasts. However, a Type 5 mutant beast was beyond their capabilities. Zhao Tiangang swiftly controlled the cruiser to head for another direction, and cranked the turbines, pushing the speeds to the limits. Following the constant howls, a fierce wave rose in the distance, and made its way towards them before crashing down on the boat. Yu Zhong leapt onto Greenie's back and flew up to the sky for a better look. In the distance, lightning flashed about, icebergs shattered, and strong gusts of winds brewed. The sea churned and waves after waves rose, spreading outwards and covering the entire battlefield. In the skies, he could not make out what was going on at the epicenter of all that commotion, but he knew that there were definitely two Type 5 mutant beasts engaged in a fierce battle, and they were slowly moving towards the cruiser. His face instantly fell and he roared into the walkie-talkie, "Bank left! Bank left!" The people on the cruiser could not care about what was going on, and just followed Yu Zhong's orders as they tried their best to escape from the vicinity. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at the battle in the distance, praying that the cruiser wasn't the aim of the two Type 5 mutant beasts. If it had been on land, Yu Zhong could still try to engage one of them in order to be a distraction. However, in the seas he was helpless. Even with the sea mask, he was simply powerless against the behemoths and their natural advantage in water. Fortunately, the two behemoths did not seem to place the cruiser in their eyes. The storms they created just happened to blast their way. Even so, the force of the storm was enough to raise some powerful waves, causing some to slam into the cruiser, rocking it side to side. The cruiser was still a precious piece of technology that humanity had come up with, and even with the rocky seas, it still managed to stay afloat. As the powerful storm blew past, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. However, he noticed that the cruiser had already deviated from the channel they were supposed to be at by over 100 miles. All of a sudden, the surface of the sea started to churn, as a huge tentacle broke through the water, and wrapped around the cruiser, intending to drag it below the surface. Level 77 Mutant Beast, Type 3 King Squid. Looking at that ominous tentacle, Yu Zhong immediately took out his new electromagnetic gun and fired a single shot at the Type 3 King Squid. A hot pulse blasted the tentacle, severing it into two, while the electrical discharge from the shot covered the surface of the king squid, shocking and paralyzing it. The moment the Type 3 King Squid went into shock, Zhao Tiangang came back to his senses and activated the defenses on board, firing the various powerful weapons at the tentacle of the Type 3 King Squid. Under that dense barrage of firing, the Type 3 King Squid's tentacle was blasted full of holes and broke apart. The torpedoes on the cruiser also fired and exploded on the body of the king squid beneath the surface of the sea, causing it to bleed. Dense clouds of blood spread outwards in the sea, dyeing the water red. The king squid immediately gave up in fear and retreated out into the sea. Yu Zhong looked at the tentacle floating on the surface, and his eyes flashed with pity. If it had been on land, a heavily injured Type 3 mutant beast was the best to hunt. However, in the sea he had to think twice. Yu Zhong returned to the command room, when Zhao Tiangang had an ugly expression, "Leader. There's a situation for huge mutant beasts are making their way here, one of them is just slightly smaller than this cruiser, I think that it might be a Type 4. Yu Zhong frowned and replied, "Immediately divert us away from their path." Zhao Tiangang then replied with difficulty, "But leader, we have already veered too far from our original course. If we try to avoid this swarm of mutant beasts, we will be even further away. There is not enough fuel for us to make it back should we decide to go further off course. We will have to make a stop at another island." Yu Zhong immediately made a judgment, "Then let's stop somewhere so that we can refuel." The Type 4 mutant beasts were practically impossible to fight out in the sea. While the cruiser did possess the means to injure some Type 4 beasts, they had the ability to flip it over and sink it into the sea. He did not want the cruiser that he worked so hard to get be destroyed that easily. Zhao Tiangang received his order, and his heart eased a little. Yes. Under Zhao Tiangang's control, the cruiser managed to speed off into the distance, far from the path of the mutant beasts. There were all sorts of dangerous entities in the waters in the current world, however, since the cruiser was the renowned 7th Fleet's treasured ship, it possessed powerful devices and sonar equipment to detect any biological life form, allowing it to adjust its course whenever needed. A huge land mass soon appeared in the distance. Yu Zhong looked at that foreign place and asked, "Where's that?" Zhao Tiangang reported, "That's Indonesia, sir." A look of loath flashed past his face, "It's actually that place." Indonesia was a place with a history of anti-Chinese sentiments. In recent history there were points in time where the Chinese had been slaughtered like livestock. Men were killed, women were raped, and kids were grilled over fires. Some of the locals had no feelings whatsoever towards their deeds, and their cruelty knew no boundaries. It was almost comparable to the rape of Nanking by the Japanese and the Nazi genocide of the Jews. In 1998, there was a huge anti-Chinese movement in Indonesia. Over thousands of Chinese had been killed, their properties and belongings were seized, and even little kids were not spared. When Yu Zhong was studying in university, he had seen the photos of that period and could not forget the cruelty. In front of them, he noticed a small boat docked near the shore, and on it were a few survivors in tattered clothes. Each of their right hands were chopped off, and their blood flowed freely into the sea. The blood attracted the mutant beasts in the sea, and soon, the surface of the water churned as a number of mutant beasts appeared, chomping down on the bodies of the survivors. Honk! Honk! Just then, the small boat suddenly exploded, and the powerful explosion blasted the mutant beasts, killing them instantly. An electric fishing boat soon came throttling from shore, and a number of ashen-faced survivors tossed out some nets, dragging in the corpses of the mutant beasts. 7 or 8 other armed militants were roaring with laughter, loudly talking about who knows what. One of them casually raised his gun and fired it at one of the survivors, causing the rest to tremble with fear, and their movements quickened. The rest of the militants continued to laugh. When Yu Zhong witnessed this, his brows furrowed. He whipped out some masking tape and sealed the mouth of the little mermaid, who stared furiously at him, before putting on the sea mask and swimming towards that fishing boat. The moment he put on the sea mask and dove into the water, he felt like he had become a fish, easily slicing through the water without resistance. At the same time, under the enhancement of the mask, he could even see a fish scale the size of a palm floating about 2 miles away. He swam easily towards the boat, before suddenly jumping out from the water and leaping onto the boat. He punched out mercilessly at one of the militants with his 10 times strength, and the militant's brain was instantly pulverized. The rest of the militants immediately cursed out in their native tongues as they raised their guns to fire at Yu Zhong wildly. He whipped out his crocodile-tooth saw blade from his waist, and in a flash, he evaded their attacks and coldly separated their heads from their bodies. In just a short span of time, all of the militants had been exterminated by Yu Zhong. During the process, the rest of the survivors who had been watching coldly felt a tinge of fear. They immediately got down on their knees and trembled, not knowing what Yu Zhong would do. He eyed them and frowned before using Chinese to ask, "Any of you understand Chinese?" None of them spoke a single word. Chapter 584, Indo-Chinese. Yu Zhong looked at the survivors trembling in fear and frowned. He immediately took up one of the rifles and pointed it at the head of one of them. "Did I just save a bunch of Indonesian monkeys? What a waste of effort. Since you guys are Indonesians, you might as well die." Some of the native Indonesians were lazy, foolish, yet cruel. They had been envious of the lifestyles of the rich Chinese who strove hard in the country. That was why that during each period of unrest, some of these people would launch an assault on the Chinese to snatch what they had, raping the women and not letting the children off. They were truly worse than beasts. When Yu Zhong thought that he might have rescued some of these very people he loathed, he felt unhappy. After the apocalypse, he had already slowly grown to become extremely vicious, and he truly wouldn't have second thoughts about killing them. The survivor who was held at gunpoint began to wet his pants in fear as he tried to kowtow profusely, trying to speak in some barely understandable form of Chinese. "Don't kill me. I'm Li Jingren. I'm Chinese, they're all Chinese as well. Please, sir. Thank you for saving us. Don't kill us. We're willing to do anything for you. Don't kill me. I'm Chinese." The rest of them began to kneel and hurried to kowtow. Not all of them could speak Chinese, and 4 didn't even speak, just kneeling and kowtowing. In this apocalypse, any expert that possessed strength was someone who had killed mutant beasts and zombies before. They're well known to be decisive and vicious, and would definitely not be soft-hearted. These survivors did not want to die. Yu Zhong pointed at a few of them and coldly drawled, "Why aren't you guys speaking in Chinese? Are you Indonesians colluding to trick me?" Those survivors turned pale when the gun was pointed at them, and they just kowtowed even harder. Li Jingren immediately responded in a small voice, Sir, they're truly Chinese, but their families have been in Indonesia for a few generations, they have already lost their understanding of the language. They're really Chinese people." It was usually hard for Chinese to assimilate into other countries. Hence, many Chinese families would choose not to teach their kids Chinese, and instead, use the local language to raise their children, in the hopes of integrating better. Many countries were usually more open to their own locals and less so for foreigners. As for countries like China that usually cared more about foreigners than their own, there were little of them. Yu Zhong pointed to the various corpses floating on the sea surface and asked, "What's going on here?" Li Jingren chuckled bitterly as he spoke out in a solemn manner, "They were live bait. The Indonesians captured a few Chinese to be live bait, tying them with explosives, purely to deal with the mutant beasts in the sea. It's how they fish." There were many fierce beasts in the seas, and the Indonesians had devised the trick of tying explosives with bloodied survivors to lure the mutant beasts in before blowing them up. It was cruel but effective. Yu Zhong frowned. "I heard that their intelligence weren't high. How could they have thought of this idea?" Li Jingren laughed bitterly again. "It was an idea proposed by a Chinese called Wu Liang." A strong killing intent flashed in Yu Zhong's gaze. "This Wu Liang, I must kill him." Someone like that who betrayed his own race to help others. Yu Zhong hated these sort of people the most. He would kill any that he came across. "There's no need, sir, he's already dead." Li Jingren saw the confusion in Yu Zhong's eyes. After proposing this wicked idea to the natives, he was soon captured and thrown as the first bait. His wife and daughter had then been raped before killed and cooked to be eaten. When Yu Zhong heard that, he turned silent. Their depravity and cruelty far exceeded his imagination. He then asked, "Any of you know how much firepower their base has?" "Not entirely sure," Li Jingren replied. "I know they do possess many guns, other than that we don't know much. We have been kept in pig pens all the time." Yu Zhong pointed to the corpses of the Indonesian militants and told Li Jingren, "All right. I'm giving you guys a chance for revenge now. Take those guns, follow me to eradicate those bastards." "No. No, sir. No. Sir, we can't fight. Sir, they're too fearsome. The moment you go against them, once you're found out, your limbs will be chopped off, and you will be nailed to a cross to suffer till your death." The moment they heard Yu Zhong wanted to take them to fight it out with the Indonesians, they immediately kowtowed furiously, begging not to. They were already broken by the cruelty and viciousness of the methods the Indonesians employed. The only way they knew how to survive was to endure. Regardless of how suppressed, humiliated or even how many of their loved ones were killed, they only knew how to endure. To them, the moment they retaliated, they would suffer much worse. Most of the Indo-Chinese people only sought to advance their own causes and could endure tough times. As long as they weren't pushed to desperation, they wouldn't just lash out. That was why they didn't dare to antagonize the Indonesians. They might be capable figures in their respective fields like business, engineers, farmers, architects, all sorts of occupations, but they weren't warriors. However, even the most pitiful had a threshold. Even after suffering so much, these Indo-Chinese survivors in front of him were all trembling and actually dared not rise up to take arms against their tormentors. Yu Zhong eyed them furiously and barked, "What a bunch of useless trash." They lowered their head in shame, but continued to kneel there, looking like curled-up worms. Yu Zhong eyed Li Jingren and spoke coldly, "Get up, bring me to where you guys were held." "Sir, please spare us. It's hell there. On account that we're fellow Chinese, please spare us. I don't want to go back to that hellhole." Some of the Chinese began to wail and plead. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he raised the rifle, firing once into the head of one survivor. An additional hole appeared in the head of that survivor's, and he crumpled to the floor with a look of fear on his face. Seeing this, the rest of them were frightened out of their wits and fell back. Yu Zhong was like a killing demon as he eyed them, speaking icily, "This is not a negotiation. This is a fucking order. Those who don't abide will die. Get up, lead me there, or you can die here like trash." He had no choice but to employ different means to deal with different people. Since these Indo-Chinese had been broken by their overwhelming fear of the locals, he had to use their blood and lives to inform them of a greater threat, him. Otherwise he would have to blindly search for the base himself. Seeing their comrade killed, the rest of them finally felt the true extent of Yu Zhong's nature. They didn't dare plead any longer and began to control the ship back to base. From his walkie-talkie, Zhao Tiangang's voice sounded, "Leader, is there anything wrong over on land?" Yu Zhong's expression was as calm as the water surface. "I'm going to clear some trash and look for some fuel. You guys stay where you are and await my orders. Call for reinforcements." Since the fleet was advanced, its communication equipment was easily top-notch. They could contact their forces over at Shizuoka Prefecture and Sakura Town. Zhao Tiangang responded, "Yes." On a small hill, Li Jingren was pointing to a base in the distance as he reported to Yu Zhong fearfully, "It's right there." Yu Zhong looked at the base and noticed that it sat on a flat terrain, its design extremely simple and surrounded by wooden fences. Surrounding it were wide fields that once used to grow crops, but was now barren. On those wooden fences, there were numerous corpses of men, children and women hung up on them. At the entrance, there were even over hundreds of heads stacked up. It was truly a gruesome scene. Yu Zhong eyed Li Jingren and the rest of them, saying indifferently, "You guys stay here." These bunch of people were too weak to do anything and might even become a burden to him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Li Jingren and the rest immediately kneeled down and kowtowed in thanks. At the entrance of the base, there were 4 Indonesians standing guard. They were currently riding on top of a pretty Chinese woman as they roared with laughter. The female survivor had her hands broken, her snow-white skin carved with the words, "Kill all Chinese pigs," her tongue sliced off. One of her eyes had also been dug out. Currently, one of the soldiers was carving into her body, causing more blood to spill as she squirmed and moaned in agony. The 3 other soldiers were excitedly raping her in whatever hole they could fill, the sight of her bloodied body exciting them further. As they raped her, they bit down viciously on her flesh, sucking her blood. The moment Yu Zhong arrived at the entrance, he had to witness such a gruesome scene, and it was even more depraved and sick than the image of the 98 riots. Chapter 585, Hell on Earth. Yu Zhong stared at the depraved locals with a chilly light in his eyes. In this apocalypse he had seen all sorts of depravity and inhumanity, but this was something else. His killing intent billowed, and he shot towards one of the militants, his hands reaching out for his throat and twisted forcefully, instantly crushing the windpipe of the unfortunate militant. When his throat got crushed, he didn't die instantly. Instead, his eyes widened in agony as though they were about to pop out, his hands clutching at his throat, and he started to flail around like a fish out of water for a few moments before dying. While that was happening, before the other 3 even had the chance to react, Yu Zhong had already crushed their throats as well. They also died miserably. The woman, who had been tormented with her hands broken, her body full of scars, her eyeball dug out, even her tongue cut off, she looked towards Yu Zhong with only despair left in her remaining eye, as the tears flowed down her cheek. Yu Zhong spoke in Chinese softly, "I'll avenge you." She struggled to nod her thanks, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. After killing the 4 Indonesians, Yu Zhong tossed their corpses into a room, before heading further into the base. As he ventured in, he came across a chilling scene. A bunch of kids were using forks to poke at a decapitated human head. A number of female survivors were stripped naked, their hands and shoulders nailed to planks. A bunch of the locals were laughing while pointing at the captives. From time to time, a few locals would step up and just proceeded to rape the women. Even one young boy who looked about 12 took part in the rapings. In a muddy area full of feces by the road, there was a pit. On top of it, a number of children had been pierced through on sticks and were being roasted. The entire place was like hell on earth, and when Yu Zhong came across the scenes, it was as though he was surrounded by ghosts and demons, not human, and his stomach threatened to heave. Beasts? Bunch of fucking beasts. They truly deserve death. Why didn't the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami wipe them all out? The donations to them were truly for naught. Ah. Right at this time, there was a scream from afar. Yu Zhong turned his head to look. He discovered a pregnant woman who seemed to be due for delivery soon, being dragged by a bunch of locals towards a huge pot of boiling water. One of them drove a blade into her belly and tore it open, before grinning evilly and digging the unborn child out. He then threw the fetus into the pot of boiling water. The rest of the locals immediately roared with laughter as though possessed by demons. In front of the huge pot, there were a number of children of ages 8 to 12, and when they saw this spine-chilling scene, they trembled in fear, some beginning to cry. One of the locals made to grab a small boy, intending to throw him in to cook. He had already done this countless times. Right as he was about to throw the boy in, Yu Zhong finally snapped. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he shot forwards like an arrow, his blade swinging down on the right hand of the local, before he grabbed the local and threw him into the pot. The moment the local was submerged in the boiling water, he let out a piercing scream of agony, his entire body instantly turning red as he struggled and thrashed about. The moment Yu Zhong made the move, he had no intention of showing mercy. He began to grab all the spectating locals and threw them into the pot, as they all screamed and flailed about. With a flash of his blade, he cut the bindings of the Chinese children who were tied up. He eyed them all and threw a number of blades and 54 guns onto the ground, saying, "I'm Yu Zhong and I'm here to save you. If you have the guts, pick up the weapons, come with me to kill these fucking monkeys. Those who are scared, you can hide yourself. There are no saviors in this world, only guns and weapons are your salvation." If these Chinese kids were in China, Yu Zhong would have assigned someone to come protect them. But they were in Indonesia now, a huge bunch of them were already sheep. What Yu Zhong needed were hungry wolves, the more wild they were the better. Kind and passive people would find it hard to survive in this hell-like world now. The kids eyed the weapons, and one particular 12-year-old stepped forward with a resolute look in his eyes, as he picked up a gun and blade, walking towards Yu Zhong. His voice was filled with a raging killing intent as he spoke. "I'm Li Ying. I'll follow you. As long as you can take me to kill these bastards, I'm yours to command. Whoever you want me to kill, I'll kill." Adults had their mindsets and were hard to change. As for kids, they could be resilient, and when they became ferocious, they could be even more scary than adults. Because in their simple-mindedness, killing a person might not be different from killing an ant. Some of them lacked the empathy towards other life forms. With Li Ying stepping out, the rest immediately bent to pick up the weapons, and stood around Yu Zhong like little wolf cubs. Only 4 of them remained, not knowing what to do, their faces full of fear. With a flip of his hands, an assault rifle suddenly appeared. He raised it and sprayed at the locals. Regardless of gender or age, as long as they were locals and appeared in his sight, he would gun them down. To him they were enemies, a bunch of beasts. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. Even for the kids, they were just as vicious and cruel on the battlefield to him, and if one wasn't careful, one might fall prey to them. During the Sino-Vietnamese War, plenty of Chinese soldiers had fallen at the hands of the Vietnamese women and children because they went soft. The safety of the guns are already off. "Li Ying, take me to where the Chinese people are gathered." Yu Zhong did not bother about those kids who could not come to a decision, and instead, led Li Ying and the rest away, killing any locals that appeared along the way. What he needed now were wolves, not pigs. If he stayed behind to protect those weak-minded ones, he would just be digging a grave for himself. Li Ying continued to point the way as he ran to keep beside Yu Zhong. He soon led them to a place where one was instantly struck by the putrid stench, of which blood and rotting corpses could be seen everywhere. "There. It's right there. That's where the Indonesians have been keeping us captive." Outside the camp, there were 12 locals wielding heavy machine guns and rifles, and they instantly charged towards Yu Zhong, firing madly. Yu Zhong roared out, "Get down." Li Ying and the rest might not have gone through any special training, but they ducked with agility, seeking cover. Only one of them responded slightly slower, and was struck in the body by countless bullets. When the kids saw their comrade gunned down, having no prior battle experience, they began to tremble, their eyes filled with crippling fear. In mid-air, another hole appeared and White Bones leaped out, standing beside Yu Zhong. "Wipe them out." White Bones was more suitable to slaughter these enemies that lacked heavy firearms. Its demonic eyes were ablaze with fire, and charged into the fray, ignoring the bullets. The projectiles only served to bounce off White Bones' body, and it waved its powerful black bone axe, slicing through the 12 militants instantly. Yu Zhong called out in a loud voice, "I'm Yu Zhong, I've now killed the Indonesians guarding this cell. Those with guts, bring your weapons and come out with me now to kill the rest." After a while, a number of Chinese survivors came out. "Kill those bastards. I'll come with you." "Me too." A number of survivors who had deep grudges with the locals came pouring out, although there were still over 200 of them who maintained their silence. A middle-aged man came out, his face red as though he was agitated. "Listen to me. Everybody calm down. If we go against Mr. Chapter 586, Massacre. Wang Wei pointed at Yu Zhong and rebuked loudly, "Look, everybody, this guy is a Chinese from China. We will solve our problems our own way as Indo-Chinese." Scram. There were some who were fated to serve others their lives. This person was the epitome of such a character, where their weak wills and cowardice caused others harm. They only knew to bully those weaker than them and did not know how to fight for their own. "Go to hell." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and immediately fired a shot at his head. In between Wang Wei's brows, a new bullet hole emerged, his eyes full of shock and disbelief as he crumpled to the ground. Seeing this, all the survivors felt their faces drain of color, as some began to scream and receded back into the camp in fear. After so much torture and humiliation, fear has been drilled deep into their mindset. Even at the moment of death, they would only know how to grovel and beg for their lives. Yu Zhong glared and cussed, "Useless waste." However, not all of them were utter trash, as a few women with multiple scars all over their bodies came out silently, picking up the guns on the ground. There were a few men that had tattoos over their bodies who looked to be ruffians prior to the apocalypse, that came forward as well, picking up the blades that Yu Zhong had given out. Their eyes shone with a bloody light. These hoodlums would have been considered the cancer of society during peaceful times. However, in such a chaotic world now, they dared to fight and risk their lives, and would survive better than ordinary people. Han Xing, Han Shizhong and many other famous generals were of such modest backgrounds as well. One particular man with a white tiger tattoo over his right shoulder and a bald head, of about 1.7 m height stepped forward. His eyes were full of a vengeful hatred as he spoke. "Boss Yu Zhong, I'm Lin Guangming. If you bring me to kill those bastards, my life is yours to command. Count me Chen Qi in. Count me Li Yuan Hao." A number of rough-looking men who would usually be avoided before the apocalypse came forward, calling loudly. It was not all the Chinese that had lacked that humanity, it was just that many of these Indo-Chinese had been brought up to tolerate, to put in hard work and not resist. No one taught them how to. Yu Zhong swept his gaze over these 30 men and women, and he was pleased. Good. As for those who ran to hide back in the camp, Yu Zhong would not care about them. With 30 survivors willing to join in the battle, to him, it was already an added bonus. It was not like he couldn't take on the entire camp himself. The commotion wasn't small, and very soon the rest of the locals had been alerted, and a number of gun-toting militants had rushed over, surrounding the place. One particular officer began shouting in the local language. Yu Zhong had no understanding of the language and asked Li Ying, "What's he saying?" Li Ying's body was trembling in rage as he relayed the message. "He's shouting for us to surrender, otherwise he will break our limbs and throw into the wok to cook and eat. These beasts love to fry people alive. Especially children." As the world collapsed, many people had succumbed to their inner demons and depravity. Apparently this tribe of locals had gone over the edge. Yu Zhong eyed them and ordered coldly, "So it's like this, White Bones, go slaughter the whole lot of them." White Bones immediately set forth with his demonic eyes ablaze. The local militants began to fire at White Bones wildly. The bullets just bounced off White Bones' body, as it charged through the rain of bullets into the midst of the locals. 10 sharp bone blades shot out from its body, and it began to twirl around, turning into a meat grinder slicing the surrounding locals apart. They were either decapitated or slashed at their waist. Some even had their hearts directly pierced. The deaths were quick and gruesome. After White Bones casually dealt with over 30 men, the rest of them immediately crumbled and sought to escape, some abandoning their weapons and running, while others got down on the floor and hugged their heads. When Lin Guangming and the rest saw this, they were stunned. When these locals had killed and tortured them, they were like tigers, yet in a short span of time, Yu Zhong had already caused them to be kneeling and begging or running for their lives. The Chinese survivors could not believe their eyes. Yu Zhong pointed at those locals who were kneeling with their hands hugging their heads and gave an order to Lin Guangming and the rest. "Go pick up their ammunition. We're not holding captives. Kill them all." Since Lin Guangming and the rest were lacking the killing aura, Yu Zhong wanted to make use of these unfortunate locals to cultivate their murderous intent. Those who had never seen blood before were vastly different from those who had been exposed. "Yes, boss Yu." A fierce intent appeared in Lin Guangming's eyes as he hollered while charging at those locals. "Brothers! Follow me as we kill these damn bastards." Lin Guangming swept up a blade and thrusted it viciously into the body of one local, before pulling it out, effectively slicing his abdomen area, causing the local to scream out in agony. With Lin Guangming rising to the occasion, those Chinese survivors that had willingly stood forward immediately charged, picking up the guns that the militants had abandoned and killed all the parties who had surrendered. The moment the armed forces collapsed, the entire base fell into chaos. Many of the locals tried to use their weapons and killed the survivors on their hands first before escaping. Some even took the chance to kill their own comrades, stealing their resources, setting fire to the huts, plunging everything into chaos. White Bones took the lead, with Lin Guangming and the other survivors charging behind. Regardless of who they saw, be it men or women, young or old, as long as they were the locals they would kill. Fresh blood dyed the entire place. Countless locals were being slaughtered by the group of survivors. They begged and shrieked for their lives, hoping for mercy. However, Lin Guangming and the rest were overcome by bloodlust and their unforgettable memories of the treatment they had received, using their weapons to end the lives of all these people. Yu Zhong watched all these from behind. It was something he had done himself as well. In Vietnam, because of the actions of No Nam Hong, previously translated as Wien Hong, Yu Zhong had killed a town of 4,000 survivors in a fit of anger. These locals had been acting worse than humans, and their actions were comparable to No Nam Hong, even surpassing his in depravity. Yu Zhong would naturally not allow them to live. After slaughtering over 100 of them, the experts of the base finally appeared. 20 enhancers appeared, each of them wearing all sorts of strange equipment. When Lin Guangming saw them, his face fell as he called out, "Not good. Boss, these are all experts with powers. They're the strongest experts in Indonesia. Even special forces aren't a match for them. I've had a special forces friend who had died at their hands. Please tell Boss White to be careful." A look of fear also flashed past the faces of the dozens of Chinese survivors behind Lin Guangming. To them, enhancers were people way above them, more so those with special abilities. They could not hope to stand up to them. Even with guns, there was no assurance they could live. Yu Zhong eyed them and called out coldly, "Just a bunch of ants." He then pulled out his stinger and flashed forward like a shadow, firing 6 times consecutively. Following those shots, 6 of the high-level enhancers immediately crumpled to the floor, their heads blasted apart in a shower of flesh and blood. When the other 14 experts saw this, their eyes were filled with shock. Without letting them recover from their stupor, Yu Zhong pointed at them and 14 balls of devil flame appeared out of thin air, shooting towards them and exploding at their heads, blasting them to pieces. Lin Guangming could not help but stammer with his mouth wide open, "Strong, strong. Too strong." A look of amazement was in his eyes. Those survivors who had chosen to follow Yu Zhong could not believe their eyes as well. They were now filled with not just gratitude and respect, now there was a sense of awe and reverence. Such a killing god was their leader, and they believed strongly there was a chance for them to survive in the future. Chapter 587, Slavery. Only citizens possess the right to copulate and build families. 5th-grade commoners and slaves have no rights. They must bow when they see citizens. Slaves must kneel. The official language will be Chinese. Anyone found conversing in other languages in public areas will be punished accordingly. Citizens will be downgraded and 5th-grade commoners will become slaves. Slaves will be put to death. Yu Zhong swept his gaze coldly across the field, announcing this cruel and harsh rule. Li Ying stood beside Yu Zhong and translated for everyone present. "I have something to say." At this time, a Chinese survivor stepped up, speaking in a self-righteous manner. "Yu Zhong, it is an era of human rights. By implementing slavery, it's going against the very fiber of society. The best method is to establish a democracy now, and allow us citizens to select our own leaders. We mixed Chinese will forever remember your favor." "That's right. Yu Zhong, indeed you have saved us, and for that we're grateful. However, if you want to implement this slave system, what joke are you trying to pull? We want our rights and freedom. Democracy. We Chinese must have a position on the council, Yu Zhong. As long as you establish one and allow us to be members, we will support you fully." The weak-minded Chinese began calling for blood and got excited. Under their agitation, some of the locals also began to stir. Yu Zhong eyed these people coolly. They had been reluctant to fight against the locals for their lives, yet were willing to challenge their own race for their own benefits, and he laughed coldly with a billowing killing intent. "Are you done?" Seeing that cold smile and feeling his killing intent, the mixed Chinese felt a chill in their hearts and immediately clammed up. Yu Zhong waved his hand. "Since you're done, it's time for you to be on your way." Li Guangming and Li Ying swiftly brought men and rounded up those who called out the loudest. "What are you doing? Release me. I'm Chinese, you hear, your fellow countrymen. You can't do this. What are you doing?" "No. No." Those that were dragged out began to cry for help. Yu Zhong looked at them coolly and spoke. "Fools. Here my word is law. My word shall be obeyed, and those who disobey will only have one outcome: death. Execute them. Li Ying brought the members of the youth corps and eyed those troublemakers coldly. They held guns to their heads and pulled the triggers. Pum. A number of corpses crumpled to the floor. When they witnessed this, fear flashed past the faces of the mixed Chinese survivors. They had dared to cause unrest because they had assumed Yu Zhong was a fellow Chinese and would not kill them. They never thought that he would snap and kill them like livestock without batting an eyelid. This resulted in a renewed respect and fear towards him. Yu Zhong then turned his attention to the locals. Some of you slaves had dared to move earlier. Kill those who moved, including their entire families. Drag them out and execute them now. Li Ying and Lin Guangming turned towards the locals. The locals immediately surrounded Li Ying and Lin Guangming tightly, sealing their movements. They were evidently more united than the Chinese. Yu Zhong looked at them and ordered, "Kill those who resist. Open fire." 10 light machine guns who were already aimed at the locals immediately fired, and a rain of bullets fell upon the locals. As the bullets fell, a number of them were punched full of holes with blood splattering everywhere. Those who had tried to block Li Ying and the rest immediately fell in pools of their own blood, groaning in agony. The subordinates then stepped forward and used their blades to end the lives of those locals. The rest of them shivered uncontrollably and eyed Yu Zhong on the stage while their faces drained of color. Let me make myself clear for the last time. Those who disobey will face death. He eyed them all coldly before continuing, "Those who perform well and gain merit will have the chance to be rewarded. If you want to be a first-grade citizen, killing the enemy is the fastest way. For each enemy killed you will gain 1 merit point. 5th-grade citizens require 2 merit points to upgrade to a 4th grade. Each grade is the same. Therefore, a 5th-grade slave will have to kill 40 enemies to convert to a 5th-grade citizen. 5th-grade commoners will have to kill 20 to become a 5th-grade citizen to be able to have access to mates and ensure your family line. Before exchanging your points to become a citizen, 1 merit point can be exchanged for one-time copulation. Resources will be handed based on your classification as well." Yu Zhong then said indifferently, "I'm now giving you a chance to turn your lives and situation around. I'm selecting 20 soldiers from the commoners and 50 soldiers from the slaves. Those who want to change their destinies, go report to Li Ying and Lin Guangming." A young Chinese immediately charged over to Lin Guangming and exclaimed loudly, "Me! I'm willing to be a soldier and kill our enemies. Me. I used to be a farmer, I have strength. I'm a carpenter, my body is sturdy." After hearing what Yu Zhong said, a number of Chinese survivors who initially had no interest in joining the army immediately volunteered. They surrounded the subordinates of Yu Zhong as they knew that it was truly a chance to turn their fates around. If they missed it, they would have to live like ants without any capacity for pride. Yu Zhong's words were translated by Li Ying for the locals, and they scrambled to be picked as well. Yu Zhong then ordered, "Li Jingren, bring some people to teach the rest Chinese." Seeing that Yu Zhong had conquered the base, Li Jingren and the rest decided to stay. After all, there were zombies and mutant beasts out there, and without food or water they wouldn't survive beyond a week. Li Jingren responded by bowing and replying respectfully, "Yes, boss Yu." After settling things down, Yu Zhong came to a luxurious spring nearby and got in. Comfortable. His entire body was submerged in the hot water, and felt his blood circulating. He let out a long breath before whisking out the Type 4 mutant sea snake blood essence and swallowing it. The moment he gobbled it, it turned into hot currents of energy that looked like snakes, and they began transforming his body from within. It was fortunate that his endurance was extremely high, and hence could withstand the might of that blood essence. A normal person might explode from the forceful energy. The energy kept on rushing within his body, as it was slowly absorbed and converted into his own strength. Congratulations on gaining 15 strength, 5 spirit and 10 endurance points in enhancement. When his body finished absorbing the huge amount of energy, a sound of notification resounded in his mind. He then threw the blood essence of the Type 4 sea jellyfish into his mouth as well, without hesitating. The moment the blood essence went into his body, it turned into powerful balls of lightning energy and exploded within him, as though they were trying to tear his body apart. Lightning charges could be seen emitting from his body from an onlooker viewpoint. Under its constant explosion, Yu Zhong felt like his insides were being pricked constantly, as though numerous blades were slicing through him. The pain was almost unbearable. His cells were being blasted apart, before mending themselves quickly with the lightning-based energy, strengthening him. Congratulations on gaining 15 spirit and 10 endurance points in enhancement. Oh, my strength has increased again. After fully absorbing that huge amount of energy, Yu Zhong slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. When one's strength reached this stage, it was incredibly difficult to push to the next threshold. Killing multiple Type 3 mutant beasts might not work as well. Only by killing those Type 4 mutant beasts would allow him to level normally. However, every single one of those behemoths were extremely powerful. Even he did not have full confidence in dealing with them. Swallowing the 2 Type 4 blood essence had boosted his power a lot. Early the next day, Yu Zhong brought Li Ying and his troops as well as Lin Guangming's troops, and launched an assault on a nearby establishment that had about 1,000 people. With White Bones joining the fray, it easily killed about a dozen locals, wiping out the enhancers amongst them. The rest of the locals immediately collapsed and surrendered to Yu Zhong. After killing yet another 400 locals who had participated in killing of Chinese, he continued to sweep through the nearby bases and factions, thoroughly swallowing them up and bringing them under his control. At the same time, out at sea, Zhao Tiangang had managed to radio for reinforcements, and the Shizuoka prefecture had deployed by Xiao Xing as well as 40 evolvers to assist Yu Zhong. With this deployment, Yu Zhong became even more relaxed. Every single one of them had the strength to face an armed force of over 100. With them here, Yu Zhong could easily move out in all 4 directions to sweep through the establishments, crushing them all entirely and bringing the resources back. By the end of 10 days they had amassed a group of 7,000 locals, 3,000 Chinese, and they began to start anew. In fact, the total number of locals had numbered over 20,000 initially, but over 13,000 of them had participated in depraved acts as well as the slaughter of Chinese. Yu Zhong thus decided to kill them all. At the same time he managed to gather about 400 Chinese soldiers, of which, there were about 130 children who were still young that formed the Youth Corps, and were fiercely loyal to him. Chapter 588, Country A Northern Coalition. By the sea, Yu Zhong ordered the Little Mermaid, summon the sea mutant beasts. The little Queen Mermaid stared back at him with a stubborn look, and her lips pursed tightly. Right now she was wearing a blue dress and her fins have transformed into legs. She looked just like a beautiful loli without a hint of the myth-like mermaid traits. Yu Zhong eyed her coldly and said, "You're not willing to listen? Good. Masako, come over here and make sure to guide her properly." Hi. Beside Yu Zhong, the sexy and mature female instructor bowed, before walking towards the Little Mermaid. When the Little Mermaid saw Masako approaching her, an expression of fear came over her face as she began to squeal in some broken Chinese, "No. No." The Little Mermaid was the queen of her race after all, and her talents were naturally astounding. Her intelligence was superior, and she had quickly picked up some simple Chinese. However, even so, she was still filled with dread towards the instructor Masako, and her fear towards her surpassed even that towards Yu Zhong. As a personal instructor, Masako had no tenderness or care towards another female. She was extremely harsh and strict, which caused the Little Mermaid to be scared of her. Yu Zhong ordered coldly, "Summon the mutant beasts. Only call the lower-level ones." The mermaid dared not disobey any further, and opened her mouth to croon in a mystical but strangely soothing sound. The voice continued to spread out towards the sea. After a period of time, the surface of the water churned, and a number of mutant sandworms and mutant sea lice began to swarm out of the water. Yu Zhong nodded in satisfaction when he counted over 100 of them and said, "All right, that's enough." In response, the Little Mermaid stared hatefully at Yu Zhong, while her fair and exquisite face crunched up. She was pissed at Yu Zhong's demand of her, but she had no choice. After all, she was his captive, and if she disobeyed, the alternative was scarier. Yu Zhong pointed to the mutant beast horde and told Li Ying and the rest who were wielding Tang replica swords, "Eliminate them." These mutant beasts were precisely intended to hone the people under him to become enhancers. Li Ying, who had cut his hair short and wore a small military uniform, held a dark magic blade as his voice rang out clearly above his comrades, "For the leader! Charge!" The Youth Corps immediately charged forward with high spirits as they all shouted out, "For the leader!" Bai Xiao Xing, White Bones and 20 other evolvers stood aside to watch over the Youth Corps, ensuring that they weren't in any mortal danger. The beasts that the Mermaid Queen had summoned were basically Type 1 monsters. Those that were dangerous enough that could threaten the youth corp had been dealt with by Xiaosheng and the rest. With the protection of those elite soldiers, Li Ying and the rest of the young soldiers began to rise quickly in level, reaching level 10 within a short span of time, and their momentum wasn't stopping. Yu Zhong looked at the stubborn little mermaid and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This little mermaid is truly a treasure. As long as I can control her, I can train up an entire army of enhancers. He said, I shall give you a name. Ailon. When the little mermaid heard Yu Zhong giving her a name, she turned her head to the side out of spite, not saying anything. When Masako saw that, her face became frosty as she barked, Ailon. What's the meaning of your attitude? Master has kindly given you a name, it's an honor. You're not thanking him. Do you want to be kept in the dark house later, and taste the true meaning of hell? A hint of fear flashed in Hailan's eyes as she turned back to Yu Zhong reluctantly, Befra speaking in broken Chinese, Thank you, master. Yu Zhong eyed Masako with amusement. Good. When he had contacted Japan and raised the issue of the Little Mermaid, Kira Waichi had suggested to send Masako over. Indeed, within days she had managed to train Hailan to be slightly more controllable. She bowed towards Yu Zhong while responding with an alluring smile, Thank you for your praise, master. This was the largest and most powerful troop right now in the whole northern side of Country A. They had 20 tanks, over 100 armored vehicles and 20 self-propelling rocket launchers. This sort of strength was enough to quell any enemy faction. From a high location, Yu Zhong had brought Li Ying, Lin Guangming by Xiaosheng, and the rest of his subordinates as they looked toward the distance. Seeing the large army marching towards them, there was a severe look in the eyes of Lin Guangming, Qin Chi, Li Yuanhao and some of the new commanders. They had only 400 subordinates, and many of them were enhancers but had not yet truly experienced war. They had no prior training and were considered to be a motley crew out there on the battlefield. How would they be a match for this incoming army? Yu Zhong looked at those enemies and he laughed coldly. Are they finally coming here? Lin Guangming suggested, Leader, why don't we spread out into the forests and fight them with guerrilla warfare? After the troops have enough experience we can fight back? Yu Zhong declined, No need. We will thoroughly crush them today, and let them experience our might. Lin Guangming retreated without saying any more, as his eyes flashed fiercely with a look of excitement. As long as they could slaughter these locals, he was willing to risk his all, even if he had to die at the end. He had made the suggestion not because he was scared, but he just wanted to live on to kill even more of the locals. The huge Country A troop followed the major road, and their spirits were high as though they weren't afraid of being ambushed. With their strength, anyone who did so was just courting death. Chapter 588, Country A Northern Coalition. By the sea, Yu Zhong ordered the Little Mermaid, Summon the sea mutant beasts. The little Queen Mermaid stared back at him with a stubborn look, and her lips pursed tightly. Right now she was wearing a blue dress and her fins have transformed into legs. She looked just like a beautiful loli without a hint of the myth-like mermaid traits. Yu Zhong eyed her coldly and said, You're not willing to listen? Good. Masako, come over here and make sure to guide her properly. Hi. Beside Yu Zhong, the sexy and mature female instructor bowed, before walking towards the Little Mermaid. When the Little Mermaid saw Masako approaching her, an expression of fear came over her face as she began to squeal in some broken Chinese, No. No. The Little Mermaid was the queen of her race after all, and her talents were naturally astounding. Her intelligence was superior, and she had quickly picked up some simple Chinese. However, even so, she was still filled with dread towards the instructor Masako, and her fear towards her surpassed even that towards Yu Zhong. As a personal instructor, Masako had no tenderness or care towards another female. She was extremely harsh and strict, which caused the Little Mermaid to be scared of her. Yu Zhong ordered coldly, Summon the mutant beasts. Only call the lower-level ones. The mermaid dared not disobey any further, and opened her mouth to croon in a mystical but strangely soothing sound. The voice continued to spread out towards the sea. After a period of time, the surface of the water churned, and a number of mutant sandworms and mutant sea lice began to swarm out of the water. Yu Zhong nodded in satisfaction when he counted over 100 of them and said, "All right, that's enough." In response, the little mermaid stared hatefully at Yu Zhong, while her fair and exquisite face crunched up. She was pissed at Yu Zhong's demand of her, but she had no choice. After all, she was his captive, and if she disobeyed, the alternative was scarier. Yu Zhong pointed to the mutant beast horde and told Li Ying and the rest who were wielding Tang replica swords, "Eliminate them." These mutant beasts were precisely intended to hone the people under him to become enhancers. Li Ying, who had cut his hair short and wore a small military uniform, held a dark magic blade as his voice rang out clearly above his comrades. "For the leader! Charge!" The youth corps immediately charged forward with high spirits as they all shouted out, "For the leader!" Bai Shaoxing, White Bones and 20 other evolvers stood aside to watch over the youth corps, ensuring that they weren't in any mortal danger. The beasts that the Mermaid Queen had summoned were basically Type 1 monsters. Those that were dangerous enough that could threaten the youth corps had been dealt with by Bai Shaoxing and the rest. With the protection of those elite soldiers, Li Ying and the rest of the young soldiers began to rise quickly in level, reaching level 10 within a short span of time, and their momentum wasn't stopping. Yu Zhong looked at the stubborn little mermaid and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "This little mermaid is truly a treasure. As long as I can control her, I can train up an entire army of enhancers." He said, "I shall give you a name. Eilon." When the little mermaid heard Yu Zhong giving her a name, she turned her head to the side out of spite, not saying anything. When Masako saw that, her face became frosty as she barked, "Hailon, what's the meaning of your attitude? Master has kindly given you a name, it's an honor. You're not thanking him. Do you want to be kept in the dark house later, and taste the true meaning of hell?" A hint of fear flashed in Hailan's eyes as she turned back to Yu Zhong reluctantly, Befra speaking in broken Chinese, "Thank you, master." Yu Zhong eyed Masako with amusement. Good. When he had contacted Japan and raised the issue of the Little Mermaid, Kira Waichi had suggested to send Masako over. Indeed, within days she had managed to train Hailan to be slightly more controllable. She bowed towards Yu Zhong while responding with an alluring smile, "Thank you for your praise, master." These's aerial beasts were simply not something Lenny could handle. The expressions of Bencito and Paulos were also ugly, as they were similarly at a loss. They weren't military people and they had managed to get to where they were through their strength. Facing such a situation, they really did not know what to do. As they were contemplating their next move, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. Under Yu Zhong's lead, Bai Shaoxing and White Bones charged out with numerous high-level evolvers, slaughtering hundreds of the Country A soldiers. They started to collapse as they tried to escape. They didn't possess high fighting wills in the first place, and their combat sense was even weaker, their equipment was lacking, and their combat strength was almost non-existent in the face of the Thunder Fighters and superior elite soldiers under Yu Zhong. In fact, it was hard to compare them with those from the Kingdom of God in Vietnam as well. They were only used to lording over common citizens. After they lost hundreds of their comrades, their will crumbled, and they abandoned everything as they tried to run. Yu Zhong looked at the scrambling forces of the Country A Northern Coalition and his eyes flashed with a little surprise. He had not expected them to actually collapse so quickly. However, he did not let go of the opportunity as he hollered, "Kill!" Li Ying, Bai Shaoxing and the rest followed close behind him as they charged at the soldiers, killing any they came across. These soldiers were already broken in spirit, and were only fleeing for their lives with their backs towards Yu Zhong and his team. There were some who even got down on the ground and begged for their lives, but were immediately slaughtered. Bencito spoke in a low voice, "I'll go reorganize some resistance. You guys quickly think of a countermeasure." Fool. You truly are a farmer fool. You still want to think of resisting. Running right now should be the priority. But just as well with you blocking we can escape better. Lenny thought coldly in his heart, but his face still wore a sincere expression. Bencito then will rely on you. We'll definitely think of a way to defeat them. Bencito nodded and swiftly left the command center. The moment he left, Lenny and Paulos began to gather their troops. They wanted to gather as much as they could before they retreated. Although there was nothing they could do to Yu Zhong, but against the other Country A factions, these soldiers were still necessary. Bencito had not left the command center for long when an officer ran in hastily to report to Lenny. Liege, Bencito had escaped. He also brought his trusted aides with him. What? That damn bastard ran. Lenny and Paulos almost threw up blood when they heard the news. With Bencedo's escape, they were at the mercy of the soldiers of Yu Zhong. Lenny hastily ordered, "Scatter! Scatter! Convey my orders. All of you have to flee now." With such an order, Lenny and Paulos quickly brought their men and abandoned their forces as they ran. This order was conveyed, and the entire country A northern coalition crumbled. It was every man for himself as the soldiers abandoned their stations and weapons, not caring about anything else but their lives. The 400 soldiers under Yu Zhong, on the other hand, grew braver with bloodlust as they chased down the soldiers. While these soldiers might have also collapsed if they were on the losing end, they were now winning, hence they went all out to assure their victory. Furthermore, their bodies had been enhanced since becoming enhancers, and it was a breeze to them. Yu Zhong led them in killing over 3,000 members of the country A northern coalition, and managed to capture a number of the locals as well as mixed Chinese. Yu Zhong did not stop with the advantage, and led them on a conquest towards the nearest country A Revolutionary Committee. Within the territory of the country A Revolutionary Committee, there was an old rundown building, surrounded by a layer of wooden fence. There were no city walls nor any moats. There weren't even any fortifications. The few guards outside the fence were instantly taken down by white bones, and Yu Zhong commanded his troops as they charged into the territory. All the troops had been eradicated from the country A Revolutionary Committee, and what was left was just a bunch of untrained soldiers. The place was easily taken over by Yu Zhong in a short while. One military officer ran towards Bencedo with a pale face. "Sir." Yu Zhong had brought his troops and they're killing their way in. Bencedo stood up in rage. "What? He dared to bring his troops here. Damn bastard, you think I'm easily to bully? Come. Let's go wipe them out." This country a revolutionary committee was after all Bencedo's base. He had no place else to go, and could only choose to face Yu Zhong. He gathered 50 level 30 elite soldiers and came to an area where Yu Zhong and his troops were sure to come. He then hollered out in Chinese, "I'm the leader of the country A Revolutionary Committee, Bencedo. Get Yu Zhong out here to talk to me." Bencedo had also learnt the language proficiency ability, allowing him to converse in Chinese. Yu Zhong walked out and barked coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong. What do you have to say? Spit it out." Bencedo immediately spoke, "Yu Zhong, as long as you take your troops and leave here, I can forget about what transpired here today. On top of that, I will send you a 100 virgins, a 1,000 tons of food and a 100 tons of fuel. I'm willing to become your ally, and eradicate the other two country A factions with you." Chapter 590, Swallowing Two Cities. As long as he could live, Bencedo was willing to compromise anyone else, even the friends and allies that he had forged relationships with. Yu Zhong's tone was cold. "You only have two choices: surrender unconditionally or die." Bencedo's face fell, his expression ugly. "Yu Zhong, don't push people too far. With my military strength, if we were to resist with all our might, your subordinates would suffer as well. If I want to escape, you can't stop me at all. You should consider having one more friend than one more foe." "Is that so?" A frosty voice suddenly appeared by Bencedo's side, and his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Just as he was about to activate his skill, a blade flashed past his neck. Bencedo's head flew through the air, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. There was only the silhouette of Yu Zhong in his eyes. Yu Zhong had used his clone technique and stealth ability to fool Bencedo's eyes, and slaughtered this genius expert easily. Bencedo was not weak, but unfortunately in the face of Yu Zhong's attack he was helpless. "Attack!" Yu Zhong barked out coolly as he activated his shadow steps, and turned into a specter, charging towards the rest of the local experts that had yet to react. With a flash of his blade, the experts fell like sheep as Yu Zhong killed them easily. "Kill?" Bai Sheng and the rest of the elite evolvers activated their own abilities and surged forwards, drowning the rest of the country A experts. The moment Bencedo was killed, the rest of the experts felt a chill down their spines as they tried to escape. Unfortunately, there was no way to escape from the clutches of those evolvers under Yu Zhong, and within 5 minutes, the entire place had been wiped clean of any country or revolutionary committee members. Had Bencedo immediately lead his troops away from the location and hide within the forest to fight against Yu Zhong, it might have caused some problems. However, in a frontal clash, Yu Zhong could easily annihilate the faction. With Bencito's death, the rest of the base started to crumble in spirit, and many directly escaped into the surrounding forests. A number of the locals and Chinese that had been kept captive remained. There were 50,000 members of the Country A Revolutionary Committee at first. After this battle, with the majority of the committee members fleeing, there were over 40,000 left, of which many were still locals, and Yu Zhong had no choice but to deploy some men to keep watch over them. After swallowing the Country A Revolutionary Committee, Yu Zhong began to mete out judgment on the crimes and sins of the locals. Those who had participated in killings or torment of the Chinese were all immediately executed. In a short while, over 10,000 of the locals were killed, their bodies thrown into the sea, feeding the sea mutant beasts. As Yu Zhong was cleaning up the base of the Country A Revolutionary Committee, he assigned Bai Shaoxing and 400 other soldiers to march on towards the Country A Renaissance. At this current point, as all three factions had suffered greatly in the earlier march, both the Country A Renaissance and Country A Empire had yet to catch their breath. It was the best time to launch an attack. Bai Shaoxing led the men towards the territory of the Country A Renaissance. The base was a small city in Country A, with only a small fence surrounding the place, an indication of the laid-back nature of the locals. Many factions all over the world had already begun construction on city walls and moats, and yet the locals here had only used a simple wooden fence. The moment any horde launched an assault, the fence would not be able to hold up. A number of the soldiers of the Country A Renaissance were hiding behind cover, their fear palpable as they watched the incoming troops of Bai Shaoxing. A number of their elites had been wiped out by Yu Zhong earlier, and these soldiers were the remaining cannon fodder. Bai Shaoxing eyed those local soldiers lazily and said, "Mr. White Bones, please do your thing." For the sake of victory in the operation today, Yu Zhong had transferred temporary command of White Bones over to Bai Shaoxing. White Bones already possessed intelligence and could understand human speech. Its demonic eyes flashed with fire, and it pulled out its iconic huge axe as it charged into the defensive line of the Country A Renaissance. The locals were frightened out of their wits when they saw their bullets being ineffective against White Bones. White Bones rushed to the wooden fence, when suddenly, a depression in the ground appeared out of nowhere. White Bones fell into the hole. The hole was about 5 m deep and there were countless steel spikes in it. The locals had actually laid a trap to deal with enemies. Seeing that White Bones had fell into the hole, the Country A soldiers immediately cheered in delight. However, the celebrations did not last long as White Bones leaped up lightly and exited the trap, before shooting forwards like an arrow. It swung its axe and 2 soldiers lost their heads in an instant. The cheers immediately turned to wails of horror. After White Bones had slaughtered dozens of them, the rest of the locals immediately began to flee. "Charge, Xiaoxiong." Bai Shaoxing pointed towards the city and ordered, "Kill." Xiaoxiong was a level 43 evolver under Bai Shaoxing's team and his strength was truly terrifying. He bellowed and led a number of evolvers and Chinese soldiers into the city. The fleeing locals were slaughtered like sheep. Since the majority of them weren't actual trained soldiers, their fighting spirit crumbled quickly, and many sought to flee from the city itself. One of the locals rushed to Paulo's and shouted hastily, "Sir, we've lost our front lines. We're truly losing now, all of the men have been defeated. The city is in chaos now, what do we do?" Paulo's had a look of disbelief. "What? So fast? I thought General Jean Benton had at least 3,000 men with him? How could he be defeated so quickly?" When they had lost the march, Paulo's had forcefully gathered his troops of 3,000 to defend the city. He thought that with that number of soldiers, he could at least cause Yu Zhong to suffer, before he stepped out to renegotiate. He never imagined that the troops had actually been eliminated within an hour, barely holding up. The locals shouted, "Sir, General Jean Benton had escaped." It was precisely because of the desertion of Jean Benton, that the troops of the Country A Renaissance were defeated so easily. Of course, it was also partly due to the difference in strength. Paulos cursed before turning around to run, "Jean Benton, you bastard. Raven, come with me." "Yes." The local replied before following. With Paulos's escape, the Country A Renaissance lost their ability to resist. However, there were many who had heard of Yu Zhong's cleansing of those who had participated in the killing and torturing of Chinese, and over 20,000 fled out of fear for their lives. There were numerous forests in Country A, and these forests housed plenty of ferocious mutant beasts. Not everyone could survive within such an environment, and the moment those locals escaped into the forests, Many became prey for the mutant beasts and they suffered greatly. In the end, the Country A Renaissance also fell into Yu Zhong's hands. When Lenny from the Country A Empire witnessed the fate of the Country A Revolutionary Committee and Country A Renaissance, and how easily Yu Zhong had captured them, he immediately brought his troops to flee towards the south of Country A. Having swallowed 2 out of 3 major factions in the north, Yu Zhong became the ruling party of the north. There were no factions that could stand up to him. After swallowing the 2 factions and settling things, Yu Zhong summoned Bai Shaoxing and told him directly, "Bai Shaoxing, are you willing to stay here and lead them here? As long as you stay here, the women here are free for you to choose." According to Yu Zhong's calculations, he thought Bai Shaoxing would jump up in glee to accept this post. After all, it was a chance to govern. However, Bai Shaoxing actually revealed a hesitating look as he shook his head. "Boss Yu, I know what kind of a person I am. I'm good at killing enemies, mutant beasts and having fun with women. But the pressure of governing is too much. I can't do it. It would be too tiring and I would have to consider too much. The moment things get busy, there would be no time to play or slaughter. It would be a torture to me. I still prefer being your guard and engaging in fights out there till the day I die." However, not within 1 minute of his seriousness, he revealed a lecherous smile as he asked, "Of course I still want the beauties of Country A, since I've done so much, give me 2 beauties." Yu Zhong eyed him and shook his head while chuckling, "You? All right, go find Masako and ask her to choose 2 beauties for you." Long live boss. Bai Shaoxing cheered, and disappeared faster than Yu Zhong thought possible. Who should I get to govern Country A then? Bai Shaoxing left, and Yu Zhong was left to his thoughts again. Currently, even after slaughtering over 40,000 locals, he still had over 60,000 people relying on him. It was a sizable number and he needed someone trustworthy. I should pass it to her then. Yu Zhong closed his eyes, thinking for a while before ascertaining the person in mind, his eyes flashing open. Li Ying came marching in front of Yu Zhong, wearing a small military uniform with a short crew cut. She saluted and spoke loudly in Chinese, reporting to leader, Youth Corp Commander Li Ying is here. *I didn't know Li Ying was female. All along the Ross seemed to have suggested a boy. Then again, knowing the author, it truly isn't a surprise. Star. Chapter 591. Back to Japan. Yu Zhong motioned for Li Ying to sit down and observed her quietly. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, after cutting her hair short, coupled with her skinny frame and height of about 1.45 m. She wasn't exactly a top-rate beauty. Compared to the beautiful women like Guoyu, Qinyao and Hai Lan, her looks were different. She had nice features and looked more valiant than beauty. She was a young girl with a different charisma and aura. Li Ying could feel Yu Zhong's gaze and sat straight, meeting his eyes. Her eyes were filled with reverence and awe. Within a month's time, Yu Zhong had led their forces to take down 3 of the largest factions in the north, and had slaughtered countless locals who had killed their fellow Chinese. His decisive and merciless ways caused his name to spread far and wide, and people like Li Ying held him in high regard. He broke the silence and said, "Li Ying, from today on, you are the governor of my Country A faction. You'll be in charge of running everything here." "Yes, leader." Li Ying did not hesitate and replied before asking, "Leader, are you going back already?" He kept his gaze on her, his voice became warmer. "That's right. I need to return to China. My roots are there. I need someone I can trust to help me oversee things here. Are you to the task?" She immediately stood up with a serious expression. "Definitely. I will use my life to swear that as long as I live, I will definitely not let your efforts in building this place go to waste. Everyone here would be loyal to you now and in the future." Li Ying and the rest of the Youth Corp members were all ardent fans of Yu Zhong, and were willing to fight to the death for him. After all, they were all rescued from a cruel fate by Yu Zhong. Not only did he save them, he had helped them become powerful enhancers, and led them in killing the cruel and barbarian locals. There was no doubt in their loyalty and respect for Yu Zhong. And Yu Zhong revealed a smile and opened up a gold box. There were 150 vials of evolving liquid within. "This is my final gift to aid you. There are 150 vials of evolving liquid here. If a normal person consumes 1 vial, he or she would become an evolver. Other than these, in this short span of time, there's nothing else I can do. You will need to rely on your own strength to consolidate your rule. At the same time, I hope that you can quickly eliminate other local factions and expand your power here. Yes, leader. Li Ying looked at the 150 vials and her heart was filled with excitement. She was clear about the meaning of an evolver. With these 150 vials, she could produce a troop of 150 evolvers. It would truly be a terrifying group. After she received the box, she saluted Yu Zhong and replied, "Leader, please rest assured. I'll definitely set out to complete the tasks." He waved his hands and dismissed her. After formally inducing Li Ying as the governor, Yu Zhong brought the 4 Thunder Fighters as well as the 7th Fleet and left Country A, making their way back to Japan. There was still the mothership in Japan's waters, and an incomplete sky fortress. The moment Yu Zhong brought these back to China, his might would be consolidated. This time, Yu Zhong had easily obtained victory over those 3 northern Country A factions because he had the 4 Thunder Fighters with him. Each of them possessed a destructive might more than thrice that of a normal helicopter. Due to them, he had been able to crush the confidence of the locals, otherwise he would have to pay a certain price as well. The Thunder Fighters were terrifying, but they were still overshadowed by the fighter jets. The U.S. Navy mothership had dozens of fighter jets. Adding on to the advanced radar scan of the 7th Fleet, they would be able to deal with the Thunder Fighters if the Kingdom of God decided to send more. When Yu Zhong left, he brought Bai Xiao Sheng and his evolver subordinates with him, causing the strength of the Country A faction to plunge. However, Li Ying was a smart kid. She had immediately issued out some of the evolving liquid to 60 of the most loyal child soldiers, turning them into evolvers. With them, it was enough to suppress any potential revolt. At the same time, she didn't make haste to advance southward. Chapter 592, Port Fangcheng. Yu Zhong thought for a moment before replying, "Sure." Initially, Yu Zhong had wanted to deal with Takamajihara because he felt their strength to be a threat to him. Now that they had suffered some losses, the threat level had receded somewhat. He wasn't willing to be engaged in an all-out fight against them as well. After all, it was Japan here, not China. He did not intend to stay here for long. When Oda Maiwa saw that Yu Zhong was agreeable, he could not help but sigh in relief. Tetsuo Nendori might not necessarily have let go of his hatred of Yu Zhong, it was just that he needed time to retrain and raise up his troops. It was not wise to fall out with Yu Zhong at this point. After coming to an agreement, Yu Zhong sent Oda Maiwa away. Yu Zhong looked at Shimazumina and asked, "Is the sky fortress ready?" She looked at him with a complicated gaze, while responding respectfully, "The construction is done. Bring me there." "Yes, Oto-sama." Under her guidance, Yu Zhong came to that underground factory. This time it had thoroughly transformed into a city, with lights flashing at its sides. The whole body had a metallic luster, and there were a number of heavy cannons mounted on it. These cannons had been salvaged from the remainder of the unusable Thunder Fighters. In addition, there were other heavy machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, and the entire sphere looked like something right out of a sci-fi film. This was the main structure of the Sky Fortress. The Shimazu clan had spent a large amount of resources to bring it to fruition. The fact that such a colossal thing could fly was a feat in itself. Shimazumina pointed at it and said, "The manufacturing of the laser cannons have not been smooth. If we want to add in those side laser cannons, it might take another half a year as well as more resources. Right now, other than the capability to fly, the Sky Fortress does not possess much combat strength. If you want to gain a huge warship, you might need to wait for another half a year." Constructing this Sky Fortress had cost the Shimazu clan huge amount of resources and manpower. They simply could not divert more to develop the laser cannons. Shimazumina had promised that because she had hoped Yu Zhong would help to lead her troops to attack the city and get resources. That way she would be able to complete the rest of the Sky Fortress. Yu Zhong looked at it with satisfaction, saying, "It's okay. I'll be returning to China tomorrow." He then asked, "Mina, are you willing to come to China with me?" As long as the Sky Fortress could fly, Yu Zhong would be able to bring it and the manpower on it back to China. From there, he naturally would be able to use the blueprints to finish the rest and manufacture more. Shimazumina's eyes flashed with some hesitation, before they shone with a resolve. "Oto-sama, Mina is unable to give up of Sakura Town, the base of our Shimazu clan. I'll be unable to leave with you. Mina is willing to take care of Japan on your behalf." "And?" Yu Zhong responded mildly. Her not following was not an issue. After all, the Sky Fortress was a huge haul for him. While Shimazumina wasn't willing to follow Yuzhong, Sakura Shiroyuki, Amano Asami, Ogura Rhea and Ida Kyoko were extremely willing to follow him. After all, Japan was still in chaos right now. Without the protection of an expert. Even if the women were evolvers, they might still end up as toys for other powerful experts. Early the next morning, the mountain split open slowly, and the Sky Fortress began to float up into the sky. There was no mechanical noise. Instead, it seemed to release some strange energy, allowing to fly noiselessly in the sky, as though it was an alien spacecraft. Yuzhong sat within and could not help but sigh with admiration. Truly amazing. Bai Shaoxing held two Indonesian beauties in his arms as he kissed them both before chuckling. This is the might of the anti-gravity energy converter. It has truly exceeded our expectations. Yuzhong mulled silently before replying softly, this sort of technology should be beyond even 100 years in our future. The person behind this all is truly frightening. Yuzhong had been gaining strength constantly ever since the apocalypse started. However, the stronger he got, the more he felt the pressure of the person who had called himself God. The humans were just like ants on this earth and could only struggle. So what? Since that person had called himself God, this sort of strength is reasonable. Boss, let's not think too much. Life is short. We should enjoy ourselves when we're alive. Bai Shaoxing chuckled before lifting the chin of one of the beauties by his side and grinned lewdly. Beauty, come, feed your master some wine. The Indonesian beauty smiled seductively and lowered her head to take in some wine, before feeding to Bai Shaoxing through his lips. After savoring the wine, he laughed out loud, saying, "Ha! Having a beauty feeding one wine, it truly is an enjoyment in this life. Boss, let's forget about your troubles. We should live on well." Yuzhong looked at Bai Shaoxing and smiled slightly. He didn't say anything. After all, everyone had their way of life. He did not want to stop Bai Shaoxing from living his. In truth, other than being a lustful person, Bai Shaoxing was not a bad character. The main thing was he had lack of ambition and could be considered as loyal to Yuzhong. After all, he had joined him in many conquests. Sakura Shiroyuki walked over to Yuzhong with a seductive smile. "Master, I want." Amano Asami also came into his arms with a fragrance as she grinned. "Me too." Reveling in the scent of these two beauties, Yuzhong felt his blood rush and he brought them to his room. It was time for him to relax as well. Bai Shaoxing shot a lewd look and roared out in laughter, before pulling his own beauties towards another direction. "Hee. Boss seems to be cut of the same cloth as me. Brothers, let us disperse for the night." Within the control area there were numerous elite soldiers. Other than a few, most of them had a beautiful Indonesian lady with them. They had followed Yuzhong in his conquest of Japan and Indonesia. Yuzhong also wanted to reward them and had given each of them a pretty Indonesian. He never mistreated his soldiers who fought hard for him. He knew it was hard to control everything himself and he needed loyal subordinates. Hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the rest of the elites chuckled and brought their women with them as they left for their own rooms. Yao Yao was sitting in a corner, hugging the biological armor that had Ji Qingwu inside, and snorted in irritation. "Men are all the same, a bunch of dicks." On the sea, the mothership and the 7th Fleet were carefully making their way across. There were countless behemoth-type mutant beasts in the sea, just a single Type 4 possessed the strength to annihilate them. However, there was Hai Lan with them, and while she could not control any mutant beasts of Type 3 and above, she could feel their presence. At the same time, with the advanced surveillance and radar system of the 7th Fleet, they could tell the position of any large mutant beasts and avoid them carefully. Since the apocalypse, only the USS Blue Ridge had ships with radar systems could possibly navigate the seas. Otherwise, the lurking danger was too much for any other ship to bear. Even then, if these ships or cruisers were not careful, they could suffer under the attack of any Type 5 mutant beast. There would not even be a chance to defend themselves. After a journey of a few days, the group finally reached Guangxi's port Fangcheng. Yuzhong had a sizable faction at Guangxi. However, the truth was that there were too many zombies in the region. Even after trying their best to clear as many as they could, they had not yet expanded to this particular port. The Washington aircraft carrier and the Blue Ridge warships had to find a port to dock, and hence Yuzhong had selected this port. There were numerous ships of various sizes floating at the dock, packed like ants. He surveyed the surrounding and smiled lightly. "This time we've struck it rich." This port was one of the largest in Guangxi in the past. Its volume of trade every day reached staggering figures. After the world changed, few had made it in time to get on the boats to flee, and thus many were left abandoned. There was sure to be a large amount of resources left here, just waiting for Yuzhong to collect once they have conquered the entire area. Furthermore, these ships and cargo freights would become Yuzhong's. Although they couldn't traverse the seas right now, they were still useful near the coast. It was a huge treasure to him. On the sky fortress, Yuzhong emitted a howl and Greenie swooped down from the sky, bringing him to the harbor. Where are the zombies? When Yuzhong landed, he surveyed the surroundings and frowned. There should have been a large number of zombies around these parts according to their last report. However, the entire place was empty, and the lack of zombies gave Yuzhong a bad feeling. Is it because of the sea mutant beasts? He walked around a bit and could see traces of sea mutant beasts having come ashore. However, it didn't feel right. It felt as though all the zombies of the port had disappeared. He pondered a while before using his walkie-talkie to give an order. Zhao Tiangang, bring the Sky Fortress back to Guining City. Ensure that the experts are settled in. Understood. Zhao Tiangang replied respectfully and the Sky Fortress began to move towards Guining City. It was filled with the experts of various fields that Yuzhong had collected in Japan. Adding on to the talents already under his wing, he would be able to produce a technologically advanced equipment like the Sky Fortress. Chapter 593, Pressure. Yuzhong's aim was to make use of good talents regardless of who they were. Even if they were from other countries, he would still accept them under his wing. Under his orders, Zhao Tiangang led the experts from Japan, as well as the different ladies towards the direction of Guining City. The Sky Fortress made use of technology that was far beyond the current technology. The moment it pushed its speed to the maximum, it could reach Mach 1. Very soon, it disappeared from its original location. Bai Shaoxing led 30 evolvers down towards Port Fangcheng, as they began to search the area carefully. Yuzhong was also personally sweeping through the place. Regardless of how they searched the place, it was like a dead town without a single trace of any being. The resources left behind had not been moved much. In fact, they had chanced upon a large amount of rice and other rations. However, a huge bulk of them had gone bad. Being a port that was near the sea, the high levels of moisture caused the food to go bad even faster. Bai Shaoxing asked Yuzhong, "There's nobody. However, there are traces of some things being moved towards the north. There should be people there. Boss Yu, shall we go check it out?" Yuzhong said, "It's too strange here. I'm taking 8 men with me. You stay here to guard the place. Report to me if anything strange happens." Bai Shaoxing replied seriously, "Yes." Although Bai Shaoxing had an easygoing attitude and a flippant way of doing things, after one strong lesson of defeat, he learned when he should be serious. Yuzhong led the 8 elite soldiers as they searched their way towards the north. Port Fangcheng was a huge port in Guangxi, and he needed to control this place entirely, otherwise it would be difficult to develop a navy. Even if the seas were more dangerous in the current apocalypse, Yuzhong hoped to bring up a navy. It was still fine if they could handle the coastal areas. "Put down your weapons, raise your hands and surrender immediately, or we'll take your lives." After Yuzhong entered the city area, 20 men in strange clothes suddenly appeared. They held machetes, vegetable knives and handguns, as they surrounded Yuzhong and his men. These militants eyed the equipment on Yuzhong and his men with greed in their eyes. Yuzhong and his men were currently carrying assault rifles on their backs, with Tang replica blades at their waists. They had military gloves and boots and were truly armed to the teeth. One young man wearing glasses stepped forward and warned, "You guys better not try anything funny. I know you're military, however, our boss Zhang is a powerful evolver. His level is 35 and he can even slaughter AL2 with a single strike. We just want your weapons and not your lives." Yuzhong glanced at the young man with disdain and replied coldly, "Oh? So who is your boss, Zhang?" "I'm right here." A burly man wearing a black leather shirt stepped out. His skin was tan but his eyes were crossed, and he was hugging an alluring woman as he talked. He spoke with his nose in the air, while grabbing a glass bottle in his right hand and he crushing it easily. "You guys must be soldiers. I will not make things difficult for you, just hand over your weapons." This boss Zheng crushed the glass bottle to exhibit his terrifying grip strength. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to perform a feat like this. Seeing this, the 8 subordinates with Yuzhong laughed. Such a trick was way beneath their level. Kneel. Following a loud roar, one of the subordinates, Zhao Zhangxing, shot forwards, pulling out his Tang replica blade swiftly and swinging it right before Boss Zhang's throat. This Boss Zhang was only some level 35 enhancer in front of Zhao Zhangxing, an elite soldier with an evolver status as well as the experience of countless battles. He was simply incomparable. He looked at the Tang replica blade in front of his throat, and his legs turned wobbly. He then knelt down while trembling. "It is I who have eyes but do not recognize Mount Tai. I'm sorry. Please spare my life. Spare my life." If he were to face 8 ordinary soldiers it wouldn't be a problem, but against level 40 evolvers he was incredibly weak. Another subordinate of Yu Zhong, Yang Gang, stepped forward and barked coldly, "This person in front of you is leader Yu Zhong. All of you get on your knees now, otherwise you'll be executed." These subordinates of Yu Zhong had grown used to forcing their enemies to kneel throughout their conquests. Forcing the enemy to humiliation was one of the best ways to attack their pride, confidence, and to quell any notion of resisting. The moment Yang Gang shouted, all of the 20 militants immediately fell on their knees, as their bodies trembled like their leader who was held at knife point. In this world, kneeling was no longer something that shameful. In fact, there were more cruel and brutal ways of doing things, and they knew that they were getting it easy already. Yu Zhong eyed Boss Zhang and asked coldly, "What's your name?" Zheng Bo Yen trembled as he spoke. "My name is Zheng Bo Yen. Leader Yu Zhong, I did not recognize Mount Tai and have offended you. I seek your mercy and kind pardon. Please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything." In this world, Zheng Bo Yen had seen many unreasonable experts. As long as someone offended them, his or her fate would be disastrous. Yu Zhong did not seem very friendly as well, thus he chose to submit. Yu Zhong finally asked the question he was concerned with. "Zheng Bo Yen, do you know where the zombies of Port Fangcheng disappeared to?" "I do not know." Zheng Bo Yen spoke hesitantly before revealing all he knew to Yu Zhong. He had been an enhancer in a small town near Port Fangcheng. Before the apocalypse he had been an auto mechanic and his body was in fine shape. After becoming an enhancer, he had began killing zombies and mutant beasts around the town, leading a solitary life. There were a few instances where he almost died to some powerful mutant beast. Initially he thought that this would be how his life would be like from now on. However, just a month ago when he came to search Port Fangcheng for goods, he realized that the zombies had disappeared. He then proceeded to move around in glee, collecting a number of small brothers. The moment the zombies disappeared, all of the survivors that had been holed up and hiding like mice came out, forming all sorts of factions. With over 800,000 people in Port Fangcheng before the apocalypse, after an entire year, there were still over 20,000 people around these parts. Due to the large shore area, there were plenty of resources lying about. As long as the survivors were careful enough to avoid the sea mutant beasts, they would profit tremendously. Zheng Bo Yen led one of the various smaller factions of the gangs in Port Fangcheng. The largest group was actually a triad that called themselves the Tianyang Gang, with over 5,000 people. Their chief was a powerful warlord, and the rest of the factions were just small-time gangs. Yang Gang asked, "Leader, what do we do now?" Yu Zhong pondered before replying, "Let's collect the smaller gangs first." With over 5,000 people in the Tianyang Gang, it was a sizable faction. If Yu Zhong wanted to conquer them, he would need to deploy some troops. Right now he had only 60 evolvers above level 40. It was still too risky to make a move on them. Of course, the Blue Ridge warships had the ability to just destroy the whole of Port Fangning, but Yu Zhong did not want a wasteland. He was naturally unwilling to utilize his navy might. If it was in Indonesia or Japan, then Yu Zhong would not have hesitated to blast his enemies out of the way. He came to a decision, and 40 evolvers were assigned to come over. They were split into 4 teams and went to contact the rest of the gangs littered all around the city. Some of these leaders of the small gangs were only about level 10 or so, and could not even fend off an L2. To a powerful team of elite evolver soldiers, they were basically nothing. Under the constant roars and shouts of rage, the leaders of the small factions around Port Fangcheng were either killed or forced to submit, and their power was consolidated under Yu Zhong. In just one day Yu Zhong made use of his absolute strength to conquer over 20 factions, and gathered them under his wing. There were a total of 700 people in his faction at Port Fangcheng now. Witnessing his overbearing and tyrannical strength, Zheng Boyan and those who had submitted the earliest were agape with shock. Yu Zhong had shaken the entire Port Fangcheng the moment he arrived, and they were thoroughly convinced of his strength. One young man held an invitation as he came up to Yu Zhong respectfully. "Sir Yu Zhong, this is the invitation from my young master. We hope that you can attend the banquet that he's hosting." "Got it?" Yu Zhong received it as his eyes flashed coldly before dismissing the youth with a wave of his hand. "Seems like you want to act against me, eh? Fine, let's see what capabilities you have." Yu Zhong held the invitation and laughed coldly. Night, as darkness encroached the land, within a lavish 4-star hotel, a number of handsome young waiters and beautiful waitresses were weaving in and out the crowd. Chapter 594, Forceful Integration. In that hotel, the guests were all leaders of the various factions of Port Fangcheng. They had been farmers, fishermen, sailors and other ordinary characters. None of them had class, and their demeanor was boorish while their behavior was crass. Even for someone like Yu Zhong, his very being radiated an intense killing aura, but his etiquette was lacking when compared to science. After all, those socialites and sons of the famous and rich had a specific form of education, whereas he lacked that type of knowledge. One particular tan middle-aged man with a bald head and swollen eyes looked at another man with an eye patch and 2 claw scars running down his face, and asked, "Brother Fong, do you think this Yu Zhong will come?" The bald middle-aged man was called Long Jianin and he was the chief of the Rainbow Gang, one of the 8 prominent triads of Port Fangcheng. As for the scar-faced man, he was called Fang Zhen, the leader of the Whale Gang. Fang Zhen spoke somewhat savagely. "He will definitely come. If he wants to join our alliance, he will come. I've made it clear that if he doesn't, our alliance will make sure to eradicate him. He's too dangerous." The 8 main triads of Port Fangcheng were the Rainbow Gang, Whale Gang, Sea Sand Gang, Sea Waves Gang, Sea Wolf Gang, Coral Gang, Sea Fork Gang and the Sea Soul Gang. As Port Fangcheng was close to the sea, the leaders all opted to use sea-related names for their gangs. Yu Zhong had appeared for only 1 day, and had already gained control over 700 survivors. If he was allowed to continue like this, the rest of the factions in Port Fangcheng would be swallowed by him. One skinny man that looked like a monkey, Qin Sha, who was the leader of the Sea Sand Gang, frowned and quipped, "What's the background of this Yu Zhong? How come there would be someone like this all of a sudden?" Zhan Tianyi, the leader of the Sea Waves Gang, furrowed his brows and said, "Could it be the leader of Guining City, Yu Zhong?" Hearing those words, the faces of the leaders immediately turned dark. Every day there would be a broadcast from Guining City, inviting survivors to head there at the same time, summoning the various factions in the Guangxi region to submit to Guining City. Port Fangcheng had received those transmissions as well. It was just that these 8 leaders were living comfortably and did not want to give up their power and control over to Guining City. Qin Guihe, the leader of the Sea Wolf Gang, spoke slowly. "It could just be a coincidence. The world is vast, it's not strange for people to share names. It might not necessarily be him." Hearing Qin Guihe's words, the 8 leaders slightly relaxed. They really didn't want to come to blows with the leader of such a huge faction. Yu Zhong arrives. As Yu Zhong stepped into the hotel, the waiter at the entrance called out loudly. Hearing the announcement, everyone swiveled their heads to look at Yu Zhong. In just one day, Yu Zhong had swallowed over 20 factions in Port Fangcheng. This caused everyone to be apprehensive. One vicious-looking man laughed savagely before pulling out a gun and swiftly aiming at Yu Zhong. "So you're Yu Zhong? You've got guts. You actually dared to come alone. Good. Good. Your guts are something else, but too bad you lack brains. Today will be the day you die." The vicious-looking man had a speed that exceeded a normal person by 6 times, and to the normal people present, his speed was incredible. However, Yu Zhong's speed was even faster than his, and he grabbed the man's hand casually before twisting it. He then turned the man's hand and placed the gun into his mouth before pressing the trigger. With a loud gunshot, the fierce man's head was blasted, and his brains and blood splattered behind him. Such a scene would have invoked countless screams and shouts from the witnesses. However, in this apocalypse, everyone had grown used to seeing death and conflicts. When the corpse crumpled to the ground, 2 waiters stepped forward and carried his body out. At the same time, the gazes of the leaders present were filled with apprehension. The fierce man was a fast shooter, and there had been 15 leaders that had fallen at his hands. He was also a well-known expert in Port Fangcheng. Such an expert was actually taken down by Yu Zhong in a second, and they were filled with shock. Long Jianan tried to bark at Yu Zhong with a self-serving tone. "Yu Zhong. I'm Long Jianan, the leader of the Rainbow Gang. You came in here and immediately killed a leader. What the hell are you up to? Do you want to go against all of us here?" His words immediately riled up the strong feelings in all of the leaders, as they stared at Yu Zhong with hate and prepared to attack. "Fuck off." Yu Zhong stepped forward and shot Long Jianan a glare, with his killing intent billowing towards the skies, pressuring Long Jianan. Long Jianan instantly cowered, and he retreated a few steps involuntarily as his face was full of fear. After forcing Long Jianan back with his gaze alone, Yu Zhong walked towards the stage under the gaze of everyone present, and stared down at all of the leaders of Port Fangcheng like an emperor. Yu Zhong gazed coldly at the leaders and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "I'm Yu Zhong, the leader of Guining City with 1,000,000 survivors. You have two choices now. Submit or die." When they heard his overbearing announcement, all of the leaders immediately became silent. It turned out to be actually him. One middle-aged warrior with a full beard shouted, "Even if you are Yu Zhong, so what? This is Port Fangcheng. It's not Guining City. Your father, I'm not convinced that you can do whatever you like. If you have the guts, you can kill this old one. Sure. Go to hell." Yu Zhong pulled out his stinger and immediately fired a shot at the burly warrior. Before the warrior could even react, his brain exploded as red and white matter splattered all over the ground. The woman in his grasp turned pale as the body crumpled to the floor, and brain matter dripped all over her clothes. Seeing this, the faces of the leaders changed terribly. Yu Zhong's speed had exceeded the sound barrier. Almost everyone only saw a quick shadow. With this single move, everyone knew that they were no match for him in speed. Who else is still not convinced? Yu Zhong viewed them with contempt as he drawled icily. Long Jianan shouted out in a frenzy, "Do it! Everyone, let's join forces against him, we have nothing to fear." Before he even finished, Yu Zhong waved his hand and the stinger fired once more. Long Jianan's head then exploded like a watermelon. However, his words had riled up the fighting spirit of the leaders in the hall, and they began to exhibit their skills, charging towards Yu Zhong. Many of the leaders of the small and mid-sized factions were summoned by Long Jianan as help. If Yu Zhong was not willing to join the alliance, then they would all act against him. However, they didn't expect him to be this strong and forceful, wanting them to submit to him. Of the skills and abilities revealed, most of them gained strength type and agility type books. Hence, most of the leaders enhanced their respective stats and attacked Yu Zhong. What a bunch of fools, you truly do not know death. Since you guys are looking to die, I'll grant your wish. Yu Zhong looked at the leaders and laughed coldly, before reaching out with his right hand to fire his devil flame. In an instant, dozens of fireballs appeared out of thin air. He then pointed at the leaders swiftly, and the fireballs shot towards the leaders. The moment the devouring fire came in contact with any of the leaders, their heads were instantly turned to ashes. Seeing such a terrifying scene, many of the leaders who did not act immediately turned pale, as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was the first time they had seen such a frightening person, who could easily eliminate dozens of people in a single move. Fang Zhen of the Whale Gang immediately got on his knees and shook as he stammered, "The Whale Gang is willing to submit and obey any of the commands of leader." Fang Zheng had not seen such a powerful expert like Yu Zhong before. Just with his power alone, it was enough to annihilate the whole Whale Gang. He did not dare to provoke him anymore. The death of Long Jianan was still fresh in his mind. The Sea Fork Gang is willing to submit to leader, and obey leader's commands. The remaining leaders began to kneel one after the other, and their bodies trembled as they swore fealty to Yu Zhong. When Fang Zhen saw this, his heart was full of bitterness. He had wanted to oppress Yu Zhong, forcing him to join the alliance, before curbing his rate of expansion. Who knew that it would become a stage for Yu Zhong to forcefully suppress all of them instead, and force them to submit to him. It was simply trying to steal the chicken but losing the rice instead. Idiom, seeking to gain some advantage but being taken advantage of in the end. Yu Zhong looked at them kneeling and smiled slightly. There were dozens of leaders who had been killed, including the chief of the Rainbow Gang. The smaller factions of Port Fangcheng were thus thrown into chaos. However, those who had chosen to submit to Yu Zhong were absorbed into his forces, and after accumulating these survivors, Yu Zhong's faction thus grew into one with 5,000 survivors. However, as there were too many factions, there had been conflicts between some of them. Yu Zhong had no choice but to address them and forcefully integrate the new troops. There was no way in the short future that he could advance further into Port Fangcheng City. Although he had swallowed a number of them, in truth, they had just submitted to him, and their hearts were not fully loyal yet. There was the possibility of revolt, so he needed to reorganize everybody. 4 in the afternoon, meet you at the entrance of the shopping mall. As Yu Zhong was busying himself with the handling of affairs, someone delivered a message over. It was an invitation from the head of the largest faction of Port Fangcheng, Lai Mingyi. At 4, Yu Zhong went alone towards the shopping mall of the city. At the entrance there was a man in black leather clothes, his stature was average and his hair was short. He was good-looking and sat under a large umbrella. There were 2 beautiful serving girls beside him, and he sat in front of a glass table, with a plate of fruits on it. Yu Zhong came up to the table and sat down before looking at the man. He could feel a slight sense of danger from the man, one that could threaten his safety. It was evident that this man was also a high-level evolver, and could be comparable to the weakest member of the Takamajihara. Lai Mingyi, Yu Zhong. Both of them uttered out at the same time before exchanging looks, with their eyes filled with slight amazement. Lai Mingyi fixed his gaze on Yu Zhong as he slapped his hands lightly. Yu Zhong, Port Fangcheng is under my territory. Can you leave? In exchange, I can send you 2 absolute beautiful virgins, 200 other virgins, 10,000 tons of rations, 1,000 tons of fuel, 1,000 tons of metal, and 500 tons of cotton. You troops can also move freely within Port Fangcheng. 2 absolutely beautiful women with snow-white skin and stunning figures came up beside Lai Mingyi. Yu Zhong shook his head and rejected, "No way. I have to gain this place. Lai Mingyi, you had best find someplace else to expand. I have set my sights on this place. Soon my troops will come over to start running this place." The moment Yu Zhong gained Port Fangcheng, he could start training up enhancers. With the port, his navy could also dock there. This was extremely important to Yu Zhong, and he could not let go of it no matter what. Lai Mingyi frowned slightly before sighing, "All right, I'll leave then." He had only 5,000 men with him, and knew that the Tianyang gang had no means of dealing with Yu Zhong or his troops. Even he himself had no confidence that he could take out Yu Zhong alone. Yu Zhong saw that Lai Mingyi was willing to give in, and did not push for anything else. He knew that Lai Mingyi was a powerful expert. If he were to run, Yu Zhong did not know if he could kill him easily. Should Lai Mingyi escape, then Yu Zhong would have an additional headache. He had a strength that Yu Zhong could not ignore, and thus he did not force Lai Mingyi like how he did the other smaller factions. Lai Mingyi suddenly spoke, "Yu Zhong, I know a place where a novice village exists. Do you want to join forces and go check it out?" Chapter 595, Recruiting Lai Mingyi. Yu Zhong's brows arched, his eyes flashing with surprise. "Oh, there's a novice village around here? Where exactly?" The novice village had opened only about a month after the world changed. It can only exist if a person were to discover and own it. Other than Leijiang City, Yu Zhong only heard of another in the grasp of the Kingdom of God over at Europe. That was how they trained up a large number of soldiers. As long as one could nurture an ordinary person into a level 10 enhancer, they could do a job change at the novice village and gain the gun specialization skill as an elite soldier. They were much stronger than ordinary soldiers. In Japan, the elite troops of the Kingdom of God holding off over 5,000 soldiers of the Takamajihara had left a deep impression on Yu Zhong. If Yu Zhong could control a novice village, he could mass-produce top-notch soldiers. Other than turning people into soldiers, he could groom talents in other fields as well. In fact, he had considered bringing his troops to conquer Leijiang City the first thing once he went back to China. However, he never expected to gain some news on a novice village here at Port Fangcheng. Lai Mingyi chuckled lightly, "Ningxi City. There's one over there. I had gone through the job change there with some friends." Yu Zhong frowned, "There should be many zombies over there, right?" Ningxi City was about 50 kilometers away from Port Fangcheng. Before the apocalypse, there had been a population of over 1 million. After the apocalypse, all the major cities suffered the largest number of zombies. The smallest horde had numbered about 500,000. With such a horde without a strong troop, there was no way of fending them off. Even if Yu Zhong managed to gather all 5,000 survivors of Port Fangcheng, he was not blindly arrogant to think that he could use them to eradicate the zombies of Ningxi City. Even if he added on Lai Mingyi's troops, it would be impossible. Lai Mingyi replied mildly, "Yeah. The horde there is no joke. The hundreds of thousands zombies that used to be here had marched on towards there. There should be over 2 million zombies now." 2 million? When Yu Zhong heard this figure, he frowned as he tried to do some calculations mentally. The moment the size of a horde exceeded 1 million, it would be incredibly difficult to eradicate them fully. Even a faction like Yu Zhong would suffer a terrible price while doing so. However, he had already obtained Yenzhou as one of the heaviest manufacturing industrial city before the apocalypse. After providing a huge supply of manpower, the entire city had produced a large number of ammunition. At the same time, during Yu Zhong's absence, his people had discovered 3 armories. Now he possessed enough manpower and equipment to fight against 1 million zombies. Yu Zhong's tone became slightly heavier as he said, "I admire you very much, Lai Mingyi. Are you interested in joining me?" By now, Yu Zhong had over 1 million survivors, and his elite troops numbered more than 20,000. He could be considered one of the biggest warlords. Although Lai Mingyi was strong individually in Yu Zhong's eyes, he was still barely a local thug leader. He wanted soldiers but there were no soldiers. He needed military fire but lacked them. The only thing that was worth evaluating was his personal strength. In this world, a single person's strength was minuscule. Even a level 81 expert like Yu Zhong could not possibly handle a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies. The only way was for humanity to work together to form an army. That way they can eradicate the zombies and restore some form of stability. When Lai Mingyi heard Yu Zhong's proposal, he hesitated before asking, "If I do join you, what kind of treatment will I get?" By now, the notoriety of the tyrant Yu Zhong of Guangxi had spread far and wide. His exploits and defeated enemies were broadcasted every day. Lai Mingyi had also gotten word about Yu Zhong from an escaping survivor. The number of experts under his wing numbered like clouds, his troops numbered over 20,000. It wasn't a force Lai Mingyi could hope to contend with. When Yu Zhong proposed recruitment, he really had the thought of relying on him. However, it would depend on the price Yu Zhong was willing to pay. Yu Zhong immediately offered a position of major and battalion commander to entice him. "If you join me, you'll gain the post of a major rank. Of course, everything of the Tianyang gang has to be handed to me. As for your brothers and your own possessions and women, they can be kept." Yu Zhong had established his power, and any battalion commander post was extremely precious. It was a post where one could command a large army. Furthermore, with Yu Zhong leading, everyone would ride the wave with him. In the future they would stand to gain much. Guining City had attracted numerous evolvers to join and fight for Yu Zhong's cause. Even then they would at most be lieutenants and captains. One could see the worth of a major. Lai Mingyi was tempted. He had been ambitious and tried to raise the Tianyang gang, only to feel exhausted as time passed. Even a small gang had its troubles, the various power struggles within the gang itself. There was also the community of survivors that had to be looked after, as well as the problem with issue. After Lai Mingyi's faction had hit 7,000, it was hard to expand further. Just the consumption of ration was a troubling headache for him. Much of the food from Port Fangcheng had gone bad and the amount he had left was only enough to last for another 3 months. Once he was forced to leave Port Fangcheng, he might have to abandon some of the survivors. He was passionate about fame and wealth and decided to bargain. "Lieutenant Colonel." "A light colonel. Post. I'm a dual attribute evolver, and my level is 63. As long as you give me that post, I'll serve you. Tianyang gang will be all yours. These 2 absolute beauties are yours as well." Yu Zhong revealed a smile. "Agreed." Yu Zhong felt that exchanging a position of a lieutenant colonel for the loyalty and service of a powerful dual attribute evolver was worth it. He could offer such a position because his faction had expanded greatly. Furthermore, he had established some form of stability in society, plus his experts were numerous. That was why Lai Mingyi felt comfortable throwing his weight in with him. If Yu Zhong had been alone, even if he was at level 100, Lai Mingyi wouldn't have chosen to follow him. "Thank you, Commander." "Oh, leader." Lai Mingyi exclaimed in excitement. He had always wanted to be an officer when growing up. However, since the bureaucracy was too strict before the apocalypse, he didn't have the chance to even be a civil servant. Now that Yu Zhong was willing to, he was excited. It must be clear that it was an honor to many Chinese to become officials and ranking officers. From ancient China till now, it was a dream of countless heroes. Yu Zhong had formed some government in Guining City, and Lai Mingyi knew he had no chance of fending off Yu Zhong's army, thus he chose to submit, hoping to gain some merit and earn some fame and riches for himself. Lai Mingyi managed to calm down, and immediately motioned for the two ladies beside him. Xia Jingyun, Wang Shuangru, why aren't you greeting your master? To someone who was excited about fame and riches, women held little allure over him. Compared to women, power was something a man should lust for. In fact, for the sake of a post, many had no qualms presenting their wives to other officials. Xia Jingyun and Wang Shuangru had nothing to do with Lai Mingyi, that was why he had no qualms giving them to Yu Zhong. We greet master. Both of them spoke up with a smile to seek favor with Yu Zhong, although not before a look of helplessness and bitterness flashed past their eyes. Humans during chaos could not compare to dogs in Peace Star. Both these women knew that the world had changed, and they were no longer females that were chased and sought after. If they didn't face reality, then they would just suffer a worse fate. And Yu Zhong swept his gaze past them faintly but did not linger on them. Instead he continued, Lai Mingyi, if you join me, there will be some in your gang that would not agree. What do you plan on doing? Lai Mingyi chuckled in response, his handsome face revealing a slight killing aura. Leader, rest assured I'll handle it well. Those who aren't willing will definitely not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Lai Mingyi might have been able to converse nicely with Yu Zhong, but for someone like him to establish a gang like the Tianyang gang in this apocalyptic world, he wasn't some pushover as well. He would only speak courteously to Yu Zhong because of his strength. There was no way he could fight back. He was also a man of actions as he swiftly returned and announced his decision. Immediately chaos ensued. Not everyone was willing to follow, as some preferred their current lifestyles of drinking and eating, toying with women as they liked. They vehemently opposed joining Yu Zhong. After slaughtering 8 of the dissident voices, the entire Tianyang gang swore fealty to Yu Zhong, and assimilated with his troops. With Lai Mingyi's submission, there were no other parties that could stand up against such a force. The smaller factions either chose to leave or join Yu Zhong. Soon the entire port of Fangcheng as well as the city fell into Yu Zhong's control. Evening time, Yu Zhong sat on Greeny's back as it flew towards the direction of Ningxi City. A huge elite army had already set off from Guining City upon Yu Zhong's orders. Along the way they managed to clear 300,000 zombies, and camped about 50 kilometers away from Ningxi City. Yu Zhong came specially to survey the place and conduct a recon of his own to better understand the situation. Chapter 596, Strange Blood Lotus. Yu Zhong arrived in the airspace above Ningxi City. When he looked down he could see the entire city densely packed with countless of zombies. In the dark, a ball of white light caught his attention. He steered Greeny towards the location housing the source of the white light. He noticed 2 large queues around a large gate. Countless zombies were patrolling around that gate, of which they were mostly evolved zombies. There were the large L4S and L3S, the fast and speedy S-types and devourers, as well as the H1S that could shoot fireballs. It didn't matter how strong a single expert was, charging headlong into this bright gate would only mean death. Other than those evolved zombies, near the Gate of Light, there was also a monstrous organism of over 8 m in length. Its body was covered in various barbs and tentacles. It had a pair of thick legs and a pair of claws. Its body was ash-colored, and its head was an ugly visage of a snake-like form, its mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth. It stood there with a large bulging stomach. Level 98 Infected, Mutant Infected Womb. It possesses an incredible regenerative ability and powerful combat abilities. It is unaffected by the Z-type's control. Yu Zhong looked at the gigantic mutant infected womb, as a chill came over his heart. What a terrifying monster. I think this must be the guardian beast of the novice village. Seems like I'd have to pay a huge price to attack Ningxi City. A level 98 strange beast was almost on the level of a Type 4 mutant beast. Without any heavy weapons, it would be easy for such a monster to kill over tens of thousands of people. Furthermore, compared to a Type 4 mutant beast, this mutant-infected womb could infect other people and turn them into zombies. As Yu Zhong flew around Ningxi City a few times, he did not discover any place that he could utilize. He frowned. Is a frontal charge the only way? Within Ningxi City, the numbers of the zombies were really too many. Even if they could win the war, he would have suffered too much casualties. It would impact his other plans. Yu Zhong's strategy was to focus the majority of his troops on recovering the big cities, and make use of the resources and equipment in these cities to bolster his forces. Each and every huge city had over hundreds of thousands or even millions of zombies. Conquering each one was no easy task. Without enough ammunition or heavy firearm, it would be impossible. As he continued to survey from the skies, he noticed flocks of mutant giant birds swooping down to swallow some of the zombies. When a large number of them were gobbled up by the mutant giant birds, having eaten their fill, the aerial beasts took to the skies again and disappeared behind a nearby mountain range. Since the apocalypse, countless mutant beasts had increased in size. The large density of life in the seas had allowed the larger mutant beasts to eat their fill. On land, many of these mutant beasts treated humans and zombies as their food sources. I might be able to make use of those mutant beasts. Yu Zhong looked at the flock of mutant giant birds flying, and directed Greenie to follow them. Yu Zhong sat on Greenie and flew towards the mountain range. When he reached, he leaped down and activated his second-order stealth. His body was instantly shrouded in a layer of energy, distorting others' perception of his. Under the cover of the night, Yu Zhong proceeded carefully towards the nesting areas of those mutant giant birds. Within the huge mountain range there were numerous mutant beasts. As he walked carefully through the dense foliage, he could see spiders the size of discs, mutant wolves the size of tigers and lions. There were even huge mice as large as buffaloes. Many had reached their Type 2 stage. Under the cover of the second-order stealth, he evaded them and proceeded deeper into the mountain range. The deeper he went, the larger the mutant beast. Yu Zhong had even caught sight of some Type 3 mutant beast. He held his breath, trying his best not to arouse their attention. His aim wasn't to kill these powerful Type 3 mutant beasts. All of a sudden he heard an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, numerous roars sounded out in succession. When he heard that, his heart was shaken. That sound, a Type 4 mutant beast? Yu Zhong walked towards the source of the commotion. In the dense forest, a fierce battle was happening between two powerful beasts. One was a bear-like monster about 6 m, its body covered in a layer of black scales. It had powerful fists that could envelop an entire human body. Its claws were 1 m long, and it was engaged with a beast that had the head of a tiger and body of a leopard. The other beast was covered in a layer of white scales, each of them incredibly sharp. There was a single horn on the head of the tiger beast. Although the bear-like monster was huge, it was incredibly agile. Each movement it made, there was a fleeting shadow left in its wake. Its speed had exceeded the Type 3 lightning and surpassed the sound barrier. With each slap there would be a Mach 1 force behind its fists. Its strikes would punch through the scales of the tiger-like beast when connected, drawing blood. The tiger-like beast's speed was even more terrifying. It seemed even faster than the bear-like monster. Each time the bear-like monster drew blood with its fist, the tiger-like beast could launch 2 attacks in retaliation, tearing flesh from its enemy as well. Level 95 Mutant Beast, Type 4 Steel Armor Bear. Level 96 Mutant Beast, Type 4 White-Scaled Tiger. What terrifying Type 4 mutant beasts! Yu Zhong crept past them as he watched them going at each other, his heart full of shock. The two of them weren't exceptionally large. In fact, their bodies could not even compare to some Type 2 mutant beasts. However, their combat abilities far surpassed any Type 2 mutant beasts. If Yu Zhong had to go against either of them, he would not last more than 10 rounds, his defenses would be destroyed utterly by them before being killed. Yu Zhong looked at the two of them and held his breath as much as he could, not daring to make any rash move while in his stealth mode. The recovery of those two Type 4 beasts was simply too sick. Each time they dealt blows to each other, their vitality would cause the flesh and wound to recover at an incredible pace in front of their eyes. The battle got even fiercer the longer it lasted. Is that the lair of one of them? Yu Zhong gazed about, surveying the surroundings, when he suddenly caught sight of a large den about 200 m away from the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. Yu Zhong gazed at the two beasts tearing into each other in a frenzy, and knew that the outcome wouldn't be decided so quickly. He decided to go check out the den of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. He was extremely careful, as both beasts had their attentions on each other. He could make his way towards the den under the cover of his second-order stealth. When he entered the den, he was hit by a strong stench. It was evident that the mutant beast lacked any hygienic habits. There were countless mutant beast bones littered all over the den. Some were even from Type 3 mutant beast. Yu Zhong's heart raced and he immediately took all the sharp claws and bones into his storage ring. Such leftovers, if turned into weapons, the sharpness could exceed even the black-toothed blade of Yu Zhong. However, the only thing was that those who used such handmade weapons would not be able to absorb the experience from killing any mutant beast. Even so, their claws and teeth were incredible treasures. Yu Zhong absorbed over dozens of such claws and teeth before he arrived at the deepest recess of the den. Within the deepest part of the cave, there was a blood-filled lake, and right in the middle, there was a blood-colored lotus that radiated. There were 4 blood-like lotus seeds budding, as the lotus flower continued to emit an alluring fragrance. It was apparently a precious item. Not far from the lotus, there was a patch of grass, where a giant egg the size of a human laid. There were strange runes carved all over the giant egg, which was glowing and shimmering ever so slightly as though it was breathing. Beside the egg there was a pile of nuclei. This was evidently leftovers the Type 4 mutant beast had set for its child. Eyeing the blood lotus, the huge egg as well as the pile of nuclei, Yu Zhong's eyes lit up in joy. Treasure! These are all incredible treasures. I've really struck it rich. He swiftly got out a glass basin and stored the blood lotus, root and all into it. He then waved his hands and swept all the nuclei into his storage ring, before grabbing the giant egg and making a mad dash for the exit. The moment Yu Zhong exited the cave, he activated his shadow steps, bone-encompassing armor, and let out a sharp howl towards the skies. The blood lotus and huge egg in his hands were biological life forms, and could not be kept in the storage ring, hence he could only escape. The moment he exited, the Type 4 white-scaled tiger could smell the blood lotus. It turned to face Yu Zhong and leapt through the air, shooting for Yu Zhong with a terrifying speed. It reached out with its claw and swiped at Yu Zhong's head with the speed of sound. Chapter 597, Mutant-Infected Womb. The speed of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger exceeded the Type 3 lightning. Even after Yu Zhong had undergone so many enhancements, he could not match its speed. When the Type 4 white-scaled tiger moved, Yu Zhong's danger perception was pushed to the max, and a strong threat of death overcame him. With a thought of his mind, a shield of light materialized in front of him. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger's claw smashed into the shield of light, and with a kacha, the shield disintegrated, falling to the ground in pieces. Yu Zhong was horrified, and he quickly activated the other shield of light in front of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. With another swipe, the other shield of light was also destroyed, and only managed to obstruct it for a mere second. In that second, Yu Zhong activated his devil flame, and a powerful flame that could devour everything spread out towards the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. A light flashed past the eyes of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger, and it leaped above the terrifying devil flame tornado. Just as it was about to launch another attack, the Type 4 steel armor bear suddenly appeared behind it and sent a claw smacking into its body, tearing a huge chunk of meat. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger let out a piercing howl of rage, and its eyes seemed to burn with anger. It turned to smack the Type 4 steel armor bear once, leaving a huge scar on the body of the Type 4 steel armor bear. In the air, Greenie turned into a shooting star and shot down, grabbing Yu Zhong before shooting back into the skies. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger saw this and bellowed in rage. Its single horn shone with a white light, before firing a single beam of light at Yu Zhong and Greenie in the skies. Yu Zhong's face fell and activated the bronze spiritual bell, covering himself and Greenie. The white light slammed into the green shield from the bronze spiritual bell, penetrating the protection, and pierced past Yu Zhong's leg, causing it to disintegrate. The white light continued past Greenie's body, causing a large hole as fresh blood dripped. When Yu Zhong's right leg was disintegrated by that white light, he almost fainted from the pain. Greenie howled out in anguish, activating its innate ability, as it controlled the winds around it to reach the speeds of Mach 1.8, sending them towards the direction of Ningxi City, disappearing in a flash. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger howled out once more, but it was helpless towards Greenie in the skies. It was a tyrant of the land, and while it was a fearsome entity on the ground, it couldn't do anything to those in the skies. Greenie bore the pain and landed nearby Ningxi City while wobbling. Yu Zhong jumped down with his remaining leg. He saw the gaping hole in Greenie and was filled with heartache and fear. He had really risked too much and underestimated the might of the Type 4 mutant beast. Without Greeny's help, even if there were 10 of him, they would have been killed by the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. At Yokosuka Base, Yu Zhong had met many Type 4 mutant beasts, and their strength and power innate abilities had opened his eyes. However, they all had a weakness, which was when they came onto shore, they were not as powerful as in the seas. That was how he had managed to use the opportunity to kill 2 weakened Type 4 mutant beasts. However, the Type 4 white-scaled tiger was still an absolute overlord on land, its speed having exceeded the sound barrier. While its strength could not match up to those Type 4 mutant beasts of the seas, it was still something humans still couldn't contend with. It was a terrifying existence, and Yu Zhong was still lacking. With Yu Zhong's current strength, he could easily kill a Type 2 mutant beasts. Against a Type 3 mutant beast, he would still be in slight danger. It was basically impossible to face against a Type 4 mutant beast at this point. Yu Zhong pulled out a number of Type 3 mutant beast meat as well as Type 4 mutant beast meat and began to consume them. As the large amount of high-level meat disappeared in his mouth, his regeneration skill kicked in, and he felt an itch at his right leg. Flesh began to grow back at a visible rate as a new leg grew out slowly. After a day's time, Yu Zhong's right leg had regenerated. Greeny had also recovered from its grievous injury from consuming those Type 3 nuclei. I wonder who was the winner of that battle. After recovering, Yu Zhong jumped on Greeny's back, and directed it to fly over the mountain range. Good. Seems like the Type 4 white-scaled tiger won. Quick, lower and fly towards Ningxi City. When they neared the mountain range, they saw a huge horde of mutant beasts galloping towards their direction. A terrifying killing intent was fixed on them, originating from within the horde of mutant beasts. Greeny was also extremely fearful of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. It hurried and flapped its wings as it flew towards Ningxi City. Among the beast horde, the Type 4 white-scaled tiger let out an enraged roar, and the beast horde increased its speed towards Ningxi City. Type 4 mutant beasts were considered overlords on the land, and could control other mutant beasts. Having lost its treasure and its child, the Type 4 white-scaled tiger was thoroughly enraged, riling up numerous mutant beasts in a bid to kill Yu Zhong and to kill the rest of the puny humans. The horde of beasts continued to charge towards the direction of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong leaped down from Greeny, and hopped onto his swift shadow bike, before charging towards Ningxi City. He needed to leave behind a trail for the mutant beasts to follow. At the entrance of Ningxi City, a large number of zombies were attracted by the blood lotus in his grasp, and they begun to move towards him. Within the glass basin, there were also numerous Type 2 and Type 3 blood essences, and these were important evolving nutrients for the zombies. Yu Zhong shot those staggering zombies a look, and activated his bone-encompassing armor, reaching out with his right hand, and shot a bone spike into the ground, sending him up onto a building. The mutant beast horde that was chasing after Yu Zhong had also arrived, and as they charged through the zombie horde, they tore the zombies apart. Yu Zhong saw that his plan was coming to fruition, and began to rush towards the center of Ningxi City. He needed to create the perception that he was hiding within Ningxi City, and cause the Type 4 white-scaled tiger to attack the center of the city. Watching Yu Zhong escape, the mutant beasts became furious. A number of Type 2 black-scaled boars charged through the zombie horde like tanks, sending them flying as they continued to rush straight for the deeper parts of the city. The rest of the mutant beasts also continued forward, steamrolling over the numerous corpses. With the sudden attack of the mutant beast horde, it enraged the zombie controller in Ningxi City. Numerous L4S, L3S, S4S, S3S and other evolved zombies charged for the mutant beast horde. The two mighty armies clash and countless abilities were displayed from the mutant beasts, as both sides tore into each other, the body count rising constantly. Mutant beasts were invincible existences to ordinary zombies, but the evolved zombies possessed enough strength to threaten them. As Yu Zhong weaved in and out on the roofs of the buildings, he was chased by a number of Type 2 hunters, chasing him while crawling up buildings like lizards. He had to stop from time to time, waving his black-toothed blade to kill them with a single slash. With his current strength, as long as he wasn't swarmed by them, he could still carve out a bloody path for himself. Yu Zhong continued to make his way towards the center of Ningxi City, while keeping his distance from the mutant-infected womb. That existence was simply too dangerous. Yu Zhong did not want to be assaulted by that freak. There was no known data on the attack patterns of the mutant-infected womb, and to Yu Zhong an unknown enemy was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful he could possibly slip up and might lose his life as a result. However, the mutant-infected womb could feel the strong scent of blood from the clash between the zombies and beasts, and begun to move there. It was large but extremely agile. Its speed was even comparable to Yu Zhong. It continued forward like a tank, bulldozing over any unfortunate zombies in its path. The mutant-infected womb soon came to the battlefield, and with a swipe of its huge tentacles, a number of the evolved zombies were slapped away, slamming into walls and their bodies broke down, their brains and innards splattering everywhere. It then shot out a tentacle with a sharp barbed spike at the end towards a 7m tall Type 2 black-scaled boar, and pierced its brain. With its snake-like head opening its wide jaws, revealing countless rows of sharp teeth, the tentacle brought the Type 2 black-scaled boar towards it, and chomped down on the mutant beast, fresh blood flowing everywhere. It munched and chomped, swallowing the Type 2 black-scaled boar in a gruesome and horrifying manner. Chapter 598, Clash of Two Tigers. The gargantuan mutant-infected womb began to devour the Type 2 black-scaled boar in huge mouthfuls, with its stomach expanding rapidly for a short while, before deflating to its usual shape. The dozens of tentacles with sharp barbed tips were thrashing about constantly, turning a number of mutant beasts into meat paste, before sweeping their remains into its huge mouth to consume. The mutant-infected womb was like an insatiable beast swallowing large numbers of mutant beasts. Fresh blood splattered everywhere with dismembered limbs lying about. Its surrounding was like it had been struck by a disaster, and it didn't matter whether they were zombies or mutant beasts, as long as they were within its vicinity they would be killed. Yu Zhong observed this from afar and was filled with shock. It's freaking strong. What a terrifying existence. The tentacles flailing about were truly horrifying, with each strike easily smashing the heads of the Type 2 black-scaled boars. With the defenses on Yu Zhong, even if he were to activate all of them together, it would at most be enough to defend against one strike from that mutant-infected womb before he would be smashed to death. One Type 2 mutant poisonous python of about 80m opened its jaws wide and fired a number of poisonous green fog in short bursts at the mutant-infected womb. Those green blobs of poison were the innate ability of the Type 2 mutant poisonous python, and it could corrode even the toughest carapaces on Type 4 mutant beasts. When the poison landed on the body of the mutant-infected womb, it began to sizzle and the flesh began to corrode. However, even though the poison corroded the flesh, it would recover at a speed visible to the eye. The corrosive ability could not match the speed of the flesh's regeneration. The mutant-infected womb slapped out with its tentacles, and hit the head of the Type 2 poisonous python, smashing it into smithereens. Another tentacle pierced into its body, and dragged the entire corpse towards the mouth of the mutant-infected womb. It was incredibly ferocious and anything it touched would die. Mutant beasts were consumed by it at a frightening speed. And all it was doing was using its tentacles to slap around. The Type 2 and Type 3 beasts could do nothing to block the tentacles, and they were consumed immediately after being smacked. Its flesh and body was able to recover even under the innate ability attacks, with no visible wounds barely 5 seconds after the attacks. Where it was currently occupying, the other evolved zombies tried their best to avoid. The other high-level mutant beasts were also frightened till they trembled when they saw what the mutant-infected womb was capable of. Yu Zhong watched from afar and his scalp felt numb as well. This terrifying monstrous entity was even scarier than the Type 4 flame bird, and he didn't dare to approach it even with his strength. As the mutant-infected womb continued to devour the mutant beasts, it grew a new tentacle with a sharp, barbed end, and became even more threatening. As the monstrous freak of nature continued to devour the mutant beasts, a powerful beam of light came shooting from a distance, blasting into the chest of the mutant-infected womb. It penetrated the entire chest, resulting in a bloody hole the size of a fist. Some strange pus oozed out from the wound and dripped onto the ground. The pain caused the mutant-infected womb to scream out in agony. This was the first time it had suffered a grievous wound. Such an attack that could pierce the entirety of the mutant-infected womb was not a simple one. It caused the mutant-infected womb to scream in pain, and its attacks became even more ferocious. It began pulling in more mutant beasts into its mouth at a faster speed, before chomping and gobbling them up. Its flesh then began to heal at a visible rate. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger could not watch anymore as it hid behind the mutant beast horde, and after it had fired that powerful white beam of light with a single leap, it charged towards the center of Ningxi City. Damn it, its target is still me. Yu Zhong was on top of a building and he determined that the Type 4 white-scaled tiger was still not giving up on Yu Zhong, or rather, its offspring. What a pity. When he knew that the white-scaled tiger was aiming for him, he immediately took out the egg and threw it towards the mutant-infected womb. With his 12 times strength, the egg shot towards the mutant-infected womb with a shooting star-like speed. When the mutant-infected womb felt the incoming projectile about 20 m away, it reached out with its large tentacle, and smashed its tentacle towards the egg. Instantly the egg was smashed into smithereens, revealing a partially formed white-scaled tiger fetus. The tentacle then pierced into the fetus and brought it into its mouth. As its sharp teeth clamped down, the fetus was directly turned into minced meat. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger let out a piercing roar of grief and rage. It immediately pushed its speed to the maximum and charged right at the mutant-infected womb. Its powerful claws came swiping down on the body of the mutant-infected womb, clawing out a huge chunk of meat. The mutant-infected womb retaliated by sending dozens of its tentacles smashing towards the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. At this point, the Type 4 white-scaled tiger exhibited its insane agility. Its body continued to flash about, dodging every single one of those tentacles. At the same time, it would slash out with its claws, drawing blood every time. The regeneration ability of the mutant-infected womb was on another level though, and even though the Type 4 white-scaled tiger was drawing blood with each attack, within 5 seconds, flesh would grow back and render the previous attack useless. Such a regeneration rate was beyond 10 times that of the white-scaled tiger. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger single-handedly faced off against the mutant-infected womb, while the rest of the mutant beasts resumed engaging against the rest of the zombie horde. Within the city, as both sides clashed against each other in an explosive manner, Yu Zhong activated his second-order stealth and watched the battle between the two titans at the center of it all. The battle between the two of them lasted an entire day. Even with such a drawn-out battle, the regeneration ability of the mutant-infected womb did not seem to slow down. In fact, it was still as active as when it first acted out, as though there were no signs of exhaustion. There wasn't a single wound on it because every single injury would heal within seconds. However, the same could not be said for the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. It was getting exhausted as numerous injuries covered its body. The injured flesh was decomposing, and there was a putrid smell in the air. In a short period of time, it could perhaps dodge most of the attacks. But, in the span of the entire battle, it was still impossible for it to be resilient. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger caught sight of a space, and immediately twisted its body to leap through. It used its sharp claws to propel itself up a large building, scaling all the way to the roof. It then turned to face the mutant-infected womb with its single horn, and fired the powerful and threatening beam of white light. The devastating white light immediately shot through one of the eyes of the mutant-infected womb, penetrating its head, and dissolving the brain by 1/5. Regardless of the biological makeup of any entity, the moment the brain was vaporized beyond a certain amount, there would only be death. However, the mutant-infected womb just screamed out in agony, and numerous tentacles rose like the waves of the sea to crash against the white-scaled tiger. Having fought such an exhausting battle the entire day, adding on to its overdrawn energy for firing that devastating beam of light, the white-scaled tiger was almost spent. It could not defend nor dodge the incoming attacks of the mutant-infected womb, and it was sent soaring through the air for about dozens of meters. It smashed through one building, and if it wasn't for the scales on its body, it might already have turned into meat paste. At this moment, the most terrifying scene was happening. Although 1/5 of the brain of the mutant-infected womb had been vaporized by the beam fired by the mutant white-scaled tiger, it was already beginning to regenerate slowly. The speed might not be as fast as how its fleshly wounds were healing, but one could still see the reforming of the brain matter. Chapter 599, Striking While the Iron is Hot. The mutant-infected womb howled once more in extreme pain. It immediately adjusted its body and tried to flee towards the distance. It could feel the amount of danger the white-scaled tiger posed to it. It was more than enough to cause its demise. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger flashed through the battlefield like a specter, latching onto the mutant-infected womb, firing its unique white light in multiple beams, causing numerous holes on the mutant-infected womb. However, because the mutant-infected womb was moving constantly, it was extremely hard to hit its head. While most of the blows caused the mutant-infected womb to be covered in multiple wounds, none had hit its head again. As the mutant-infected womb was escaping, its brain was still continuing to regenerate under its sick healing ability. The moment its brain was fully regenerated, it brought up its powerful tentacles and launched attacks back on the Type 4 white-scaled tiger like a torrential downpour. Under the relentless assault of the mutant-infected womb, the Type 4 white-scaled tiger was once again sent flying into the air, its body riddled with wounds. Yu Zhong stood on top of a tall building, and as he watched the Type 4 white-scaled tiger losing its advantage, he immediately barked an order into his walkie-talkie, "It's time, begin the assault." After giving that order, he then leaped onto Greeny's back, and they soared into the sky. Attack. Under Yu Zhong's order, a number of artillery troops on standby began firing from outside the city. Hong! 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 Powerful shots resounded throughout Ningxi City, as a large number of cannons lit up the sky when they came shooting down towards the hordes of zombies and mutant beasts, blasting them into pieces. Yu Zhong's artillery troops had already undergone numerous training and exercises, and they had chosen the locations where the zombies and mutant beasts were concentrated. Each time a rocket landed, it would take out at least tens of thousands of zombies. Under the fearsome volley of heavy fire, a number of L4s that were as large as houses were also not spared. A large Type 2 mutant python was blasted apart by a round of 122mm cannons. In the skies, 8 Thunder Fighters and the Sky Fortress came swooping over Ningxi City, firing countless bombs, enveloping the large areas where the mutant beasts and zombies were clashing. Amidst the explosions, countless zombies and mutant beasts were killed every second. This was the might of advanced weaponry and tactics of the human race. The mutant-infected womb was also treated as a high-priority target, and the 8 Thunder Fighters fired numerous rockets at it, covering its flesh and body with numerous wounds. Although the mutant-infected womb was terrifying, its effective attack range was only about 30 m. Against those Thunder Fighters in the skies, it could only dodge and evade while screaming out in pain. The Type 4 white-scaled tiger was already heavily injured before, and it was caught in the blast of one 122mm round, sending it flying through the air again. The loud explosions rang throughout the city. These were the ammunition that Yu Zhong had accumulated in Yenzhou City these few months. He had also brought in any heavy artillery that they had found in their scavenging expeditions. These were all just to conquer Ningxi City, and to fully gain control of the newbie village. When enhancers reached level 10 through the job change option, Yu Zhong could gain a whole load of talents. By selecting soldiers, he could train up an entire battalion of elites. Some could also be groomed as doctors, then he would have healthcare. Some could become scientists, and his research and development team would be strengthened and grow. Of course, it was not that once they went through the job change that they would instantly become experts of their chosen field. However, they would gain the advantage in their growths there. At the very least, they could still become lower-level doctors or scientists, and to Yu Zhong this was more than enough for the short term. The terrifying explosions continued without stopping. Other than the huge door with the 2 lights, the rest of Ningxi City was covered in explosions. Each blast radius was enough to take out hundreds and thousands of zombies. To experts who had to fend off horde attacks, such groups were difficult to entangle with, but to the powerful artillery they were great targets. Under the constant ravaging of the artillery, the zombies of Ningxi City were at a loss. They could not see the enemy and did not know what to do, only suffering the damage from the projectiles. As for the other mutant beasts, having lost the pressure from the Type 4 white-scaled tiger, many started to flee out of Ningxi City. Yu Zhong did not deploy his troops to go stop the mutant beast horde. In any case, he had only intended to make use of them to kill the zombies. To truly conquer Ningxi City, it would still require Yu Zhong and his army. The powerful heavy artillery continued throughout the night, consuming almost everything in the flames as countless zombies and mutant beasts laid charred and dead across the city. The entire city was currently clear and quiet, and the once densely packed zombie horde had already disappeared, leaving behind only the charred bodies, some still burning slightly, as well as a few scattered groups that had somehow survived the night raid. Hui thus led the 1st Regiment right into Ningxi City. Under the lead of the 4 different commanders of the 4 battalions within the regiment, they split up and began to clear the zombies. Many of the zombies had barely just stuck out their head at the commotion when they were already shot at by the soldiers. The evolved zombies were taken out by the enhancers within the troops. Just using heavy artillery would not be enough to handle the problem, as there were plenty of zombies that had managed to slip past the net. Thus they had to use the ground troops to wipe them out. Every soldier of the 1st Regiment were veterans and elite soldiers, even more disciplined and stronger than the 5,000-strong Japanese soldiers of the Takamajihara. They were like a power sickle that claimed the lives of the zombies as easily as cutting wheat, and as they marched on, there was almost no resistance to their advance. Within the city, the zombies numbered about 2 million, but the majority of the evolved ones had lost their lives during the clash with the mutant beasts in the previous night, hence, all that was left were largely ordinary zombies. Under the terrifying artillery fire, hundreds of thousands were incinerated and blasted to pieces. Even more were reduced from the million that had been left over. Furthermore, since most of the zombie horde was concentrated at the south side of the city, there was not much resistance in the north area. When Yu Zhong noticed the troops entering the city, he immediately gave an order: "Let Bai He lead the 4th Long-Range Company to assist me." The forces that were under Bai He were powerful and elite snipers groomed by Yu Zhong. They were all proficient in the sniper rifles, or possessed the specialization skill. Of them, Bai He had the 2nd Order Enhanced Bullet skill, and Level 3 Sniper specialization. He was the top sniper under Yu Zhong. In fact, he could almost rival the gun demon of the Takamajihara. Compared to him, Bai He was just lacking in the fact that he wasn't a dual attribute evolver. However, his sniper skills would not lose out. This 4th Long-Range Company was one of the trump cards kept by Yu Zhong. They possessed powerful destructive powerful from a long range, and at least 8 of them could shoot down a thunder fighter. Every single soldier of the troop could take down a normal aircraft. Their only weakness was close combat, and they could not compare against powerful close combat experts. Bai He led his 20 men as they swiftly proceeded towards Yu Zhong's location. Meanwhile, Yu Zhong was riding Greenie as they soared through the skies, chasing after the mutant-infected womb. The mutant-infected womb had been bombarded by the 8 thunder fighters, as a large number of rockets were fired at it constantly. However, it waved its tentacles constantly, smashing the rockets away. Each of these rockets would explode the moment they were destroyed, and the powerful explosions would cause the tentacles to be blasted apart. However, each time they would quickly regenerate. It seemed that the destructive power of the rockets were still far away from that of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. Chapter 600, The Ovum of the Mutant-Infected Womb. Yu Zhong roared loudly, "Focus your fire, aim for it head." The 8 thunder fighters immediately fired their powerful anti-tank missiles, their guided missiles and all other rockets at their disposal, blasting the mutant-infected womb. Their machine guns were firing rapidly as well, and the volley of destruction came raining down on the mutant-infected womb, chipping away at its health. A number of anti-tank missiles blasted the mutant-infected womb, destroying its tentacles as tainted blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers of the 4th Long-Range Company had also reached a high vantage point, as they unleashed their abilities and fired at the head of the mutant-infected womb. The bright beams caused many tentacles to break off, and revealed the grim and ravaged head. The moment the mutant-infected womb revealed its head, Yu Zhong immediately expended 80 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina, condensing a devil flame spear and fired it like a shooting star towards the head of the mutant-infected womb, causing it to burn. Under the relentless burning of the flame, the flesh began to smoke as large portions of flesh were incinerated and turned into ash. The mutant-infected womb could not take it anymore and howled in pain. However, it was still not dead as its head continued to regenerate. Yu Zhong did not dare to give it the chance to recuperate, and quickly condensed another powerful devil flame spear and fired it once more. The devil flame spear shot towards the head of the mutant-infected womb like a shooting star, and once more, exploded in a powerful ball of flame, turning its regenerated flesh into ash yet again. On the other side, Bai He had also executed his enhanced bullet skill and had fired at the head of the mutant-infected womb as well, destroying part of it. Beams of light shot from a distance, blasting numerous holes in the head of the mutant-infected womb, causing it to bleed non-stop. The mutant-infected womb finally could not take it anymore and adjusted its body to flee once again. Its speed was incredibly fast, surpassing even Yu Zhong. The moment it moved, there was no way for he and his men to get a fix on its head. The 8 Thunder Fighters were also giving it all they could, firing as many rockets and projectiles as they could, but they kept missing. Fuck. We must not let it get away. Yu Zhong looked at the fleeing mutant-infected womb and his brows furrowed. The mutant-infected womb looked in an extremely pathetic and wretched state right now, but Yu Zhong was clear as long as it was given enough time, this monstrous entity would recover yet again. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to take it down. Yu Zhong had already expended 160 points of spirit, and the 8 Thunder Fighters had no way of firing infinitely due to the lack of ammo, and having expended much of their rockets and projectiles on the mutant-infected womb. If they could not take it down in this short span of time, Yu Zhong would have no choice but to bring his men and retreat. Otherwise, if it charged into the 1st Regiment at full strength, it could easily decimate his entire elite force. Yu Zhong whipped out the electromagnetic gun and fired a shot at the freak of nature. A powerful electromagnetic charge was shot out and blasted a hole in the head of the mutant-infected womb. The might of the electromagnetic gun was no joke. At the same time, its consumption was equally terrifying. Ordinary nuclei could only sustain 1 shot before breaking apart. Type 2 nuclei could support 10 shots before breaking. Type 3 nuclei could give the electromagnetic gun 100 shots. Yu Zhong had used a Type 3 nucleus and was firing constantly at the head of the mutant-infected womb. With his shadow steps activated, his agility had exceeded that of the monster, and with his marksmanship skill, of every 10 shots fired, 9 would strike the head of the mutant-infected womb. The monster was assaulted constantly by Yu Zhong, and more wounds appeared on its head. After about 300 m, being blasted once more by over a few dozens of rockets, it finally crashed into the ground. The moment it stopped moving, a number of shots that had been enhanced blasted into the head, ripping it further apart. Yu Zhong rode on Greenie and arrived at the body of the mutant-infected womb, firing his electromagnetic gun without mercy. He did not let up, instead using 2 Type 3 nuclei to fire without stop, until the mutant-infected womb finally stopped twitching, and a huge orb of experience entered his body. Congratulations on achieving level 82. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. When the orb of experience entered his body, and the sweet notification sound rang in his mind, he then heaved a huge sigh of relief. This terrifying existence had finally fallen. For the sake of obliterating this monstrous entity, the 8 Thunder Fighters had utilized all their ammo, while Yu Zhong himself had almost expended all his spirit, as well as 2 Type 3 nuclei. He even had the support and help from over 20 other experts and their individual skills as well. He was finally able to kill the monster with all of these. Had he been missing any of those subordinates or arsenal, he might not have been able to kill the mutant-infected womb. The regeneration of this mutated biological life form was truly insane. Beside the corpse of the mutant-infected womb, there was a skill book as well as a blue treasure box. He landed on the ground and grabbed both items. 3rd order skill, high-speed regeneration. After learning this ability, you will possess the regeneration ability of some powerful mutant beast. Learning it requires 400 vitality as well as 2nd order regeneration to be enhanced thrice. Learning this skill requires 3 skill points. A 3rd order skill. It actually is a 3rd order skill. It's too bad it's not a combat ability, but it truly is decent. Yu Zhong kept the book into his ring while shaking his head out of pity. After killing the mutant-infected womb, Greenie swooped down and began devouring the flesh of the corpse. The flesh and blood of high-level mutant beasts were essential for zombies. Likewise, zombies were nutritious for mutant beasts. This was the reason why both sides would kill and hunt each other. What's this? Yu Zhong did not mind that Greenie was consuming the flesh of this mutant-infected womb. However, his face changed when he came to the side of the corpse. A strange, protruding portion of the abdomen area had been ripped apart by Greenie's claws. It revealed a huge ovum inside the corpse, covered in strange runes. The runes were flashing and it looked extremely mythical and strange. Yu Zhong activated his bone-encompassing armor and wore the sea mask, before carefully stepping into the body of the mutant-infected womb. He broke apart the nerves connecting to the ovum and pulled it out from the corpse. Yu Zhong eyed the huge ovum as large as a human, his eyes disturbed. The biological life form was evidently extremely weak, and Yu Zhong could destroy it in one punch. However, he was slightly reluctant to, as if he could subjugate the life form inside with his beast tamer ability, then it would be an additional boost to his strength. Yet, if it happened to a life form like the mutant-infected womb, then it would be a disaster to him. Right as Yu Zhong was hesitating with Akacha, the runes covering the ovum shattered, and juices spilled out everywhere, as the life form within jumped out and pounced towards Yu Zhong in a gust of wind. Before he could respond, the life form had already landed on him, and he was utterly shocked, his face drained of color and fear. He had always prided himself in his speed, and could even handle the unbelievably quick Type 4 white-scaled tiger. Yet, this entity from the ovum had jumped on him before he could even react, and this scared him greatly. Yu Zhong was about to conjure up his devil flames to incinerate the life form, when he opened his eyes to look and faltered. That which was laid on top of Yu Zhong was actually a little girl that looked about 12, her hair silver and long, her limbs as delicate as can be, as though they could be broken with just a snap. Her skin was extremely fair, her looks exquisite, and her eyes absolutely charming, so much that one could be lost in those eyes. The little girl laid in Yu Zhong's arms, and stuck out her tongue to lick Yu Zhong's sea mask, smiling as she licked. High-intelligence mutant life form, possess incredible evolving potential and extremely high intelligence. Yu Zhong looked at it and his scalp turned numb. What's going on? That freakish thing could actually give birth to such a girl. Is she human or a zombie? Yu Zhong had slaughtered so many zombies, but he had never seen a pregnant one that was carrying an ovum, or one that could produce such a beautiful girl. Yu Zhong tried to pry the little girl from his grasp, but the moment he placed her down, with a flash of her body, she leapt onto him again, smiling adorably. Chapter 601, Gaining the God and Devil World's 18th Novice Village. Yu Zhong was also helpless and could only take out a set of clothing from his storage ring and help the little lowly dress. He had just helped her to put on the clothes, when she lightly pulled at them and ripped them apart. Yu Zhong's face grimaced in helplessness under the sea mask, and tried to coax her as though he was speaking to a kid. Wear your clothes. Wear your clothes, I'll be nice. Wear, CLO. That's nice. The little silver-haired lowly immediately picked up on that little bit of Chinese and allowed Yu Zhong to dress her again. Once she put them on, she pounced into his embrace again, giggling adorably. Yu Zhong ruffled her hair and said, Since you have a head of pretty silver hair, I'll call you Yin Shuang, Silver Frost. Yin Shuang seemed to understand as she repeated her name slowly, Yin Shuang. Yu Zhong had chanced upon this strange biological life form from the corpse of the mutant-infected womb, and he carried Yin Shuang as they got on Greeny's back, before shooting for the skies. The 8 Thunder fighters in the sky had landed at the forefront of the battle. While their rockets and guided missiles had been spent, they had more back at base. As the battle drew to a close, the ground was strewn with corpses everywhere. Hu Yi's 1st Regiment had fought hard to slaughter the zombies. After an intense battle that lasted for 2 days, over 1 million zombies had been obliterated by Yu Zhong's army. An army that had the support of enough ammunition and logistics was truly powerful, and not something ordinary zombies could hope to withstand. The Z-type within Ningxi City saw that the situation could not be salvaged and hurried to bring the remaining 800,000 as they fled. That was when the armored troops of Yu Zhong burst out. They had been waiting patiently to catch those fleeing zombies. They chased after the horde in a frenzy, slaughtering as many as they could, which reached a total of over 300,000 zombies. By then, only the higher-level evolved zombies had managed to flee together with the Z-type. Congratulations on conquering Ningxi City and gaining the title, Ningxi City Conqueror. The title grants +2 in all attributes, and the title cannot be earned again. Effects of titles can stack. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City, and have gained 3 levels, gaining 6 points of attributes to be allocated. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City, you have gained 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City, you have gained a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City, you have gained an additional skill point to be allocated. When Yu Zhong's troops had chased out the rest of the zombies, or killed the scattered remaining ones, the notifications rang out in his mind one after another. Yu Zhong utilized 2 skill points to enhance his second-order Devil Flame, as the points turned into a bright light in his sea of consciousness, transforming the runes of the Devil Flame. An additional character appeared, and it propelled the might of his Devil Flame yet again. After conquering Ningxi City, Yu Zhong entered the novice village on his own. Congratulations on conquering the novice village, you have gained the title of Controller of God and Devil World's 18th village. Having gained this 18th village, you have obtained the following information. First, about 2 years, 10 months and 13 days from now, the second round will begin. Second, the experience portal will open in 1 year and 10 months from now. You will have to gain control over the whole of China to obtain a ticket for the portal. Third, every city's novice village possesses a unique power. Please work hard to obtain the rest of the villages. A number of notifications sounded out in his mind, causing his mood to sink. Yu Zhong frowned deeply as he felt a rising pressure within his heart. The second round, what is it? Damned bastard, it definitely isn't something good. It was apparent that the current mutant beasts, evolved zombies, the Sea Clan and all the strange intelligent beings were just the beginning. Yu Zhong could barely handle a million-strong zombie horde, and each time he launched an assault, he would expend a great amount of resources and suffer some casualties. If there were more strange monsters that were even more difficult to handle, he was afraid to imagine what the consequences would be. The experience portal will open in 1 year and 10 months, which means I need to conquer the capital of China by then. How is that possible? The capital was one of the densest populated place in China, considering China's population. It had over dozens of million people. That was to say, if Yu Zhong wanted to conquer the capital, he had to face dozens of million zombies. Right now, even 2 million zombies were enough to cause him to be exhausted as well as cost him his reserves. There was simply no way he could take on a dozen million zombies right now. Yu Zhong shook his head, putting the stress to the back of his mind as he walked into the 18th village of the God and Devil world. He immediately walked up to the temple of the occupation of the Dark Knight. Within the temple, a Dark Knight stood there quietly, emitting a quiet but powerful pressure. Yu Zhong could feel the suppressing aura and knew he was far from being a match for this Dark Knight. Your Excellency, I'm Dark Knight Yu Zhong, I hope to purchase some class-related skill books. The Dark Knight pointed with his finger, and a number of projections appeared in mid-air, displaying different skills. Yu Zhong took a look and noticed that the prices had risen to more than 10 times compared to the time he entered the other village. A single level 2 skill required 10,000 survivor coins, while a level 3 skill required 100,000 survivor coins. Here there were also level 4 skills that were for sale, each of them going for at least 1 million survivor coins. Level 5 skills needed 10 million, and level 6 skills went for 100 million. As the leader of 1 million people, Yu Zhong had collected a large amount of survivor coins, and yet he only had 14 million survivor coins. It would at most be enough to purchase a level 5 skill and 4 level 4 skills. He glanced through them, the level 5 and 6 skills were enough to cause him to salivate with longing, but after some hesitation he decided to only buy 1 level 4 skill. Level 4 skill, low-level Dark Do Chi. Allows user to store Dark Do Chi within the body, using it to enhance combat strength. This skill is necessary to evolve it to a mid-level Dark Do Chi, by enhancing the low-level Dark Do Qi 3 times. User can enhance the skill through training or by using skill points. Each enhancement requires 2 skill points. The moment Yu Zhong purchased the skill, he immediately learnt it, as a dark light shone around him, and the runes of the Dark Do Chi skill condensed in his sea of consciousness. When the runes formed, a bunch of information filled his mind, allowing him to gain the cultivation technique of the Dark Do Chi and how to use the Chi itself. His pupils constricting, he activated the Dark Do Chi, and his energy surged, as wisps of dark energy flowed out of his body, strengthening him, boosting his combat power by a huge margin for a short period of time. With a flash of his body, he immediately transformed into a shadow and disappeared. Without the use of his shadow steps, his speed had already reached 27 times that of a person. If he coupled it with the shadow steps, then his speed would truly reach the sound barrier. He came to a stop and admired the strength flowing through his body, nodding in satisfaction. Great! Great! This Dark Do Chi is truly marvelous. With this skill, my strength and survivability have increased another notch. After purchasing this low-level Dark Do Chi skill, he did not continue his purchase of other skills. Instead, he went over to the equipment enhancing shop, and handed 4 evolution stones, 10,000 survivor coins as well as his level 4 Falcon sniper rifle over to the merchant. To upgrade a level 3 equipment to a level 4 one, it required 1 evolution stone. Level 4 to level 5 required 4 stones, level 5 to level 6 required 16 stones, and it stacked on that way. At the same time, by upgrading an equipment from its level 5 to level 6 state, there was a chance of failure. With a bright flash of light, the level 4 Falcon sniper was upgraded to a sleek, black 25mm sniper cannon with many runes all over it. Level 5 Treasure Falcon 2 Type Sniper Cannon. Its effective range is 4 kilometers, and its rounds include armor-piercing, explosive, incendiary and sonic boom. Every day it will automatically generate 1 bullet. The benefits of being a leader of a large faction had finally revealed themselves. He had over 200 of those amazing evolution stones, and he decided to upgrade all the equipment he used constantly to their level 5 stage. Level 5 Black Tooth Blade Extremely Sharp Blade. It can slice apart system equipment of level 4 and below. Level 5 Treasure Stinger 3 25mm Hand Cannon, automatically generates 6 bullets every day. Level 5 Treasure Crocodile Tooth Saw Blade. After upgrading these equipment to their level 5 stage, he didn't take on risks and instead went over to the medicine shop. Inside the shop, Yu Zhong bought 2 level 6 Formula GS. Currently, a single vial of Formula G was selling for 500,000 survivor coins, 10 times more expensive than when Yu Zhong had initially came across the novice village. By purchasing 2, he had spent 1 million survivor coins at one go. However, it was worth it, as other than the Formula G, there was no other medicine that could heal a wound from a zombie. Even an evolver would turn into a zombie if scratched by one, and there was no other known cure. 2 Formula GS were equivalent to 2 lives. Yu Zhong had no choice but to get them. After leaving the medicine shop, Yu Zhong came to the enhancing temple. In front of it, one could use a 1,000 survivor coins to enhance an attribute. However, each person could at most enhance their attributes 20 times maximum. As for Yu Zhong, who controlled the 18th village, he could enhance a maximum of 40 times. He swiftly enhanced his agility 39 times, reaching 256 in total. Many agility-based evolvers would not even close to such a terrifying figure. Chapter 602, Evolving Temple. After enhancing his attributes, Yu Zhong then came to the temple he was unable to enter the previous time. Inside the temple, there was a diamond-shaped crystal floating in mid-air, with countless runes covering it. Congratulations on gaining the 18th village. As the controller, you have authority over the following. First, change the name of the 18th village. Second, allow the village to appear in the world, giving others a clear sight of it. Third, establish the defense mechanism of the village with you providing the energy for the defense. Fourth, send the village into the dimension gap, allowing it to shuttle through dimensions, requirement of a single type 5 nuclei. Fifth, expand the 18th village, requirement of a single type 5 nuclei. Please take note, should the central temple be taken over by any enemy, then the control over the 18th village will change hands. The method of assault will be transmitted to you, and the enemy would have to occupy the central temple for at least 24 hours. A beam of light shot from the crystal in between Yu Zhong's brows, as he was filled with a mass of information. Yu Zhong considered for a moment before saying, change the name to Evolving Temple. Allow the temple to materialize in this world. Yes. Within Ningxi City, a bright light radiated as a number of structures appear out of thin air. The entire grounds that had been leveled due to the multiple bombardment began to reform under a mysterious light. Soon the village materialized. Yu Zhong gained control over the central temple, before moving towards the Bloodline Temple. Within the Bloodline Temple, there were various carvings of werewolves, vampires, mermaids, forest rangers, war leopards, giants, mutants, golems, lion heads, as well as other strange existences. A number of metal cocoon-like compartments stood inside the temple, as a diamond-shaped crystal floated in the middle of the temple. This temple is the Bloodline Temple. Any blood essence that you collect can be stored here, and inserted into the temple. By spending some survivor coins, a person can be enhanced to have a bloodline. Every person can only possess one bloodline, as having 2 bloodlines at the same time might cause some unexpected effects. There's a 90% chance of a mutation to occur, turning user into a freak. There are currently 0 bloodlines in the storage. When Yu Zhong came to this Bloodline Temple and heard the flurry of notifications, he immediately whisked out a number of mutant beasts' blood essences. As he inserted them in, the crystal absorbed them all and presented new information. You can now enhance the following bloodlines: Flame Bird, Sea Jellyfish, Sea Snake. Enhancing the Flame Bird bloodline will require 1 million survivor coins, while the Sea Jellyfish bloodline requires 850,000 survivor coins. Yu Zhong observed carefully and realized that the Type 4 mutant beasts' bloodlines were more expensive, whereas the normal with no type were cheapest. The cheapest bloodline was the mutant sandworm, which only required 200 survivor coins. After checking them, Yu Zhong chose to leave the temple. The results of the bloodline enhancement were still unknown, and he didn't want to dive into it too fast. Even if he had to consider, he would want to acquire a Type 5 mutant beast blood essence before trying. After he left the bloodline temple, he came to the consumable goods store and purchased wholesale. Within the store there was rice, fuel, bullets and all sorts of consumables. He did not buy these, instead choosing to purchase in bulk different ammunitions manufacturing lines, and other forms of military equipment production lines. Currently Yu Zhong was relying on Yenzhou and its factories to produce his ammunition, but it was not enough. This time, the operation in Ningxi City was smooth because of his large expenditure of his military reserves. He had not held back on the bombardment, and this helped to kill almost 2 million zombies of Ningxi City. However, with such a battle, he had already consumed 2/3 of the total ammunition available in Guangxi. He was unable to launch another attack on another horde if he had to. Compared to the valuable skill books, these production lines of ammunitions were not technologically advanced and hence they were cheap. A rifle bullet production line would cost at most 100,000 survivor coins, while a 122mm cannon production line would require 500,000 survivor coins. Yu Zhong spent all of what he had left on the consumable store, purchasing a large amount of bullets, cannons, optical instruments, energy converter parts as well as other equipment. The production lines came out in cards. As long as the user willed it, he or she could turn the card into an entire production line, and set it to a location. After mass purchasing a large number of production lines, his military logistics and support had increased tremendously. After he had done what he needed, he deployed some troops to stand guard over the area. At the same time, he arranged for a huge number of enhancers to head to the evolving temple to change their classes into soldiers, scientists, doctors, priests, blacksmiths, magicians as well as other professions. The moment this was done, the entire strength and might of Yu Zhong's forces increased by leaps and bounds. It was especially so for the soldiers. Yu Zhong arranged for Masako to bring Hai Lan to go summon a large number of mutant beasts into Port Fangcheng, allowing the soldiers to kill them and increase their levels, before changing their class into soldiers. At the same time, with the scientists from Japan joining Yu Zhong's research team, adding on to the enhancers that switched classes to scientists, the research into the laser gun as well as energy converter went underway. Xian Yuming was conferred as the captain of the navy, and he led the Blue Ridge ships to scour the coastal lines for resources and survivors. After making arrangements, Yu Zhong then sat in a thunder fighter and made for Longhai City. Salute! The moment Yu Zhong came out from the thunder fighter, 2 rows of soldiers greeted him with a military salute. The upper echelons of Longhai City, including Qi Yang, De Gozi, Qinyao, Guiyu, Su Jinggang, Lu Wen and others welcomed him. Ever since Yu Zhong set off for Guangxi, he had expanded largely and gained the support of over 1 million people, his expansion surpassing even that of Hunan. However, Hunan was still his home base. Yu Zhong came up to Qi Yang and patted his shoulders. It's been hard on you. Since Yu Zhong disappeared, there have been plenty of minor uprisings from the countless factions he suppressed. Without Qi Yang's stable but firm grip, Yu Zhong might have lost this base long ago. Qi Yang smiled warmly. It's what I should do. Beside Qi Yang, his guards were shocked when they saw him smile. In their eyes, Qi Yang had been an extremely steady but resolute leader, with a fierce stance on the city. They had never seen him smile before. Yu Zhong chuckled. I've seen Hu Yi. That rascal is still alive and kicking, and has become a regiment commander of the Guangxi's 1st Regiment. Hu Yi had obtained plenty of merits in his efforts to take down Ningxi City, hence Yu Zhong had promoted him directly. After all, generals were forged through countless battles. Hu Yi had experienced plenty and had gained the prestige and respect. Qi Yang spoke. What about my mum and dad? Yu Zhong became silent before replying slowly. I did not manage to find them. Qi Yang's body trembled, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. He became silent as well. In the first place, he was a man of few words. Regardless of how sad he would bear it all himself. Seeing this, Lu Wen, who had wanted to pounce straight into Yu Zhong's arms, also stood quietly, grabbing Yu Zhong's arms. This is the report on everything that has happened all this time. After returning to the villa that he had left for so long, Guiyu came up to him, dressed in a neat military uniform, her full bosom threatening to burst out of her shirt, as she handed him a thick file. Yu Zhong received it and began to read it. During the time when Yu Zhong was gone, Qiang had slowly but steadily expanded their scope of power, annihilating zombies, saving survivors, and even obliterating 2 bases that had over 10,000 people each. They had absorbed their survivors. After all, it was tough for ordinary factions to contend with the military advanced faction of Yu Zhong. After constant expansion and growth, their Hunan base had reached over 420,000 survivors, and society had stabilized and began to prosper once more. After reading through it, Yu Zhong handed it back to Guiyu and said warmly, "You've worked hard." Hearing his gentle words, Guiyu's eyes turned red, her heart filled with warmth. Her nose turned sour and her tears started to flow. She had been a spoilt brat at home before the apocalypse, and did not know how to do anything. But since then she had experienced so much, landing in the hands of Wang Guang, who, almost being tortured to death, in the end she had landed with Yu Zhong, who gave her the chance to live a life with dignity. However, he was often out fighting and would disappear from time to time with no news whatsoever. This would often cause Guiyu to be afraid. She was afraid that she would end up in the hands of others and be toyed with till her death. She had held out for so long and was exhausted. With this single sentence from him, she was filled with a sense of comfort and strength. Seeing her sobbing in relief, his emotions welled up as well, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. He then kissed her lightly on her lips. She responded fiercely before wrapping around him like a female snake, giving him her warmth, passion and all. Chapter 603, Reaching the Central Plains. After an intense bout of passion, a blood-colored rose bloomed on the snow-white sheets. Guiyu curled up like a satisfied kitten, before lying on Yu Zhong's chest as she used her voluptuous breasts to massage him and said, "Master, now that you're back, are you going to stay here for long?" Guiyu looked at him with an expectant look, hoping that he would stay at Longhai City. As long as he stayed, she would feel so much more secure. Yu Zhong planted a kiss on her lips before hugging her tightly. "No. Soon I'll have to make another trip." Guiyu's eyes flashed with disappointment as she hugged him back, feeling his warmth. "Where are you heading to this time? Can't you just command the troops from here?" Yu Zhong rebuked gently. "No can do. I have to head north and conquer that area." Guangxi had just experienced a huge battle, and their ammunition and supplies were largely expended. In the short-term future, there was no way to organize another battle. They could only embark on minor expeditions to clear the zombies. Longhai City had also gone out on such minor expeditions plenty of times, and the total number of zombies they have annihilated was over 600,000. The troops needed rest as well. If Yu Zhong waited slowly for the laser gun and energy converter to be produced, he could take his time to slowly wipe the zombies out before conquering the entire county. In fact, he had planned for it to be like this. However, after obtaining the 18th village, now known as the Evolving Temple, he had received the shocking news of what's to come. He had to find a way to conquer the capital as soon as he could. In order to conquer the capital, he had to start advancing towards the north, and make use of the strength of the survivors there to subjugate the capital. Otherwise, the moment the second round of the God and Devil system started, Yu Zhong knew that his faction would be too ill-equipped to deal with it. The death toll then might number in the millions. Guiyu asked softly, "This time, can you bring me along?" She had watched as Qin Yao, Ji Qingwu and a few of his women join him in battles. There was a strong sense of envy and she wanted to fight by his side as well. Yu Zhong directly refused. "No, this time it is a major operation to take down the north. It's too dangerous, I can't risk having you there." She sighed lightly and did not press the issue further. Instead, she raised her head and kissed his lips, and her eyes shined brightly as she said, "Master, let's do it again. Give me more, I want to bear your children." Guiyu was a beauty capable of stirring the hearts of many. With such a tone, Yu Zhong was instantly aroused again, and they tousled for the rest of the morning. Since returning to Longhai City, Yu Zhong would go around in the day to make his presence known to his subordinates and the survivors under him. During the nights he would then head to find Guiyu, Lu Wen Zhuya and Tong Xiaoyun to placate and pacify them. As for Yin Shuang, the life form that had appeared out of the corpse of the mutant-infected womb, she was a lovable existence to everybody. However, she was practically stuck to Yu Zhong and was not willing to leave his side for long periods of time. After 10 days, Yu Zhong boarded one of the Thunder Fighters as he led over 100 elites towards the north. It was spring now, yet there was a chill in the air and it would snow almost every 2 or 3 days. The entire Central Plains was covered in a layer of snow. Across the snow-white field, there were 100 survivors in tattered clothes running. Behind them, over 20 men in thick cotton clothes were chasing them as they rode horses. They wielded guns and they were laughing loudly while firing their guns from time to time, killing a number of the survivors. The men in pursuit had the ability to wipe out the entire group of survivors, except that right now they were treating the chase as a hunt. They laughed as they chased and fired their guns, and the survivors would drop dead one after another. As the survivors ran, some fell, breathing heavily as they kneeled, hugging their heads while begging to surrender. However, in response, the men behind just came up and whipped out their blades and slashed at the survivors. Seeing this, the rest of the survivors became frantic and began to flee again. At this time, a number of soldiers dressed in military uniforms appeared in the distance. One of the survivors saw this group of gun-wielding soldiers and immediately screamed out, "Save us! Sir, please save us! As long as you save us, we will do anything. Please. Save us. Save us. Please, please, please. I'm willing to toll my entire life for you." Seeing this new group of militants, the pitiful survivors who had been forced to such a state began to scream and shout. It didn't matter who these people were, since it seemed like they were their only hope. This group of soldiers were precisely Yu Zhong and his men. The way towards the capital was filled with dense population. There were zombies everywhere, and no place was suitable to expand their scope of power. Yu Zhong had thus chose the route through Mongolia, where the plains were vast and population scarce. Not long after arriving here, just as he was prepared to launch an assault on a city, they discovered this situation. Seeing this new group that appeared, the men in pursuit of the survivors immediately became wary. Each of them were riding level 15 mutant black stallions, and they immediately turned their aim on Yu Zhong's group. One of the militants came shouting in a strange language. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard him, not understanding the language. Foreign language? These are foreigners? Capture 5, kill the rest. Got it, boss. Bai Xiaosheng, who had been following beside Yu Zhong, had a savage glint in his eyes, as he flashed forwards, charging towards the ordinary militants like a gust of wind. The elites who were following beside Yu Zhong immediately spread out, before charging towards the militants as well. These were all evolvers of at least level 40 and above. They had all changed their classes to be soldiers, knights, etc., and they were capable of killing these militants without their guns at all. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged past Yu Zhong, charging for the militants like a specter, with its speed breaking the sound barrier. A pale fist would appear once in a while, and each time, a militant's head would explode. In a second, almost all 20 were wiped out, save for 5. Clearing over 20 militants in just 1 second, Yin Shuang appeared in their midst, among the bloodied corpses, without a shred of dirt or blood on her. Looking like an angel, she smiled at Yu Zhong. "Father! Father! I've killed them all. Father's enemies have been killed. Praise me." The stark contrast between her angelic demeanor and the hellish scene of the corpses gave her an innocent yet cruel aura. It was truly strange. Yin Shuang's talent for comprehension and learning was terrifying, picking up Chinese in such a short time. She had then started to call Yu Zhong as her father. Strong. Too overpowered. Bai Xiaosheng and the rest of the elites watched the scene as their eyes filled with shock. Her speed had exceeded even the Type 3 lightning, and her fists contained an earth-shaking might that could cause a person's head to explode. Not a single one of them dared to take on her blows head-on. Strong. A chill came over Yu Zhong's heart as well when he witnessed how fast this little girl had killed those militants. Just comparing speed, hers had exceeded lightning, and reached the level of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. It was the first time he had seen her unleash such a frightening combat strength. Well done, Yin Shuang. This is your reward. Yu Zhong chuckled gently as he pulled out a lollipop for her. From any angle Yu Zhong was truly lacking as a parent. A gust of wind blew, and Yin Shuang had already appeared in Yu Zhong's arms, before grabbing the lollipop and she sucking on it before smiling brightly. Hee hee. I was praised by father. Lolicon. However, this loli truly is something else. Bai Shaoxing eyed Yin Shuang, and his countenance paled as he muttered inwardly. When the 5 remaining militants saw their comrades wiped out, their legs gave way from the fright, and were easily subdued by Yu Zhong's soldiers. Yu Zhong frowned as he asked them, "Who are you people?" One of them had savage look as he barked out, "We are soldiers that possess the noble Huangjin blood from the Mongol Empire's King Huaran's palace. If you know what's good for you, release us this instant. Otherwise, when the army of King Huaran arrives, you will all be skinned and torn apart." Huangjin clan? Another ambitious warlord. Yu Zhong knew he came across another faction. The apocalypse had already lasted for a year so far, and many warlords had tried to stake their own claims to various lands. Yu Zhong had seen it all. After all, he was one himself. Too much bullshit. Take him away for execution. Yu Zhong eyed him coldly and barked. That militant was dragged to one side, and a blade came flashing down as his head was thus separated from his body. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Seeing that soldier decapitated, the rest of the warriors started trembling. Yu Zhong then pointed at another militant and said, "All right. Come over and tell me all about the Mongol King Huaran." The warrior immediately revealed everything in fear when he was dragged. Yes. The Mongol King Huaran was a Mongolian of the Huangjin descent. After the apocalypse happened, he had relied on his claim to his bloodline to influence the people around him to join him as they carved out a faction for themselves. Chapter 604, Yin Shuang's Terrifying Strength. The Mongol King Huaran had warred all over the region, exterminating numerous factions, while taking absorbing power. He had now control over 120,000 households under him. As for the Huangjin clan that he was from, there were 4 main households, and they were in charge of the 40,000 troops of the Huangjin clan. These armed warriors were the soldiers trained under Boer Zi of the Huangjin clan. They had just launched an assault on a middle-sized faction, and were in the midst of hunting down these remnant survivors. Since the apocalypse, the weather had turned even harsher and colder. It was now already early spring, yet it was still snowing every day. Vegetation could not grow. To the Mongols who raised livestock, it was truly tough. Many of their livestock had already succumbed to the weather. Their rations hence dwindled day after day. Under such circumstances, Boer Zi had therefore ordered a massacre of anybody not of Mongol descent. Corpses were to be brought back, becoming food for the slaves as well as the mutant black stallions. The mid-sized faction had been forced under these circumstances to flee, while being pursued by those Mongol soldiers. Damn. What a bunch of beasts. Yu Zhong heard the words and his expression turned ugly. After the apocalypse happened, many people started doing what they liked. It didn't matter which country they were from, everyone sought to control and dominate others. Yu Zhong was appalled that such things were happening right across the border. The middle-aged survivors ran up to Yu Zhong and knelt down as they sobbed, "Sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. Thank you, sir. Many thanks for saving us." Those survivors that had managed to escape that ordeal began to kneel and express their gratitude and relief. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong stepping out to act, they would all have died. Yu Zhong glanced at one of them and asked indifferently, "What's your name?" He replied carefully, responding to "Sir, my name is Xiao Li." Yu Zhong then gave Xiao Li an order, "Go and tell the rest, those who are willing to come with me, we will ensure your safety and provide food. However, you will have to obey every single command of mine. Those who aren't willing, I won't stop, they're free to go. Go. Let me make myself clear first, those who come with me, yet are not willing to obey will face death." Xiao Li was shocked in his heart and he replied carefully, "Yes, sir," before turning back to the rest of the survivors. Not long after Xiao Li returned, majority of the survivors were willing to follow Yu Zhong. After all, it was hard to find food out here in the plains. They wanted to live and knew how hard it was. Yu Zhong allowed them to follow him and it was a sort of blessing to them. Of course, there were those who were unwilling, and the 6 of them expressed their thanks before leaving. Set off. Yu Zhong did not mind as he ordered. This group of over 200 people hence made their way towards the middle-sized faction. The mid-sized faction was set out in the wilderness, surrounded by only a layer of wooden fence. It was set up to guard against the occasional low-level mutant beast and zombies. At one particular area, there were a number of sharp spikes erected, with some corpses stuck on them. Currently, the base had turned a scene from hell, with corpses strewn everywhere. Numerous Mongols were atop women, laughing maniacally as they sought their heart's content. War could allow even the most civilized person to turn into the most savage of beasts. Yu Zhong ordered, "I will charge through the front door. By Xiao Sheng, lead 20 men to attack from the north. Tenpyo Saka, you take 20 and attack from the sides. Zhuya Tong, you shall lead some men to stay and guard here. Await further orders." This time, Yu Zhong had taken Bai Xiao Sheng, Tenpyo Saka and Zhuya Tong together with him. Both Bai Xiao Sheng and Zhuya Tong had swallowed the pink snake birth fruits and became dual attribute evolvers, their powers heightened further. Tenpyo Saka was also one of the top evolvers from Japan, and possessed terrifying combat ability. As for Yu Zhong himself, he was akin to an entire army because of his overwhelming strength. He dared to cross the plains to expand. Yu Zhong gave the order and brought Yin Shuang as he went towards the base. Within the base, everything was in a mess, and there were many naked women in the grasps of the Mongol soldiers. The prettier the women, the more Mongol soldiers there were around them. There were corpses everywhere as well, belonged to both men and women, and the corpses of children were the most. It was truly hell, and the thick stench of blood wafted throughout the place. When Yu Zhong stepped into the base, he became like a death god, reaping lives with the flash of his blade. The heads of the soldiers fell swiftly, incapable of reacting in any way at their moment of death. As blood splattered all over the women, they screamed out loud. The screams attracted the attention of some of the Mongol soldiers, and 7 of them charged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong shot forwards, his crocodile tooth saw blade slashing out multiple blade beams, tearing through the 7 Mongol soldiers like they were paper. The copious amount of blood and organs that spilled everywhere was horrifying. Yin Shuang was like a cat that curled up in Yu Zhong's chest, absorbing the surroundings with a savory glance. While the gruesome sight might cause some to be horrified and fearful, she felt it to be exciting and fun. Against these ordinary soldiers, Yu Zhong didn't even need to employ any skills, he just swung his blade and took them out easily. On the other side, Bai Xiao Sheng, Tenpyo Saka were both evolver experts, and the ordinary soldiers were not their match at all. At the same time, the soldiers brought by Yu Zhong were elites that had received special training, and they killed swiftly and silently, not arousing too much suspicions. After killing over 100 soldiers, some form of an army finally appeared. They were some of the Mongol soldiers under the lead of Boerzi that did not waste their energy on women. The moment they discovered Yu Zhong, they began to launch attacks on him. The soldiers were all wielding guns and numerous bullets rained upon Yu Zhong. "Father, I'll go kill them. Gimme some candy later." Yin Shuang chuckled at Yu Zhong before pecking him on the side of his face. At the next instant, she had transformed into a gust of wind that charged right into the midst of the Mongol soldiers. Yin Shuang charged through the troops of Boerzi, and their brains exploded one by one in a horrible fashion. It was as though a grim reaper had sliced through their midst, collecting their lives. The Mongol soldiers shouted out in fear as they readied their guns and began firing. However, they missed every single shot. Within 5 minutes, Boerzi soldiers had all been slaughtered cleanly, their headless corpses strewn all over the ground. After killing those hundreds of soldiers, Yin Shuang was still clean, without a speck of dust nor drop of blood on her. She looked just like a little angel. However, this little angel had just slaughtered over hundreds of soldiers in a span of 5 minutes, with her little pale fists. Scary? Terrifying. By the time Bai Xiao Sheng and Tenpyo Saka reached the battlefield, it was already over. They looked at the hundreds of headless corpses, astonished. They eyed Yin Shuang, who was nestled in Yu Zhong's embrace, their faces full of fear. The soldiers had followed Yu Zhong through numerous battles, and knew Yu Zhong's attack methods. The headless corpses were obviously the work of the little lowly in Yu Zhong's arms. If such a terrifying existence had been their enemy, they would be basically defenseless. However, as a comrade she was truly reliable. Yin Shuang laughed brightly. "Father, did I do well?" Yu Zhong pulled out a lollipop and ruffled her little head. Well done. This is your reward. Yin Shuang giggled and leapt around in Yu Zhong's arms, her face full of satisfaction as she enjoyed her lollipop. Without this Yin Shuang, Yu Zhong could have wiped out the entire base as well, just that it wouldn't have been easy. Xiao Li and the rest of the survivors had returned to the base. When they saw the headless corpses of the Boer Z forces, they were filled with shock. Strong. They're truly too strong. Especially the headless corpses, Xiao Li and the rest immediately thought of the innocent-looking but deadly loli that followed Yu Zhong around. Their hearts instantly turned cold. With the death of the Mongol soldiers, the entire base fell into Yu Zhong's hands. Currently, the mid-sized faction that used to house 3,000 over survivors were only left with a little over 800 after the massacre by the Boer Z's forces. The number of females outnumbered the males, with over 700 of them, and the men numbering 100. As to why there were so many women left, it was precisely because the soldiers had intended to make use of them. The Boer Z's forces that came to attack were about 1,000 or so, and with them, there were over 100 black stallions. These black stallions were stronger than the long-distanced horses of the past by umpteen times, and their acceleration at the start could rival that of powerful sports car. When comparing long distances, they could even drag along a car with their powerful limbs. Every single one of these horses was a treasure, and could exchange for a ton of rations. After all, there was lack of fuel. There might be many cars, but fuel was scarce. With such a powerful black stallion that could replace a car as a form of transport, and could even be used to transport stuff, they were precious to any faction. Other than the 100 black stallions, there were over 100 lambs, 200 cows, 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of corn, 50 tons of wheat. The total number of vehicles were about 300, and they had 20 tons of fuel allocated. By eliminating the forces of Boer Z, Yu Zhong had also obtained an additional 1,000 rifles, 30,000 rounds of ammunitions, allowing for every single person in his group to wield a gun each. When they were done clearing the place up, Yu Zhong immediately gave the order for everyone to continue moving. The news of the 1,000-strong force being wiped out would not escape the Huangjing clan for long. Yu Zhong had to escape as quickly as possible. Right now, his strength was enough to wipe out a force of 1,000 with no problems, but if the Huangjing clan sent all of their forces, he could not guarantee victory. The fact that the Huangjing clan could sit at the top of the food chain out here in the plains represented their strength, and the might of their troops. Yu Zhong was not blindly arrogant to think he could fight them head-on with a bunch of 100 soldiers. Across the snow-white plains, 900 people left the desolate base as they continued on in the harsh weather. Halt. Hand over your weapons and rations and you can cross. Otherwise we'll kill without mercy. Just as Yu Zhong's group was proceeding, an overbearing shout resounded from a distance. A burly man with thick eyebrows and coarse skin appeared, riding a black stallion, with a large bronze bow slung across his back. He was backed by a few other equally burly men riding other black stallions, and they approached with rising killing intent. They were just about to launch an assault, when Bai Xiao Sheng and his elites swiftly readied their weapons, and aimed at the approaching offenders, their own killing intent billowing out. Experts. Shit, we've kicked an iron plate. The burly leader saw the numerous guns trained on him and his men, and a dangerous feeling rose up in his heart. Yu Zhong eyed them and spoke coldly, "Who are you people?" The burly man immediately cupped his fists and said, "This brother. I am Divine Arrow Li Guang. I've eyes but did not recognize MT Tai and have offended you. Please pardon my ignorance. I'll lead my men away." When Xiao Li heard him, his face changed and quickly went up to inform Yu Zhong, "Divine Arrow Li Guang. Leader, he is one of the famous bandits around these parts. His archery is truly something else. The rumors are that he had killed a Type 2 mutant beast with a single arrow once. All his brother are also powerful enhancers in their own right, and their combat prowess is strong. They have wiped out a 100-man troop of the Huangjing clan before." As Li Guang heard Xiao Li's recount, his face revealed a smug expression. "Oh, Li Guang, I'm in need of talents. You've come at the right time. Stay with me and work for me. As for the matters today, I won't pursue them. If you aren't willing, this time next year will be the death anniversary for you and your brothers." Yu Zhong chuckled lightly and pulled out his stinger, swiftly firing 3 shots. The 3 rounds zipped past 3 of the experts by Li Guang's side, barely missing their hair. His speed was too terrifying, and before the three of them could even react, the bullets had already soared past them. Only Li Guang could forcefully make out Yu Zhong's movements. When the gunshots died down, the three of them felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, their countenances pale. If Yu Zhong had aimed for their heads earlier, they would truly have died. What do you think? Yu Zhong's words were like a hammer that slammed into Li Guang's heart. He hesitated for a while, looking at those soldiers pointing the guns at him and his brothers, and came down from his horse, kneeling before Yu Zhong. Li Guang is willing to serve leader. Chapter 605, Jianghu County. Li Guang pledged allegiance to Yu Zhong before coming up to him and asked, "Leader, where are you headed?" Yu Zhong replied, "Jianghu County." Li Guang's heart turned cold when he heard it. "Leader, Jianghu County is currently overrun with many zombies, will our strength be a little too weak?" Mongolia was vast, and its population was extremely spread out. It could not compare to those inner cities. Jianghu County used to have 50,000 people in the past. After the apocalypse, there were approximately 40,000. Li Guang knew Yu Zhong and his men were strong, but a group of 1,000 intending to wipe out close to 40,000 zombies was basically impossible to him. Ordinary zombies were extremely weak and easy to kill, but even a level 60 evolver would be exhausted from dealing with 10,000 zombies. Yu Zhong eyed Li Guang and spoke indifferently, "Our strength is more than enough." Li Guang immediately became tired, not daring to believe. He had only seen a part of Yu Zhong's strength, and just that would have been enough to wipe them out earlier. Not to mention that Bai Shaosheng and the rest of the soldiers had yet to act. He didn't dare infuriate Yu Zhong. Soon, Jianghu County appeared in the eyes of the entourage. It was a simple and backward city. Within the city, there were many rotting bodies with savage expressions shambling about. Yu Zhong's group had long since accumulated enough experience dealing with zombies. Bai Shaosheng pulled out a napkin that had been splashed with blood and charged right into the city. The zombies soon chased after him. Yu Zhong pointed at the group of zombies and gave Li Guang and his men an order, "Let me see what you're capable of." "Yes. Brothers, charge. Let us show leader our strength." Li Guang hollered and charged towards the zombies. The dozens of riders followed behind as they roared and charged at the zombie group. When Li Guang and his riders reached about 200 m away from the zombies, they began to knock their arrows, and a flurry of arrows flew towards the zombies, nailing them to the ground. Among them, Li Guang's archery was easily the strongest. His skill was the heavy arrow, and each time he could fire up to 3 arrows, with each arrow possessing a destructive might. Each time he let his arrows fly, 3 zombies would be killed. The rest of the soldiers had not managed to copy Li Guang's level of skill, however each of them could still penetrate the body of the zombies, nailing to the ground. From time to time, some zombies could be seen struggling to stand back up. At this moment, 7 L2s that were impervious to most guns and knives appeared, and charged at the soldiers. The arrows of these warriors just served to bounce off the L2s bodies. Seeing this, the countenances of the soldiers changed and they quickly retreated. Li Guang bellowed in rage, and immediately let loose an arrow empowered by the explosive arrow skill. With a flash, a meteor-like arrow shot towards one of the L2, and blasted its head into pieces. He then proceeded to fire another 3 more of such arrows, dispatching another 3 L2s before his face turned pale, and he too quickly retreated. The L-types were after all not easy to deal with. "Bai Shaosheng, do it." Yu Zhong looked at Bai Shaosheng who was behind Li Guang and his men and gave the order. "Yes, charge with me." Bai Shaosheng chuckled and led 50 elites forwards. The 50 elite evolvers raised their rifles and fired into the zombie horde. As the multiple gunshots rang out, a large number of zombies were taken out, their heads popping. The 50 elites were all accurate marksmen, every bullet aiming for the heads, and easily took care of the 400 over zombies. These 50 elites had all changed jobs to become soldiers with the firearms manipulation skill, adding on to their status as evolvers, and their levels reaching 40 and above. Each of them already possessed the level 4 skill, Soldier's Heart, enhancing their firearms manipulation skill further. Each of them were now accurate marksmen. With their rifles, they could easily take out ordinary zombies from a distance of 200 m. After killing those 400 ordinary zombies, there were about 30 Type 2 evolved zombies left. Zhuya Tong held a 3m long mace that had been enhanced to level 5 and charged into the midst of the zombies. Every strike of hers caused the zombies to be blasted on the spot. As for Bai Shaoxing, he was like a specter that easily sliced the evolved zombies into two with each flash of his blade. Within 5 minutes, all the zombies that had been lured out were easily done in. As Li Guang and his men watched, their hearts were filled with shock. Holy shit! Too strong. Where did this bunch of people come out from? How come they're so strong? Fortunately, I surrendered early, otherwise, we would have been a pile of corpses. Li Guang watched Bai Shaoxing leading his men to clear the zombies, and he felt a chill down his spine, celebrating his decision. With such a method, Bai Shaoxing easily lured out another 1,000 zombies, and the group proceeded to clear them easily. All of a sudden, the zombies that had been attracted to the blood stopped following Bai Shaoxing. Instead, they began to gather together. Looking at these zombies that had seemingly become smarter, Yu Zhong muttered softly, "Has the Z-type arrived? Who would have thought that such a small county would produce a Z-type?" Li Guang felt curious and asked, "Z-type? Leader, what's that?" There were many people who were still oblivious to the existence of the intelligent Z-types, and it was likely that only the major factions would have come across them. As a small group, it was natural that Li Guang and his brothers had not yet come across it. Yu Zhong replied, "It's a type of zombie that can command others. It is able to gather an entire horde together, to launch a large-scale attack." Li Guang turned pale. "What? It can actually command zombies to gather together? That's crazy." The zombies were fearsome, and some humans could barely scrape by with their lives because the zombies had little intelligence. The moment they did possess intelligence, it would truly be a nightmare for humankind. Zombies that were not under any command were prey for the humans, but the moment there was an intelligent being behind them, humans would then become the prey. Yu Zhong gave an order, "Set up the fortifications and begin construction here. I think it would not wait to charge at us soon." When he gave his order, the survivors that Yu Zhong had rescued began to work under the guidance of an evolver. A number of buses were driven over, forming a simple wall of steel surrounding the survivors. Should this wall be breached, the survivors would fall prey to the zombies. The survivors were extremely fearful, but under Yu Zhong's orders they could not shirk away. Soon after, 30,000 zombies began to surge out like a huge sea from the center of the city. With such a number, it truly seemed as though the horde was endless. The survivors turned pale, their bodies trembling. Many of the survivors began to wail and cry, some kneeling and sobbing as they cursed their fates. "Do it." Yu Zhong watched the sea of zombies flow out and readied his assault rifle, directly killing 10 zombies. Bai Shaoxing and the rest of the elites also raised their weapons and picked off the zombies calmly. As the hail of bullets rained down on the zombies, many of their heads were blasted apart like watermelons. It was like there was an invisible wall that impeded their advance, with the zombies in front falling like wheat. Yu Zhong, together with Bai Shaoxing and his 100 elite soldiers who were level 40 evolvers, were much more efficient than a 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Their aim was true. It was especially so for Yu Zhong, who could easily fire 8 shots in a second, taking down 8 zombies each time. It was an easy feat for him. As long as he used all his strength, he could even fire out 12 consecutive bullets, each of them headshots. The rest of the soldiers were not as tyrannical as Yu Zhong, but even so they could still take down 2 or 3 per second. Any soldier from this fearsome army could easily dispatch the whole lot of them, and to think they had actually intended to rob them. They had truly been at the gates of hell without knowing. The rifle bullets could only take down the ordinary zombies. There were 5 L3s and 100 L2s that formed a front formation and charged towards Yu Zhong and his men. As the 100 L2s that were about 3m tall charged towards them, they seemed like mini-tanks, and the 5 L3s who took the vanguard positions were even more massive, towering at 4m. Yu Zhong eyed them nonchalantly and pointed, his devil flame activating as 5 huge fireballs shot towards the heads of the L3s and exploded. The heads of the 5 L3s exploded in a cloud of blood and flesh, their massive frames slumping to the ground. With Yu Zhong insta-killing those L3s, white bones charged towards the L2s like a gust of wind, its bone spikes extending out as it started to whirl extremely fast, slicing through the heads of the L2s. As for the other major group that comprised of the S3s and S2s, their heads were targeted by Yu Zhong's rifle. With his current strength, Aiming for them was easier compared to the past. It would take an S4 to give him some trouble within a distance of 200 m. Under the relentless assault of Yu Zhong's forces, the 30,000 zombies were slowly being exterminated. The price they had to pay was the expenditure of over 80,000 rounds. Such an incredible feat was hard to accomplish prior to the change of class for the elite soldiers. After the job changed, their firearms manipulation and accuracy had undergone a tremendous change. Adding on to their enhanced physique, it was barely a form of intense training for them to deal with 30,000 zombies. This was why evolvers that had changed their jobs were this fearsome. At that time, when the Kingdom of God had been ambushed by the Takamajihara forces in Japan, they could still make use of their superior abilities to hold off the enemy 10 times their numbers. This was purely the advantage of a job change. Advance. Having dealt with the 30,000 zombies, Yu Zhong proceeded forwards. Bai Shaoxing thus led 50 elites and charged in to clear the remaining zombies. Xiao Li led the rest of the survivors and set fire to the 30,000 corpses according to Yu Zhong's orders. If the decomposing bodies were to be left alone, there would be unknown viruses and diseases that could transmit. Of course, they were the best fertilizers for the mutant plants. However, Yu Zhong did not have any base that were currently growing any mutant plants, hence he had no use for these corpses. Upon entering the city, the remaining zombies had already been brought away by the Z-type to escape, leaving behind only a scarce number. Chimu County was a place that was rich in coal, and there were a few large coal mining companies here. With such a large amount of resources falling into Yu Zhong's hands, he had no need to worry about energy for the time being. At the same time, there were plenty of cotton clothes here, and Yu Zhong gave them out to the survivors, helping them to keep warm. As the survivors received the cotton clothes, many of them teared up in gratitude. After all, most factions treated cotton clothes as precious resources. A pretty woman would have to accompany a man for an entire month just to get a piece of cotton clothing. Now Yu Zhong was giving them out without qualms, and these survivors were all touched. At the same time, they were filled with respect and faith in the strength of the troops. When Yu Zhong announced to recruit soldiers, many signed up, hoping to gain strength and glory. Among the survivors that Yu Zhong rescued, there were more women than men. He could not help it, and thus had to organize a largely female troop as well. He then handed them to Zhuo Yatong to lead. After arranging for matters to be settled, Yu Zhong then summoned Li Guang, asking, "Tell me all you know about the various factions out here in the plains." The plains and the cities were different as population was sparse out in the plains. When the world changed, those humans out there stood a better chance in surviving. Thus, the number of survivors was much higher. Also, since the plains were vast, traffic was not congested, it was easy for communications between factions. As a wandering bandit, Li Guang had seen his fair share of things, and naturally knew more about the plains as compared to Xiao Li. Chapter 606, Tianmu Town. Yes, boss. From what I know, the current largest and strongest faction is naturally the Huangjing clan led by the Mongol king Hua Ran. It's rumored that he has 120,000 survivors under his rule, and there are over 30,000 slaves of other races under him as well. The 2nd well-known faction would be the Great Turkic Empire of Wu'er Tua Tua. He has a total of 10,000 elite Golden Wolf soldiers, each of them fierce and powerful. Other than that army, they also have 150,000 slaves from other races. The third largest faction would be the forces of the Manchurian Empire under the King Haiwenye. The total Manchu and Han soldiers number about 8,000, and they have about 160,000 slaves. Other than these three main powers, there's the Grey Wolf Army, Red Triad, Blue Triad, Gold Wolf Triad, Radiant Sun Triad, People's Army, Heaven's Will Sect, Universal Sect, Heavenly Demon Sect, etc. However, compared to the three main powers, they're nothing and are just a ragtag bunch. Li Guang narrated the information he knew about the factions in the Central Plains. All sorts of bullshit characters have appeared. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard it, before continuing, "Out of all these factions, are there no decent ones established by the Chinese?" Li Guang sighed gently and spoke with some pity. "No, the Chinese factions are usually too fractured and cannot compare to the cohesiveness of the Mongols. Each time there was any outstanding character that was rising, he or she would be quickly terminated. The Grey Wolf Army, Red Triad, Blue Triad, Gold Wolf Triad, Radiant Sun Triad, People's Army, Heaven's Will Sect. All of these are all small-time factions established by the Chinese, but they're always fighting among themselves, and lack the strength to stand up to the Mongol king. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before asking, after the world changed there should have been some border guards that remained, which faction do they belong to? The might of military people were the strongest among the ordinary folk, and their survivability was the highest. Since the human population was more spread out in the plains, there should have been many that survived. After gaining the evolving temple, Yu Zhong could swiftly produce a number of strong soldiers. However, he had hoped to obtain more troops that belonged to the military in the past. After all, fighting skills could be upgraded through the temple, but experience, tactics and strategies could not be enhanced. He needed the people of talent. Li Guang thought for a moment, the border guards? They have been split into a number of factions. A part of them had established themselves as kings and formed a faction. Another had been absorbed into Manchuria, and the remaining had formed the People's Army, and are currently protecting some 800 survivors over at Huyen town. The scattered few have been absorbed into the other factions. Men from the military were still human after all, and had their own thinking and hopes. After the apocalypse, some insisted on their principles and way of life, while others began to degenerate, becoming hitmen for others. Which is the closest and largest Chinese faction around here? Yu Zhong asked. Li Guang replied quickly, the Radiant Sun Triad. They have over 7,000 people and they're mostly Chinese. Their base is in a small town called Tianmu Town, situated about 40 li north of Chimu County. Li Guang was truly a snakehead that mixed with the dragons, knowing helpful information on each and every faction. Yu Zhong's eye flashed coldly, very good. Our next target will be the Radiant Sun Triad. Yu Zhong wanted to establish a sizable faction out here in the Central Plains, and needed many people. The Radiant Sun Triad might not have any enmity with Yu Zhong, but they had the numbers, and thus had become Yu Zhong's target. After resting for an entire day, Yu Zhong left Zhuo Yatong and 20 elites in Chimu County, leaving instructions to train up the new recruits, while Yu Zhong led by Xiao Sheng, Tenpi Osaka and the rest of the subordinates towards the direction of Tianmu Town. Tianmu Town was a small town surrounded only by a small wooden fence, and there were various steel structures that served as fortifications, with multiple barrels pointing out, defending every entrance. Around the perimeter, there were some watchtowers with soldiers within keeping a lookout. The defense was tight and covered all areas. Those who wanted to enter would have to consider using heavy firepower. Yu Zhong observed the town from afar and frowned. He might have 80 elite evolvers with him, but it would still be a challenge to breach this town. With his steel body skill, Yu Zhong was not afraid of bullets. However, his soldiers did not have that skill. They were at risk of dying if they were shot at. These were soldiers that had followed him through Japan and Country A, and he did not want to lose them meaninglessly here. Li Guang hesitated a while before speaking up. Leader, I can be considered to have some prior friendship with the Radiant Sun Triad's leader Shimin Lai. He had always been interested in recruiting me to work for him. We can make use of this to enter, however, their control. If we want to mix with the crowd, we can't have more than 10 people. Weapons would also be confiscated. Yu Zhong's eyes lit up as he smiled. Great. Take me in. Li Guang, if you do succeed, you will have gained some merit. With Yu Zhong's strength, the moment he could infiltrate Tianmu Town, then it would be like Sun Wukong entering the belly of a demon. He could do whatever he wanted. His strength was overpowered, and under the possible situations of an ambush, he could even take out an peak-level evolver like the gun demon of the Takamajihara. Even if the Radiant Sun Triad had many powerful experts, Yu Zhong had confidence he could slaughter his way out. After Li Guang selected a few soldiers, he brought Yu Zhong and Tenpi Osaka towards the direction of Tianmu Town. At the entrance, 6 gun-wielding soldiers stopped Li Guang's group and barked, "Halt! Who are you guys?" When they stopped them, their eyes landed on Tenpi Osaka and her body. With her exquisite looks and that smoking hot body, it was truly a rare sight out here in the plains. Li Guang replied in a confident voice, "I'm Divine Arrow Li Guang, a friend of your Chief Shimin Lai. I've come specially to visit Chief Shimin. Please notify him." "Wait a while." One of them replied, and swiftly retreated towards the inner parts of the town. The rest of the soldiers blatantly stared at Tenpi Osaka, their gazes filled with lust and hope. However, they were restrained and did not do anything. In this world, some experts were brazen and unbridled, just a single sentence could earn a person a death sentence. If the expert were to get away scot-free, then the deaths of these guards would have been for naught. A man in suit soon came to the gate, his eyes slightly swollen while wearing a smile. His gaze landed on Li Guang, and naturally swiveled to Tenpyo Saka before saying, "Brother Li Guang, which wind had brought you here? Who might this be?" As for Yu Zhong, he didn't even bother sparing him a glance. Li Guang chuckled and said, "Elder Qin, this is Tenpyo Saka, she's a new subordinate I've gotten under my wing. Tenpyo Saka, hurry and greet Elder Qin Fenghua." Tenpyo Saka had a cold expression as she replied, "How do you do?" Qin Fenghua's eyes flashed with a lustful gaze as he exclaimed, "Good, good." He had only ever seen 2 or 3 women more beautiful than this Tenpyo Saka, but their figures were nowhere as sexy as this lady. Especially her large chest that threatened to split out her clothes, causing him to drool. Qin Fenghua's gaze did not move from Tenpyo Saka as he asked Li Guang in an offhand manner, "Li Guang, did you come to join us this time?" Tenpyo Saka had to suffer the indecent looks of this middle-aged man, and her expression wrinkled in disgust. She really hated the way he was looking at her. Li Guang's eyes flashed as he replied, "I've come to discuss with Chief Shiman. If the conditions are right, I might be willing to join." Right at this time, a dozen men walked over. The leader was a good-looking man with sword-shaped brows, his demeanor extraordinary. He looked to be about 27 or 28, and when he saw Li Guang, he immediately spoke in a curt but jeering manner, "Isn't this Li Guang? This boorish thug could also gain the qualifications to join the alliance? Did Shiman Lai become senile?" Li Guang laughed coldly and retorted, "I'm a thug? If I'm a thug, at least I'm the head of my thugs. What are you considered, Huang Qishan? If you didn't have your father Chief Huang Shui of the Red Tribe, you would have long since been dragged away to be sold. Your dad isn't going to be around for long though. When he passes on, I'll see how to enjoy that little butt of yours." Li Guang was after all from the market, and his words were extremely uncouth. It served to infuriate Huang Qishan immediately. His eyes were bloodshot as he barked loudly, "The lot of you, go and beat him to death. I'll take responsibility." Immediately the dozens or so thugs behind stepped out, albeit with slow and stupid movements, preparing to act. At this time, Li Guang retreated one step and revealed a savage smile at Qin Fenghua. "Elder Qin, these guys want to act on your territory. If you don't want to put a stop to this senior, I would not show them mercy." Qin Fenghua knew exactly what Li Guang was capable of, and knew that if Huang Qishan was dead, there would be endless troubles. He immediately called for them to stop. "Enough." Seeing Qin Fenghua step out, Huang Qishan was forced to calm down. He shot Li Guang a venomous glare. "Li Guang, you've got guts. Let's see how you live the next time we meet. Let's go." After that, Huang Qishan brought his men and left the area. This was after all Shiman Lai's territory, and if they were to really fight, the ones at a disadvantage would be Huang Qishan themselves. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.